some things won't last. I'm not saying that there's no one to follow. I'm just saying there's more than just one path. You're spinning round and round, and you've lost the ground because you're stuck in the middle. Why don't you live a little? 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 You're spinning round, and you have lost the ground because you're stuck in the middle. Why don't you live a little? 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 Why don't you live a little?
Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, now let's go.
Wake up, we never stop. Gotta get it done, show me what you got. Like, I'm gonna turn it up. Walking on the block till I'm feeling hot. Like, nobody can touch me. They wanna be like me. But I got no time, see. Get up, now let's go. We gotta move on up. 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 Get up, now let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, now let's go.
begin? Do I repair this life of sin? Now I've already gone to somewhere I know is waiting for me. Down I go, where the river don't flow. Since I left these bones, done a gun, I lost it all. Ferryman took his toll. It's gonna take me where the river don't flow. All those lives I told so many times, couldn't figure out what was wrong or right. Now I've already gone to the heavens below. I don't hold my head, just let go. Where the river don't flow. Since I left these bones, down a gun, I lost it all. Ferryman took his toll. It's gonna take me where the river don't flow. To the place where Take me to the place now. Take me to the place now. Where the river don't flow. Since I left these bones, done a gun, I lost it all. Ferryman took his toll. It's gonna take me where the river don't flow.
Cutting my teeth on the concrete, down an old alley on a back street. Hard knock life in a city grind. Gotta work hard, running out of time. But that's just the way it is. 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 So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes, or taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes, taking as much as I can take. Street light lit down in the grid. Can't turn back when I wanna quit. All of my tears, all of my fears got me shook up through all these years. and that's just the way it is. 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 So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take. Don't you judge me. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I said, don't you judge me anymore. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I've taken as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I've taken as much as I can take. Taking as much as I can take. Taking as much as I can take.
It's that kind of night. I'm dancing with the devil. Dancing with the devil. I love starting a fight. You better hide, I am Jekyll. This place is never gonna last.
saw you tonight, your beauty from inside, the glowing light is shine. I am with you. Oh, close my eyes, sense your vibe, being alive just feels so right. We are flying out of space and time. Sparks spraying between us, colorful clouds of dust. Coincidence might be divine. Wanna sing your melody, sounds like poetry to me. Let your key resonate all through my body. I saw you tonight, your beauty from inside, the glowing light is shine. I am with you. Oh, you saw me tonight, the soul of a child, the chaos of my mind. I am with you. With me, skin to skin, wondering, landscapes we're discovering, all the world so new and welcoming. Am I dreaming? Are we here? Just imagine how it feels. Stop believing that it could be real. Wanna sing a melody, sounds like poetry to me. Let your key resonate all through my body. I saw you tonight, your beauty from inside, glowing light is shine. I am with you. Oh, you saw me tonight, the soul of a child, the chaos of my mind. I am with me. Oh, I tell my lover not to stop. Oh, I don't wanna recover. Believe me, I know what I want. I can show you the way. Be tender to me, babe. I feel that you are here to stay. Can you focus on me this time? Even though you're back in line, I just need more time. Cause I wanna fly high underneath the stars. My mind till the sun goes down. So high, but baby, I was waiting for this day to come. You and me together alone. I only advice for you. Yeah, tell me not to stop. Oh, show me how it's done. I'll show you how it's done, baby. Just listen to me. Believe me, I know what I want. I can show you the way. Be tender to me, babe. I feel that you are here to stay. You just need more time, cause I wanna fly high underneath the stars. Till the sun goes down. I wanna fly high underneath the stars. Guess who's back to blow your mind? But let me warn you one last time. Guess who's back to change your life? But it's not gonna be just fine. Whoa, I've got you under my spell tonight. Whoa, we're both heading to hell tonight. So don't ever listen to a word they say. It's time that you found out that I'm gonna get my way. Gonna light it up, then I'll burn it down. I'm gonna make you feel like you're invincible when no one's around. I'm gonna build you up, and then I'll strike you down. 'Cause you're about to know it's nothing personal. Sometimes good people do bad things. I have always tried to be nice. I've sat right back, I've tried to be quiet. But I can only take so much, and then I just explode. To feel it building inside, then I just need to let go. So don't ever listen to a word they say. It's time that you found out that I'm gonna get my way. Okay, I'm gonna light it up, then I'll burn it down. I'm gonna make you feel like you're invincible when no one's around. I'm gonna build you up, and then I'll strike you down. 'Cause you're about to know it's nothing personal. Sometimes good people do bad things. Oh, oh, oh. Sometimes good people do bad things. Oh, oh, oh. Sometimes good people do bad things.
Lord have mercy on my wicked soul. Nobody told me what makes right from wrong. Came from the shadow with an eagle eye, leaving all my thoughts and my fears behind. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Nobody come from here. So I leave today. Say goodbye to all of the pain. I'm moving on. I'm moving on.
If I could make you. I'm the type of guy who's leaving things to chance. I've been such a fool for letting this one pass. What if this time we will not meet twice? Are we gonna end up in different lives? And I was just a word away. If I could, I'd make you stay. I'm the one to blame for the things I didn't say. If I can make you stay. If I can make you stay. Maybe someone's waiting till you come back home. I don't even wanna know what's on your phone. Oh. They say good things happen along the road. Till I met you, I thought that mine was closed. Till I met you, I thought that mine was closed. And I was just a word away. If I could, I'd make you stay. I'm the one to blame for the things I didn't say. If I can make you stay. If I can make you stay. I'm the type of guy who's leaving things to chance. I've been such a fool for letting this one pass. What if this time we will not meet twice? Are we gonna end up in different lives?
waiting for love. I am 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 waiting for love. I don't know what's wrong. I'm waiting for some time so long ago. I just need somebody to call my own, yeah, yeah. Lying in my bed, I feel your hands on me, they're everywhere. But it's just a dream, it's all in my head. Scared to be all by myself, always and forever. I need to lose the demons from the past. Why can't I recover? I am waiting for love. 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 My friends, they're telling me, go out and lose control, just let it be. Instead, I'd rather meet you in my fantasies. More and more I get, I wanna feel alive and not regret. Even though it hurts, I can't go back. Scared to be all by myself, always and forever. I wanna lose the demons from the past. How can I recover? I am waiting for love. I am waiting for love. I am waiting for some love, baby. I am waiting for love. 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 I'm not saying forget all your sorrows. I'm not saying don't look back. I'm not saying act like there's no tomorrow. I'm not saying leave what's holding you back. You're spinning round and round. You've lost the ground because you're stuck in the middle. Why don't you live a little? 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 I'm not saying that life must be hollow. I'm just saying some things won't last. I'm not saying that there's no one to follow. I'm just saying there's more than just one path. You're spinning round and round, and you've lost the ground because you're stuck in the middle. Why don't you live a little? 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 You're spinning round, spinning round, and you have lost the ground because you're stuck in the middle. Why don't you live a little? Why don't you live a little? Oh, why don't you live a little? Oh, why don't you live a little? Oh, why don't you live a little? Why don't you live a little?
Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, now let's go.
Wake up, we never stop. Gotta get it done, show me what you got. Like, I'm gonna turn it up. Walking on the block, girl, I'm feeling hot. Like, nobody can touch me. They wanna be like me. But I got no time, see. Get up, now let's go. We gotta move on up. 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 Get up, now let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, now let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, now let's go. Wake up in the morning feeling super fine. Now let's go, don't got no time. Yeah, turn it up, I'ma strut my stuff. You see me walking on the block, can't get enough. Like, nobody can touch me. They wanna be like me. But I got no time, see. Get up, now let's go. We gotta move on up. 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 Get up, now let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, now let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, now let's go.
All these years I don't know where to begin. To repair this life of sin. Now I've already gone to somewhere I know is waiting for me. Down I go, where the river don't flow. Since I left these bones, done a gun now.
Cutting my teeth on the concrete, down an old alley on a back street. Hard knock life in a city grind. Gotta work hard, running out of time. But that's just the way it is. 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 So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes, taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes, taking as much as I can take. Street light lit down in the grid. Can't turn back when I wanna quit. All of my tears, all of my fears got me shook up through all these years. And that's just the way it is. 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 So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes, taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes, taking as much as I can take. Don't you judge me. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I said, don't you judge me anymore. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me on my mistakes, I've taken as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me on my mistakes, I've taken as much as I can take. Taking as much as I can take. Taking as much as I can take.
It's that kind of night. I'm dancing with the devil. Dancing with the devil. I love starting a fight. You better hide, I am Jekyll. This place is never gonna last. saw you tonight, your beauty from inside, the glowing light is shine. I am with you. Oh, close my eyes, sense your vibe, being alive just feels so right. We are flying out of space and time. Sparks spraying between us, colorful clouds of dust. Coincidence might be divine. Wanna sing your melody, sounds like poetry to me. Let your key resonate all through my body. I saw you tonight, your beauty from inside, the glowing light is shine. I am with you. Oh, you saw me tonight, so I would shine. The chaos of my mind, I am with you. Oh.
他们说要跟着那阵风去征服每一座巅峰，然后呢？巅峰之后是什么？他们将我捧上云巅，也让我从头来过。不让我回来的，我一意孤行；要让我折服的，我踏入光明；让我无路可走的，使我惧怕的，反要让他们畏缩。他们一直说个不停，因为他们害怕洪水猛兽，那就比猛兽更凶猛，比洪水更滔天。是将到来的，终会成苦；汹涌而起的，终会证明。既然暴风将至，那就去把那些不服的、不屈的、不可磨灭的、非赢不可的，通通化成风。这里是我们，我们就是风暴。
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the LPL. My name is Munchables. I'm joined by Orcs today, and I just want to, before we get into everything, I just want to say shout out to Xiaohu, the only player in the LPL who even put a modicum of effort into acting during that video. He's kind of convincing that he's looking around in the jungle. I was genuinely scared for him watching that video today. We've got some bangers coming up, Orcs. How are you feeling? Are you ready for some games? Because we've got some games.
I am ready. It is my 4th day in a row at the LPL, and I am excited. We got some game 1, maybe a little bit one-sided, but game 2 looks like it is going to be a close one.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. But first, let's look at what happened yesterday, because we had, I think, if I'm not mistaken, the full 6 games yesterday, and they were interesting series. The first one, I don't think should have gone to 3 games. The B5
special,
setting the record twice during that series and still managing to lose a game in the series. They always go to 3. And then Top Esports versus FBX, which again, actually very close. And you can see very close to the standings between those two teams. Exciting win though for Top Esports. They are now officially positive for the first time in the entire split.
Yeah, on a decent streak. I mean, I feel like it was a close series. FBX definitely had opportunities where they could have won, but it felt like Top Esports were the better team on the day. And had, convincing wins in their 2 games that they managed to take.
And once again, we look to the standings where we have 5 teams tied on 7 wins right now. Obviously, it's going to be separated by game difference, so it's not a full tie, but certainly exciting because RNG are going to be playing today. So they have the opportunity to put themselves head and shoulders above the rest of the pack. They'll be starting off today against RA, who are currently 3-5 and certainly will be an underdog coming into the series. But then that second series of the day, Orcs, JDG versus IG. that I feel like it's going to be a bloodbath.
Yeah, for sure. I think they're going to be very action-packed in that second series. And I think IG, they've been looking better and better as the split has gone on, right? They're still not exactly in a great spot in terms of the standings, but they are looking like they're starting to mesh together a bit better as time passes.
Yeah, plenty to talk about in terms of those two rosters, and we'll dig into all of that later on today. But first, let's talk about this upcoming series because it's incredibly important for RNG to win this series. Not just in terms of the tie, and we can dig into that tie a little bit as well, but also in terms of the fact that RNG have already played an extra game ahead of everyone else in this tie. With this series against RA, they'll be 2 games ahead of everyone. If both of those extra games are losses, it looks really bad for RNG when we start to talk about seeding for playoffs.
Yeah, really important that they keep winning. And then obviously we've seen LNG get their first loss, EDG get their first loss. So, you know, the hope for RNG is that they keep winning and the other teams start to pick up some losses so they can make up the ground. For now, obviously, yes, they're in the top 5, yes, they're on 7 wins. They are at the bottom. If they lose today, it does mean the other 4 have a good chance to pull ahead.
Yeah, it certainly does. I mean, you mentioned LNG there as well, and I think it's worth going into the matchup we saw recently between RNG and LNG, because this was, first off, just a great series to watch anyway. If you missed it, go back and watch the VODs. But second off, I feel like a lot of conclusions could be drawn for both teams.
100%. I mean, I think for LNG, game 1, they got a pretty significant lead and they just completely ran away with it. Felt like the compositions had sort of similar goals in terms of having a strong mid jungle that you can use to find pressure. And I felt like Tarzan and Doing B were just so much better in that game 1. And then when it came to game 2, still a close one, but RNG able to find opportunities. Xiaohu on the Corki really instrumental, and some critical moments like here where they get a big TP flank for Bin, which allows them to close out this fight.
Yeah, I mean, this really was a huge turning point during this game where it felt like RNG was starting to lose control. It felt like LNG were doing a good job of controlling that map, but then later on into the game, RNG with a lead and managing to win out the team fights.
Look at Light here, by the way, tries to flash towards his team and then instantly just gets annihilated by the package. That fight was just so quick, so quickly over. And then game 3, it felt like RNG were more so in control in this one, but there was still a lot of moments where there was a back and forth, particularly Bin and Arle, both of these two very sort of solid players, and we saw them both popping off in this team fight.
Yeah, I mean, this game was just who's the better top laner, who can carry from the top lane, and the answer was Bin at the end of the day. So RNG managing to get that series under their belts, but definitely a tense one, definitely a difficult series coming out from both of them. And again, all about those top 5 teams, and it's exciting that we've got to see 2 of them face off, and I want to see the rest going toe to toe. But today, RNG are going to be going up against RA, who so far have been on a bit of a wobbly win streak, right? Where, yes, they have won the last 2 series, and yes, when you look at the standings, it's a lot better than it was a week ago. But 2-1 over LGD, 2-1 over TT, and the games themselves looking pretty dicey. It's really not a good look right now for RA.
Yeah, definitely. Those are wins you want to get, right, as RA. It's good that they did secure them. Can't fault them on that. But again, not super convincing. And RNG is just like a different beast.
Yeah, absolutely. We can take a look at a couple other moments from these games as well, because both of these series, just pure shenanigans. Like Cube trying to base race the enemy team. He manages to get a kill on Fairness, but then decides he has to just TP back across the map and try and defend instead. And then when he gets back, him and Strive on totally different pages. Strive goes in expecting Cube to join him, but Cube's not got an HP, so he has to back off, and then Strive has to use his Zonyas, and it's like, oh god, it's all just falling apart. Just pure chaos. That was game number 1 against LGD. RA did come back and win that series, but just the messiness of it all. And then this one, RA ahead of TT, but then this miraculous team fight from TT managed to get themselves back into this.
And that's kind of my concern, because, you know, these series were chaotic, and I feel like RNG are a team who, you know, we've talked about them before, is probably the team that plays the most correct League of Legends in the LPL, right? You know, there's obviously some great individuals, but it feels like RNG are very good at closing games out, very good at keeping things organized and structured, know when to give up objectives they don't need to contest. And as a result, I feel like, you know, RA kind of need a bit of chaos in this one. They need to sort of bring RNG down to their level and scrap in the mud a bit.
Yeah, and I think that the people that are going to make that happen are Strive and Leon, right? This 2v2 in the mid jungle. With that said, we don't typically see them necessarily playing as a 2v2. Leon quite often likes to make sure his farm stats are pretty good, but I think it's going to be crucial that we see them playing as a 2v2 and making things happen through the mid lane, because Xiaohu and Wei are just going to take over the game if they don't.
100%. And I think Wei is someone you can specifically target, right? Because Leon often playing things like the Nidalee, which are good for shutting out the enemy jungle of the game. You can see first in CS difference of 15, pretty high in goal difference. That's because often you see RA playing for Leon. But the problem is you need Strive to be on point, because you're going up against Xiaohu. Xiaohu has been stellar so far this season. And if mid loses, it's kind of hard to have an advantage as a jungler, right? Mid is so instrumental to jungle success, being that it is in the center of the map, being that whenever you go for invades, you want your mid laner to be there first. So as much as I think Leon maybe has a good angle to punish Wei here, he needs backup from his team.
Yeah, that'll be the big thing. If they can get something that gets priority in the mid lane, for example, for Strive, it gives Leon that freedom to just go for these invades and try and cause some chaos. But whether or not they can cause the chaos, or whether or not RNG are going to be able to hold the fort, keep things sensible, that'll be the question as we head over to the stage. You can see RNG already stepping onto that stage, ready to get into the games today. And I am curious what RNG we see, right? Because it does feel like, especially in that LNG series, we've seen a couple of different variants of the team recently. While they are towards the top of the table, I would say that they're one of the less consistent teams.
Yeah, I think one of the things is that the AD game, they can sometimes get caught off guard, especially it felt like they weren't able to find the momentum in that game one against LNG, and once they lost it, it just really felt like LNG had prime opportunity to take over. Wei felt a bit opportunistic in his ways to get back into it. I feel like if RNG do come out ahead in the early game, though, I'm pretty confident they'll be able to close it out convincingly.
I say, iBoy, one of the most adorable. Every time I see him on the stage, I'm just like, oh. I just want to give him a little hug. But either way, we'll have to see if iBoy can step up, because when we look across the rosters as well, when we look towards that bottom lane, I mean, Gala and Ming, the guys that the whole of MSI was about, the guys that were just taking over the world at this time last year, they're up against iBoy and Yancha. Like, I don't want to say it too harshly, but that is not a very fair match. That is going to be a really, really tough bottom lane for the side of R8. And honestly, it's kind of a similar story on the top side. I feel like we've highlighted Strive versus Xiaohu, but realistically, there might be some gaps in the side lanes.
Yeah, I think especially people have had questions about Bin on this roster. Obviously, living up to the standard Xiaohu is set is difficult, but that last series against LNG, against a formidable opponent in Arley, really performed well and sort of proved there's a reason he's on this lineup. Particularly his Gwen game, stellar is all I can say.
Yeah, I mean, Gwen is a good champion. That has to be said. Gwen very, very good, but Bin also very good on Gwen, and it's a scary combo. But the thing is about Bin, I feel like, yes, the Gwen is obviously something scary on, but that's true of the Jax, it's true of the Jace, it's true of the Camille, you know, like, there's a list of champions that Bin can take over on. Not to mention his Gangplank, which we haven't seen all split, but actually Gangplank, I personally think could fit in the meta right now. I think it's way stronger than people are giving it credit for. You literally one-shot people with barrels right now, so maybe we see some shenanigans that way. But Cube as well with the Gwen, a very high priority pick. In fact, when you compare the two top laners champion pools, very, very similar lineups. It's just really the Jax that Bin brings out that we don't tend to see from Cube.
Yeah, and I think that can be important when Gwen is such a high priority, right? Because Jax can answer in the side lane, and having an extra counter available in pocket can make a big difference, right? If you ban away things like Jace, right, which we know is like the big counter everyone's been picking into Gwen and really bully her out early, you're left in this position where it's like, right, if you pick Gwen, they can take Jax. If you don't pick Gwen, you can't counter in return with the Jax, so can make things a bit delicate. But obviously, as we say, draft will be a really relevant factor. I think there's so many champions in the game that are just flat out broken. It's really, really important to see what they can get their hands off. You know, things like the Zeri, things like, you know, they've had recent resurgence, like the Hecarim we've seen a lot more of recently and been banned out quite frequently in those first rotations.
Yeah, the Hecarim massively charging up in priority. That said, neither of these junglers specifically having a massive prevalence on the Hecarim. So we'll see if that's going to continue to sneak into the meta, or whether we're starting to see these different junglers diverge how they want to play the game. RNG immediately, straight off the bat, they're going, look, Lien, we know you like Nidalee. We don't like you on Nidalee. Banning that one away. And the Rex site as well. So 2 of Lien's signature picks getting taken away. Come on, let's see the Kiana as the third ban from RNG. Just take away all of Lien's signatures.
I just love that they just don't want to deal with any of the nonsense. And the thing is, they're on blue side as well, so they can afford to throw these bans at picks that aren't the typical power picks. Bry, Zeri, RA desperately worrying about what might be left open as that first pick. But I think RNG's strategy to ban out the end makes a lot of sense.
We'll see where Rare Atom go with the third ban as well, because like you said, the Gwen, very high priority in this series, but there are counter picks available. The Hecarim taken off the board, so Wei won't be able to go towards that pick. See where the priorities lie for RNG. Corki being hovered right now, but certainly a lot of powerful junglers, a lot of other powerful solo laners, even AD carries, I feel like, have started to slip lower down the priority list as the Corki is not.
Yeah, I feel like you can trade off Aphelios and Jinx, and I feel like Rare Atom will probably pick up the Jinx here, I would think. You don't really want to give him a Jinx Corki just because of the big range advantage, but RNG have shown that they lean quite heavily towards the Corki as a pick for Xiao. I actually think it's okay for Rare Atom because it's not the best at contesting mid priority. Yes, it becomes more difficult later, but I feel like you want to get an early lead. You want to allow Lien to pull ahead, and then he can lean that pressure down bot lane, get the Jinx fed, and you're in a pretty good spot now. I feel like in this situation, jungle is normally something that we see picked up here. And they are looking potentially towards that Xin Zhao and will just lock it in. So a lot of early pressure, but also scales well, able to block those long range attacks and late game team fights.
Yeah, this is the most played pick for Lien as well. So very much setting up comfort in that jungle. It's also, he's played 5 games. He's won 4 of them. This is actually a very successful pick for RA, which, I'll be totally honest, there haven't been that many successful picks for RA. So definitely positive that they're getting that Xin Zhao locked in. The Aphelios traded for the Jinx. We talked about this already. And the Nautilus there as well. So very, very stock and standard from RNG in the first rotation. And Rare Atom likely to lock in maybe something like the Thresh to finish off their first phase, or perhaps setting up Cube.
And I actually like this because they were kind of in a situation where they either pick a mid laner to answer the Corki or a support to answer the Nautilus. By picking Gwen, they can ban away counters, and also RNG can't ban both mids and supports. They have to choose essentially. They may even split their bans, but already we talked about the Jace earlier being that big counter to the Gwen. I would not be surprised to see Jax as that final ban from Rare Atom. For RNG, Orianna maybe something that you want to take out the hands of Strive, something we've seen picked frequently into the Corki, but could also look for Leona or Thresh in the support role as something that would deal well with the Nautilus and pair with the Jinx effectively.
So that Orianna gone as well. Things like the Rise, things like the Victor perhaps could be reasonable bans in that mid lane, unless they want to go towards the support. Rare Atom though, second counter pick for this Gwen. You mentioned the Jax already. Could very much be the option that they end up going for. Let's see. It's the Akali. Not a ban I was necessarily expecting.
It's still something good into the Gwen, something you see often picked up. We even saw the other day there was the matchup on, I can't remember specifically which series, but the Akali actually fell behind early. Still able to solo kill the Gwen though. The matchup does go heavily favored post 6, so you can just dismantle it essentially. So makes sense, but it does mean that Jax is open available for RNG. Do they ban Leona? Do they ban Thresh? Do they look towards some of those mid lane mages? They are going to go for Syndra, so one of those higher pressure mid laners, but it does mean Rare Atom essentially get choice off support here, but they could just grab a mid here and now, knowing they're going up against the Corki. We'll see what they opt for.
That would be bold. That would be incredibly bold, going up against a lane bully like Corki and locking in the Kassadin. We'll have to see. Rare Atom can just go for their support and go for a counter pick as their final one in that mid lane. And Yanja going with the Rakan. This is not something he's played this split. This is not something that honestly I would know Yanja for. Generally known for his peel supports like the Thresh. Also the Yuumi, who was a big fan of, the Braum, but Rakan, different style there. The Jax that we talked about being locked in, and a Viego for Wei.
Yeah, Viego, Wei prioritizing this fairly heavily in this series against LNG. find a way quite frequently against him. And now for Adam, it's kind of just leaving that mid lane pick. I want something that can apply the pressure. I've talked about it, how, you know, Corki isn't as active in the early levels, how Lian wants to challenge in the jungle, especially as you are against the Viego. And they are actually going to opt for the Victus, not going for the LeBlanc or the Vex, going for something that does scale fairly well, but still, you will have prior in that mid lane matchup. And I want to see Lian able to use that, because I think into the Viego, you're going to have a fine time pre-6, but once he gets that ultimate available, the skirmishing becomes very effective.
Yeah, I mean, Victor, once you got that level 6, you got a couple of items, you just one-shot people. It's terrifying. Certainly the cleave damage that you get across the course of the team fight as well. I wouldn't say it's quite at the level of what Corki's bringing to the table, but certainly can make things happen. Certainly can find priority in a lot of matchups as well, so we'll have to see. But I'm looking towards that top lane, to be quite honest. We've got Bin on his signature Jax. It's a great matchup into the Gwen as well. And I have to say, I'm a little nervous for Cube. Cube has been set up by his team with this Gwen. This is a priority pick. That Jax ban, a little bit nervous that Cube's not going to be able to have the freedom to use this.
Yeah, and I think, you know, if Cube is strong, it can make such a big difference. I love they have the Gwen Xin Zhao combo. It is so frustrating to play against for any range carries, the Corki, the Aphelios. It's like, you just can't damage them for such a long time. And if they juggle it effectively, like, you know, Lian steps forward with his ultimate, then backs off, and then Cube steps forward, it becomes very hard to do much in a late game team fight. For both teams, very strong scaling elements. But I feel like for Lian, you have the Xin Zhao, has that early agency, you're going to have priority mid. I want to see you apply the pressure and try and get things rolling quickly. If you can shut down the Jax early on in this game, it's going to make things a lot easier for your Gwen.
Yeah, I mean, if you can just take over, overload one of the sides, it's always going to be a good way forward. But we're jumping onto the Rift here. We're getting our first game underway of the day. And Orcs, I'm going to hit you with a little bit of LPL knowledge here. I'm going to introduce this matchup for everyone, because I don't think a lot of people will realize, but even though the scores at the top say RNG and RA, this is actually Vici Gaming versus Vici Gaming, because back in 2015 when Royal Club were relegated, they bought the LDL spot from Vici Gaming's academy roster and then got promoted into the LPL and rebranded as RNG. Well, RA was Vici Gaming that was rebranded. So we have two rebranded Vici Gaming teams. Oh, well, it used to be at least. Now facing off against each other as RNG and RA, both masquerading as separate organizations. Ming takes a bit of a hit to start this one off. But ultimately, my point, Orcs, this is a derby. There's a lot on the line here.
Who is the better Vici Gaming? That is the question we'll have answered today. And nothing too crazy happening level 1. Obviously, you saw a bit of harassing on Ming, but again, fairly bog standard for now. And I'm going to be watching these junglers. I think in particular Lian, talked about it before. Xin Zhao, strong ganker, strong skirmisher. It's really waiting for the Viego 6 before he can hold up too heavily when he gets access to the ult, which you can reset whenever he gets a kill. But for now, they are both starting on this bot side. It does mean potential for them to set something up on this top lane that we did highlight.
It's a good stun from Bin, and you know, this is one of the things that always surprises me when I watch Bin playing Jax, right? You always think of Jax as this super late, hyper scaling carry from the top lane. Attempt to the bottom side, Yuyanji just gonna get locked up. Oh my days, he's getting battered in the bottom lane. That was not pretty from Yuyanji. Unfortunate trade at the bottom side. But yeah, up in the top lane, it always surprises me how much damage he can get out early as that Jax.
Yeah, and I think that's the thing, is that specifically into the Gwen, right? One of her big strengths is level 1 with the E. She just dashes forward and just out trades you with those autos. You can't really do that against the Jax, right? Any auto attack based champion will go low.
Oh my days. Yuyanji is just getting bodied. He's just getting straight up bodied. Ming knows he's inside his head. He's got an earworm. It's called Ming.
This is why I was a little bit unsure on the Rakan pick right into the Nautilus, because Nautilus can layer CC pretty effectively on you if he catches you. That's why people often pick Leona, because Leona, if you get into melee range of her, she just pretty much beats most melee supports. Only really Braum has a decent matchup because he can just lock you down and cooldown. And he's caught out again.
Ming! Ming is on fire today. Yuyanji having to get over the wall, but now a late reset as well. 3 things have happened in the bottom lane, and all 3 of them were Ming completely styling on Yuyanji.
But look what's happening in mid, right? Strive not even just like having priority, running behind the tower to force Xiaohu to go for a very defensive recall, getting some vision down, will reset himself and TP back in, but it means Lian easily able to pick up that top side scuttle. And this is kind of what we expected from this matchup, right? Corki into Victor. The Victor will have the priority, but I have to say, we've seen this matchup a lot this season, right? Everyone's joked about it being a bit of a snooze fest, but it has varied so much, right? I've seen Rookie take the Corki into certain players and just feel like he's chilling, not being pressured at all. Here, Strive, credit to him, is putting pressure down on Xiaohu in the matchup.
Certainly is, has a small CS lead as well off the back of this early game, but Wei is up in the top lane. Lian hiding in the tri-brush as the engage comes out from Bin. Wei waiting for the opportunity, goes for the stun, but it's flashed by Lian and forces a flash out of Bin as well. Nicely done by RN.
Yeah, thought that one could be a bit precarious because you saw Wei waiting in the bush, but Bin not having the counter-strike, the big wave that was already built up, just a lot of factors in play meant that RNG wouldn't be able to win that 2v2. It is just a trade of summoners, but it does mean that Bin could be in a precarious spot because remember, this is an Ignite Gwen, right? So in terms of combat power, she's already got that bit of an edge. She's able to use that without the flash. Could find yourself caught out when you hit level 6.
And look at this mid lane. Look at the CS difference. It's already over 2 waves in favor of Strive. And remember, at the start of today, we were like, okay, it's all going to be about Lian and Strive. Can they make an impact against Wei and Xiaohu? Well, so far, so good. Yuyanja finds a knock-up in the jungle. Wei going to be surely knocked up. Flashes on the wall, though. Gets out to safety. And a valiant effort from him. He does get that Scuttle Crab, but that's going to be his flash on cooldown. Bin's flash is on cooldown as well. Feels like the pressure is starting to stack up for RNG.
Yeah, and Wei has to be happy that Lian had burned his flash in the top lane. If he had it available then, 3-point strike was about to get the knock-up, so certainly would have gone down if he'd be able to follow him over the wall. They'll survive though, but it does mean RA have the pressure to go for this dragon. They had priority bot lane. Don't think any real contest is going to come through, and this is positive, right? It's not overwhelming right now for RA. RNG are still ahead, but they've been a couple of summoners. They've got that first dragon. It is what you want to be seeing, and again, that mid lane CS lead, pretty substantial.
Yeah, the mid lane, pretty substantial. It's huge, mate. He's almost 20 CS up. We're only 5-6 minutes into the game. That's actually nuts. Honestly, I've rarely seen Xiaohu lose the lane, never mind get gapped in the way that he currently is. Whether or not that continues, we'll have to wait and see. But Xiaohu, obviously, on the Corki. He'll come into his own later on in the game. As Bin gets his recall cancelled, and that's going to be the ulti used by Cube. Is he going to go underneath the tower? Ignite dropped. It's the dubstep Ignite, and you can hear the bass drop. Bin falls.
And that's the difference, not having the flash, not able to get away. All 3 needleworks do end up connecting, and then the Ignite just enough damage. We'll be able to TP back in and pick up this wave, but this is not what you want to happen. You pick the Jax to deal with the Gwen. If you're getting solo killed, it is already a bit of a disaster, but exactly what RA want to see. Credit to Cube, but now iBoy in trouble.
Another hook coming out from Bin, and there's no way to escape from iBoy. That's his flash on cooldown as well. Is going down. Didn't go for the heal in the end, but at least there's some kind of answer from RNG for what happened in this top lane.
Yeah, Bin just kind of for sleeping, recalling the brush. Cube checks it, and then they ignite enough. Potion was running, but obviously cuts the healing quite severely, and then the last tick just enough to take him down. So, you know, Jax still is going to scale up to be effective into the Gwen, but going down like this just snowballs the Gwen, will give him more space in the matchup, and also just means she's going to come online a lot sooner and be such an issue in those team fights.
You know, before the game, when I said Gala and Ming versus iBoy and Yuyanja, that's going to be a tough bot lane, I wasn't really factoring in the fact that both solo lanes from RNG were going to get bodied by their opponents. Strive and Cube this game have leveled up. They know that they needed to step up if they wanted to win today, and they absolutely have so far. Cube with the solo kill, Strive with a 20 CS lead. It feels like a lot of pressure is being put onto Gala's shoulders right now in this early game.
And you have to give a lot of credit to Strive, right? Came up as a rookie, having played in the LPL and actually managing to win the whole split on our RA second squad, and now going head to head. But Cube could be in trouble here.
Oh, Wei is here to punish Cube for his recent transgressions. No, he isn't. He goes down. I can't believe it. Cube just cuts him in two. And that's what happens when you die without a minion wave.
Gwen immune to ganks at this point, and yeah, thought he could just finish off with the ultimate, but critically, Cube had the dash, avoided the execute damage from the ultimate, and able to turn things around. It's now a 2-0 Gwen. This is already looking pretty disastrous for RNG. Leyen's going to look towards the Herald. Bin is in the vicinity, but you know, you're half HP. I'm not sure you can do too much there. Well, it will actually be enough for Leyen just to walk off.
Leyen going to respect the potential of congestion there. The AD carries return to that bottom lane, and this is not the way I expected today to start off, Mr. Orr. This is not how I expected this series to be going. Wait, starts this Herald off. We said RNG can be a bit inconsistent, to say the very least. Certainly showing that off at the start of this series. RA coming out of the woodwork, finding some advantages, but not going to contest this Herald, surprisingly. Deciding this isn't one they want to go for in the end, and RNG will grab that.
Yeah, I think the fact that Ming had first moves advantage from bot was already there, whereas Yanjo was just moving over a bit slower, and also Xiaohu having the package made a big difference there. But we can see in this situation, so Cube actually altering a fair bit here, means he gets a reset on his Z cooldown. Wei just wants to ult him and kill him, right? But the dash means he avoids it, buys him enough time, the healing comes out from the ultimate, and he's just able to survive the turn around. Now Wei doing 2 camps at once. He takes one, Leyen gets the other.
Leyen says thank you for the leash, and now Wei getting chased out of his own jungle, forced to just run away as Xiaohu moves over to try and help, but that means that he'll fall even further behind in that mid lane. So it feels like a catch-22 for Xiaohu. Do I help my jungler? Do I keep myself even in CS in the mid lane? Well, even is a long shout at this point for Xiaohu, because he's 30 CS down, and Leyen says, well, it doesn't matter if you come to me, I'm going to come to you. Gravity Well comes down. Xiaohu just consistently being bullied in lane by Strive. What an excellent job on this Victor from Strive.
Yeah, really doing solid. And again, we said it before, the matchup is Victor favoring the early game, but there's a limit to how much you can fault the matchup for, right? This is just Strive playing excellently now. Wei and Ming are potentially fishing here. You can see Yuan just moving over. And I think RNG just need to back up on this one. They do have a decent amount of vision control covering their entrance to the jungle, but ultimately not really feeling confident about their ability to fight here and now. And actually, if we look towards the top lane, that's a rift maker for the Gwen, already finished. Whereas Bin is just resetting now, and he's nowhere near his first time being completed. In fact, he doesn't even get a chance to reset.
He has a Vamp Scepter. that is a stark difference in the top lane. And maybe RNG can even it up with a 1v3 as both Wei and Ming are making their way into that top lane. RA going to recognize the situation and grab themselves a Drake. As Cube starts to just wail on Bin at this point, he's going to go for the needlework as well. And Bin is here with Ming to try and go for this dive. Are they actually going to be able to kill him? Let's find out. Wei now the target is Cube.
I don't think so.
Half HP. Bin goes in. They realize that this is completely doomed. And Cube is just giggling away to himself. Not even a bit of sweat on his brow.
I mean, he's so strong, has so much sustain. And I think you saw, you know, when they started to set up the dive and Bin went for a trade to lower his HP, and Cube just like half health him with 1 Q. I was like, yeah, this dive is not happening. There is no way. Now it's 1,000 gold lead in the matchup, but you know, we talked about this being a counter. We talked about how the Gwen can be matched by the Jax later on. I think it kind of just shows that Gwen is always such a volatile champion because sure, right? There are champions who can deal with it. We've talked about the Jace, we've talked about the Jax, we've talked about things that can just hold her down. If she ever gets a lead though, she was just absolutely monstrous and scales so well.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's one of those champions that when you do get ahead, you never ever fall behind again because you press R one time and you kill everyone and heal to full HP. Totally reasonable. With that said, though, I have to say I am impressed by both Cube and Strive in the way that they're handling this game as well, because there are plenty of players that would just be diving, and we may see that actually from Cube here as he dives out of tower range again. Bin 1 HP already. The Counter-Strike will do a lot to help him out here. Stun onto Cube, but it's not going to be enough. And Cube can return back to that top lane once more. His Wei is actually about to run out of time with that Herald in his inventory right now. Looks like he's going to go towards the bottom side just to get something.
Yeah, needs to slam it down quickly. I feel like it's only 3 against 2. RA may well try and defend the tower and stop it from going down completely. But again, you have to be a little bit cautious. Nautilus with the ult available does make this somewhat scary, but it looks like they'll get 2 plates. nothing more. So still, you know, they get value for the Herald, but they're not able to translate into that first tower. And with Cube on the top side picking up more and more plates, right? It just feels favored towards RA. The fact that you got that kill and you got the plates and didn't even have to burn a Herald to match what RNG did, definitely favored towards them.
Yeah, this is a toughie for RNG, but we've seen them come back from these situations before. This is one of the teams that when the chips are down, they will play very intelligently. They're happy to opt out of fights that they're not going to win. They're happy to find correct situations for themselves and for their comp. So if there's a team that you can have faith in the potential comeback, this is probably one of those teams. With that said, definitely a difficult situation going up against a 3-0 Gwen. The Blade of the Rune King at least finished now for Bin, so we'll have some sustain up in that top side. But once again, eyes are going to be on Gala, but the thing is, it might be difficult for Gala to operate later on into the game against a Victor and a Jinx. I feel like there's a lot of range that this Aphelios is going to have to play into.
I feel like it's not even decided. It's the Gwen Zings out combo, right? Oh, I have to say that. Get another all in.
Bin started that fight.
Yeah.
Bin,
I think he's like, I got Blade of the Rune King now. I can trade. And then as soon as he starts to trade, he's like, never mind. Not a good plan. But yeah, I think one of the things is as much as there's a lot of good scaling elements on this side. I mean, Bin's
he wants it. He's a level down right now. Bin! Bin, mate, what are you doing? I'm speechless.
But it feels like Bin, I said so many nice things about him after that series against LNG. He's just trying to prove me wrong because this has been a rough one from him. And I have no idea what's going through your head there, right? You've already burnt your flash. You know that Cube has Ignite up. And it doesn't take a genius to press tab and see how far ahead this Gwen is. But I digress. Clearly was fueling himself with the Blade of the Rune King. A pretty critical error. And again, this Gwen 4-0 now. You can see with the bounty as well. Strive also has a bounty just off the back of that CS. 174 CS, by the way, at 15.5 minutes. Pretty stellar. And, you know, as much as there's scaling elements in RNG, Jack scales exceptionally well on the side lane. Viego, pretty strong in team fights. Corki, a monster as well. I feel like the team fights will be difficult because, as you said, the Jinx is such a problem with the range, but also the Gwens in Zhao are just such a good front line, right? If you end up fighting front to back, you're not hitting their front, right? Because for, you know, 10 seconds between them, they can just render themselves immune to damage. And I think that's going to make things very difficult for RNG unless they get creative, unless they find those good angles, or Xiao who gets a massive package. So these things are getting worrying. There's a 2k gold lead, third dragon up and available, and it looks like package in hand for RNG. They know if they give over a Mountain Soul to RA, the game gets exceptionally hard.
Xiaohu with the package. We saw in the clips that we played before this game, Xiaohu has done insane things with that Corki passive before. I expect to see that again. He's one of the better Corkis in the entire league. Certainly one of the more intelligent Corkis, but Herald being dropped down in this mid lane to force priority in favor of RA. But Gala gonna stay here, clear the way. We'll be able to deal with the Herald. Drake not actually going to be started by either team just yet, so the Herald not going to achieve all too much. And RNG actually managing to maintain control of the river, at least for the time being. RA stacking as a 4. This is looking like it might just be a 4v4 here, but the package backwards from Xiaohu. Must have been timing out. There's Moonlight Vigil, bit of damage onto RA. And some strong posturing from RNG might just be enough for them to get a Drake here. Remember, all of that gold that RNG are ahead, that's on Cube. He's on the other side of the map right now. And so RNG will take the Drake.
Yeah, and I'm kind of questioning the decision coming out from RA, right? Because Cube has TP advantage. If they really wanted that, they could have had him join in. I feel like one factor of it is they didn't have the greatest TP wards, but either way, they just needed to force through, get into the river where they have more space to dodge the Corki folk, and then they're in a much better position. Kahu had also pretty much ran out of rockets there, had no ammo left, and was just waiting for it to recharge. So I feel like there was definitely a window. Gala's ultimate, though, made a big difference. The extra AoE poke did make RA reconsider. But either way, RNG get themselves out of that precarious spot, secure the dragon, and it means that they at least have a little bit more time before Soul is on the cards for RA.
Feels like a bit of a lapse of judgment from RA here, to be quite honest. You have a 4-0 Gwen that's literally been destroying everyone all game. Maybe use that advantage. Maybe find fights with that. Now 2 items. The Cube in that top lane right now has the Nash's Tooth, so he will be even stronger than he was before. He is absolutely massive in this game. The only other player on the 2-item mark as well is Gala on that. Valios did go for, I believe he went for a full. So that one off. There's a bit of a knock-up. Lien gonna just blast everyone away, try and escape for the time being. Graviton taken away. It will be procced, but no follow-up from RNG. And that's a TP used by Shadow as well.
Yeah, you see Yuanja pop the ultimate there. Not able to find his way in. Again, you get the TP of Xiaohu. You don't really bait too much other than the flash from the Zinzaos. I think RA are fine with it, and they will be able to pick up the tower in the bot lane. But you can see RNG still fishing for these opportunities. TP will come out top from Strive as they don't want to make this a trade. They want to be able to defend this tower. Remember, because Xiaohu just bit his TP, still even in terms of those global summoners.
And I have to say, I am really pleasantly surprised by RA in this series, because this is a team that have not looked particularly convincing. They've looked shaky. They've had a lot of series where it's really left a lot to be desired. The consistency will be a question that we bring up again and again across this series, whether or not they can maintain this. But Cube especially, I remember this guy coming into the league back in 2020, and in Demacia Cup, this guy's gangplank was absolutely stellar. He was solo killing people. He was looking like a monster in that top lane. And then we basically just saw him play Ornn all year long. And forever since, I've always been sort of disappointed by what we could see from Cube versus what we actually see. But today, I feel like we're seeing that vintage Cube. We're seeing that same Cube that popped off in the Demacia Cup all those years ago.
Absolutely. I mean, he has been stellar so far this game. I do want to see what he can do in the team fight, so I think that's one thing that we need from RA is transitioning this lead into some more advantages, into some team fights, because I'm pretty confident they're in a good spot right now, right? The 4-0 Gwen, level 14, highest in the game by a pretty healthy margin, right? 2 levels higher than RNG solo laners. I feel like if you just find an opportunity where there is a fight, if you get Cube into a good position, it should be easy sailing from there.
And again, the CS advantages in those solo lanes as well. There's still a 35 CS lead in favor of Strive in the mid lane, and now a 30 CS lead in favor of Cube as well. Way, mate, you've got to be cautious on that one. Gonna get knocked up again, and finished off. Surely the burn is not actually going to work out. Way will survive, so a small reprieve for RNG. At least they survive, but doesn't feel like that much of a silver lining, to be honest.
Yeah, good move from Ming there to block the Super Mega Death Rocket. Otherwise, it definitely would have been Way going down. Again, RA trying to find the opportunity, trying to find a pick, not really able to translate. And it does get trickier when you're looking at those tier 2 towers. A lot harder to break, especially with no heralds available. We do have that dragon spawning in a minute. Now, remember, package is synced up with this. So RNG will have that available for Xiaohu. It will give them a fair bit of power in the fight. I really want to see RA contesting this one. I want to see what Cube can do, finding a good opportunity, a good angle. And already, if he pushes this wave in bot, very easy for him just to walk through the enemy jungle and be there, be ready on a flank to provide that threat. Already, Lian and Yuanja are looking for some vision control. Cube will just chunk Bin out a little bit. They chunk out. Light little love tap.
A little love snip. But Bin, he spun his helicopter around, and it made him immune to the immune champion, I guess, for a second. We are going to see Xiaohu rejoining the fray, though, and I believe he should have package at this point. But Bin's been found out in the jungle. Forwards. And remember, Gwen's W does actually have a cooldown, even though it seems like it doesn't in the late game. It does currently. And that means Xiaohu, if he can get a couple of big rockets in, can still turn this fight corky. 2 items strong there. The Aphelios as well. Drake's already gone. RA just going to grab this one with minimal contention from RNG, who really don't get anything off the back of this one. Perhaps they can go for a mid-tier 1 here as Xiaohu is trying to keep the team of RA away from the mid lane. He's playing bodyguard, using that package to keep himself safe. Returns to his team. A rocket in Xiaohu, very low on HP. The tower will go down, but at what cost? Here comes Cube behind enemy lines. Mick anchors to the wall, trying to get out to safety. Gala having to use his Gale Force, flashes as well. And now Yuanja will be routed by the Graviton. Wall goes Cube. Moonlight Vigil actually whiffed by Gala into disaster. Chaos Storm comes in. Xiaohu 1 HP over the wall. Gala barely surviving as well. They're all barely getting away, but now cut down. Ming tries to save his AD carry and pays with his life as Strive gets himself a double kill on the Victor. In the meantime, it's a tier 1 in the top lane for RNG, but it's pittance compared to what RA are getting.
I like the idea from RNG, right? Get the mid tower, zone them off, use the package to cut the enemy team away from you. For the TP flank from Cube, it took a long extended play to chase down those kills, but they do eventually find them. Honestly, I have to say, I think Ming should have just let Gala go. And there would have just been 2 towers for that 1 kill on the Dragon, which I think RNG could have been somewhat happy with. They do end up losing the extra member there, and we will get the replay. So one of the things is we often see Gwen take Ghost, and it's kind of for reasons like this. It can be quite tricky to stay in range of your targets and chase them down. Does get this dash over the wall here though, and will continue to try and spread damage around. Nearly kills Xiaohu here as well with this 3rd needlework. But it's this moment here where Ming sees Strive step up. Strive is way too healthy. Just back off. You know Gala's dead. You could have just let him go and then be happy with the top lane, mid lane power trade. But good guy Ming, maybe just a bit too friendly, looking out for his AD carry.
Too much of a nice guy. You know what they say, nice guys finish last. But I have to say, oh, hang on, Ming. He's trying to get vision control, but that's not your area of the map. Ming goes down to a rocket from downtown. It's easy pickings here for RA. RNG just walking into him time and time again. And during that last replay, we saw everybody turned around to try and get onto Cube. I feel like the call there from RNG should just be leg it. Try and get out with as many people as you can.
Absolutely, and now they have to approach this Baron. Remember, no support means no wards. Makes it harder to approach. This is going so fast.
It's already going to go down here, way over the wall. Can he make the miracle happen? No is the answer. Bin trying to threaten the back line here as iBoy forced away. But his kill on the way. It's a Baron in the pockets of RA. They don't need any more. They've already won the fight.
Yeah, great moves from them, right? They pick the support, they take out the pace from the wards, they already had decent vision in the river, and it meant RNG has to be a little bit precarious approaching. They don't know where Cube is. Could be, oh wait, getting more action here.
Lien, though, is kind of running it. That's a bit of an opportunity for RNG. Way too greedy from Lien. Trying to go for the blue buff by himself without any of these strong solo laners near him.
And it's actually really costly, right? Because you reset with the Baron, fast reset, you get back on the map, you have tempo advantage. This drastically slows it down. But that's the thing, right? They don't know where Gwen is right now. So Gwen could be hiding off to the side, threatening a flank. They find out she's on the Baron, which is why it's going down so fast. Wade does get in the pit for the steal, but isn't able to find it. And then it's basically just RA securing the objective there. And now Strive in trouble as well. No stopwatch.
Oh my goodness, RA, you can't do this. You can't look this good all game, and then after taking the Baron, after basically having this game on a platter, Lien overextends in the jungle. Now Strive overextends in the top lane. Cube, though, still absolutely monstrous.
He's leveled up on Wade.
He's so insanely strong that he's going to comfortably take a tier 2. Maybe it is unlosable. Maybe with this Gwen, it's actually unlosable for RA. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think it is hard to see them losing fights with this Gwen, and Mountain Solos in 50 seconds. But I will say, them not being able to translate, the longer the game goes on, right, the more difficult things will get for RA in terms of maintaining that gold lead. They had a substantial gold lead earlier on. 4,000, well, it's 5,000 now. The longer the game goes, the less relevant that will be. We saw Cube having a completed item when Bin had that Vamp Scepter. Yes, he has 3.5 now. But Bin is closing the gap, and eventually the Jax will outscale. I mean, there's going to be a point where Cube will finish all of his items at hit level 18, and you don't get any stronger after that point. But now they're looking towards that Dragon. Mountain Soul on the cards for RA, and this is going to be a difficult fight for RNG. But again, they do have that package.
They have been spotted, though. They were trying to get a creative flank, but keep your eyes on Shower. Oh, there's the damage coming on through, but they've got a pick in the jungle. Bin has been found. He will go down. It's a huge pickup for RA, and it's really unfortunate for RNG because this is the sole point as well. Now we need to see Wei finding a miracle steal. That's the only way that RNG, I think, stay in this game at this point. Got a good amount of hope with these Corky rockets that are just one-shotting iBoy. That's his heal used, but no steal comes out from RNG. Now a 4v5, and Cube's over the wall. He's in the back line already, but knocked up by Ming, who sacrifices himself. And now Xiaohu packages to deter any further play from RA, but that's a Mountain Soul.
And the Mountain Soul actually really valuable here. We always talk about different dragons, different values, different situations. You're against a Corky, right? The poke is really frustrating to deal with. You just saw what it did to iBoy. Everyone on your team now has this extra shield just to soak up some of that damage. And on top of that, the extra resistances from those two Mountain Dragons huge for the Gwen. Now they're looking for a fight here.
Xiaohu's trying to make things happen. Has to flash away to keep himself safe. As every time iBoy comes within a screen of Xiaohu, he just loses half his health. I can't believe how hard RA are winning, and yet iBoy literally still doesn't get to play the game. Imagine playing AD carry in 2022 Omega Lord.
Yeah, well, that's Corki, and I feel like Gala is experiencing similar pain when there's a Gwen in the team who is just so menacing right now. Wait.
Okay. I thought he was going to be able to ult over the wall. Apparently not. Cube says no. 7:02 on this Gwen. It's done and dusted, Orcs. RNG go down in game number 1. Is RA trying to finish things off? They're not actually going to commit just yet, though. I thought they could just brute force end.
I think the danger is the Corki, right? Has the big one loaded in pocket. He can just clear the wave so quickly. And again, if you overstay, we did talk about the scaling elements of RNG. I think as much as RA are massively ahead, as much as I favor them in the team fights, if you disrespect RNG, that Corki will become problematic. Anytime you overstay and he gets more and more rockets fired out, he's going to chunk people out. He'll start getting some kills. That's where things can get precarious. And I think it's the right call, right? You already have the Mountain Soul in pocket. Baron's in a minute 20. You can just wait for that. Now, on top of that, there is now Baron Waves going to be pushing in that bot lane, which just puts an extra, not Baron Waves, Super Minion Waves pushing in that bot lane on the opposite side of the map to the Barons. So just an extra element of pressure that RNG have to deal with.
And I want to reiterate, for any viewers that aren't regular LPL viewers, this is not the way anybody was expecting this matchup to go today. RNG, they have looked somewhat inconsistent, but they're still a team that is 7-2. And by the end of a series, they always manage to perform. They always manage to get those wins. But RA have been extremely inconsistent. RA have been a team that have left a lot to be desired in their games. Recently going to 3 games against LGD and against TT, 2 of the lowest ranking teams in the entire league. And yet against RNG, they've shown up, but now maybe caught in the jungle. It's going to be Lien on the front line, but he's invincible because he's Xin Zhao, and it's Ming that goes down in the end. You talked about this front line of the Gwen and the Xin Zhao. It pays dividends for RA.
It's insane how much damage you can effectively stoke just by popping the ultimate on Xin Zhao. And yeah, they go for the pick. I respect the play from RNG. You can either lose gracefully or you try and make a play and get back in the game. They try to play, unfortunately unsuccessful. Wave blocks the ultimate from iBoy, and that rocket in return feels like it should be an ultimate with how much damage it's doing to this Jinx. I mean, technically it is, but
I was going to say, it's an ultimate.
It's on such a short cooldown, right? It's so insane, but you know.
It's like a mini ulti.
Mini ulti, yeah. Got 7 of them in pocket, but we're going to get started by RA. RNG had to reset for health, and I think this is just not going to be contested.
Yeah, there's no way. There's no way they can contest that one. RA grabbed themselves a Baron. It's a 10,000 gold lead, as well as Bin is forced out in that top side. That's his flash gone. Gala trying to get some kind of push in the mid lane, but realistically, there's no way to contest once RA show up again. And, you know, it's kind of funny when you talk about the ultimates here. Xiaohu has 7 rockets at his disposal, and all of them do more than the 1 rocket that iBoy has available to it.
It's so stupid, man. It's just a fact as well as, like, when you pick up the package, it completely reloads your rockets. I feel like that's something that people often overlook, is like you can just burn your rockets poking out and like pushing a wave, and then you reset, grab the package, boom, instantly full ammo. And the cooldown is so short that even though you have 7, by the time you use them all, at least a couple will have respawned. But either way, I'm talking about this Corki. The real scary thing is RA right now, and Wei, that ain't your grump anymore.
Well, it is. He's taking it. The question is whether or not he survives taking the grump. He's going to go on to Yu Yanja, who has a shield the size of his entire health bar. Ults out, has a bit of a CC immunity as Yu Yanja tries to follow him, and Ming in the wings. Hey, a successful grump heist. We take those for RNG.
Absolutely. Managed to steal it away. Wasn't called for it, even though it should be his own property.
It's the little wins. You know, it's the little wins.
You take them, right? And in return, you lose your mid lane inhibitor tower. Probably your mid lane inhibitor, but, you know, you got something.
Let's be real, though. I think they would have lost those anyway. I'm not sure they ever could have defended this. So, hey, we're still positive on that grump.
A trade to trade.
Yeah, RNG taking what they can at this point in the game. As posturing for a fight begins, there's only 3 kills on the board for RNG. They're 10,000 down. Supers in the bottom lane, Baron minions in the mid lane. Bit of damage though coming out from Gala. Nice cleave onto Yu Yanja there. And RNG actually doing a decent job of just clearing these waves and holding on. It feels like RA is somewhat stalling out.
Yeah, it is still pretty hard to push between the Infernum for the Aphelios and the Corki. There's so much wave clear. But what becomes harder to defend is this top lane inhibitor tower, right? The Nexus towers, having two of them, being able to back up to your base and heal, very advantageous. But RA managed to pick up that top inhibitor. And you can see RNG, they actually really want to try and look for a fight. They even have the package in hand ready for the Drake. They want to try.
Here we go. Engage comes out from RA, though. It's going to be them deciding the terms. Shahu with the package, but he just doesn't have the damage. It's a beautiful package, but it's just not enough. Gala now, Inferno, Moonlight Vigil. It's not enough either. They don't have the damage. Gala flashes forward, trying to finish these health bars off, but they just can't get a kill. RA with the Mountain Soul, completely impervious. And now we'll take game number 1. A surprise upset to start our day.
And it's so close at the end. You can see RNG, they know if it comes down the Elder, the triple super minion waves pushing in the base means they couldn't even contest. They know they have to try and get into the fight. RA opt into it and they end up clutching it. Low health bars, but no one goes down. And a convincing game 1 upset from RA. Question has to be, can they continue this? Can they keep this going in the series?
Honestly, I'm kind of amazed that that finished the way that it finished, but also that, like, I feel like RNG actually played that final fight better. They were just 10,000 gold and a Mountain Soul down. Like, you literally don't do damage to the opponent at that point in the game. So.
And if you actually think about how low the health bars were, if you subtract the Mountain Shield, probably a lot more deaths there, right? It actually made a pretty big difference there in keeping them alive, especially when you have the likes of a Viego on your team. If someone dies, you get the resets, you get the momentum. But either way, this really felt like a good fight from RNG, but they were paying for the crimes earlier in the game, paying for the massive disadvantage that they'd already accrued. And as a result, RA able to clean up.
And I just want to revisit something we talked about right at the very start of the day. We were saying, you know, Xiaohu and Wei, these are the guys that will be carrying for RNG. We were talking about how there might be a difference in the side lanes for the side of RA here. Well, Cube just completely shut that down. Strive completely shut that down. The solo laners from RA have given us an absolute masterclass here today. I cannot believe we just witnessed Bin and Xiaohu both getting completely gapped.
Yeah, and it makes you question RNG's draft priority, right? Because they took the Corki first pick, and although, yes, it obviously delivered later on, don't get me wrong, look how much damage it did. Strong pick, but it meant they just had this issue with pressure in the mid lane. And top lane, they were like, Gwen is fine, we can answer the Gwen. Ended up leaving it in a position where it can get sort of picked on that third pick red side. And then Bin's Jax, right, of all things, just completely flopping.
Bin not having a good game, especially when he was 3-0 down and went for the all-in onto the Gwen that was a level up on him.
Yeah,
that decision, suboptimal. We're going to go into game number 2 and see if RNG can sort of shake it off and come back looking like RNG. We'll have to find out after the break.
Ultra Prime here, you can see what they're thinking. Hey, we still have a lot of follow-up damage. Sure, our Leona does need to back off, but again,
Elk is wide! Elk is wide! It was replay!
Oh wait, Elk is wide!
It's Harry Potter! Oh my god! Oh my god! Alright, forget the replay. Elk is a wizard. Like that.
You're a wizard.
I don't know how. Got the Shy on your roster. Because they can move towards this bottom lane. The inhib is open. There's a minion.
Nice.
Man, my team is very good. My team is very good. Very good.
Nice.
My team is very good. Very good.
Nice.
Man.
Stepping forward with another point. Chopped onto the board. They're 1-0.
And now they can just look to take that wave in mid. The TP's already coming through the Shy. The masked man standing. Can he get Doggo?
How is Doggo on this side of the tower?
Oh my god.
What happened for Doggo to be there?
He's so far from home. He doesn't even have a collar.
He's going for Battlestar, but still gets the kill. And now the chase down is on Invincible. Has to block for his team as the curtain call sends V5 away. The team. I mean, let's be honest. If you want a team with Mojo, this is your team. They know what's up.
Oh, the ulti comes in. Cole's now going to be the target, but that's just the support. Southwind has been left behind. Wait, did Cole think the Jinx was on the enemy team, I wonder?
And WE find a consolation prize at the end.
V5 need to stop this. Dragon is in 20 seconds. V5
Wait,
are
what
trying
are
to
these
stop them
wards?
from
How are you
resetting.
missing?
And wow, Super Mega Death Rocket with an absolute big one. Strive on the chase, the needlework is just a little tip. Tarzan the what? Strive is a madman. That target selection lyric, that was insane.
That wave out, and it feels like they're trying to get pressure on that bottom side while they can. 2.5 minutes until that Baron comes up, so they don't need to worry about getting caught on the wrong side of the map. 6-9, he's found us.
It was at this moment he knew. He f***ed up.
He must have gone past that control once again. There goes for the slice of Maelstrom anyway, but Viper flashes away, and 3-6-9, you know, it was a good attempt. I like the gumption there. You're down on death row at this point. You might as well try and make something happen, but it just cannot come to fruition.
Try and use their map pressure, use their mobility, look for picks, and see if they can kind of catch out Ultra Prime. Oh, they're going again.
Oh, they're doing it again! They just have no chill. EDG, these guys have families. Come on.
Very curious about that. So no TP available for ZDZ. Let's have a look at the inside. Oh, no! Or sorry, in the base, I should say. It's actually just been saying, look, I don't care about the 1v1. So where are we going, observers? We're looking at one, the other. RNG, take the next. No, he didn't the inhibitor. No, wait, did he? Wait, no, the inhibitor respawn. We haven't finished. Go back to the game. Go back to the game. Go back to the game. Observers, please. Go back. Thank you.
Okay, they're gonna end it. They got it.
My God. Oh my God. Oh my God.
All right. I have one word. Fiesta. that was some. Okay. RNG do close it out. They do manage to. They manage to. I mean, the rest of the team would join them.
Can you hear the voices calling? Longing for your dirty souls, the wolves are hauling. Can you hear the voices calling? Do you feel how they are dragging? Waiting for a second to push you to your limits, going stronger, feeling better. But do you feel them? Can you hear them say? Welcome to the other side.
let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, now let's go.
Wake up, we never stop. Gotta get it done, show me what you got. Like, I'm gonna turn it up. Walking on the block, girl, I'm feeling hot. Like, nobody can touch me. They wanna be like me. But I got no time, see. Get up, now let's go. We gotta move on up. 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 Get up, now let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, now let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, now let's go. Wake up in the morning feeling super fine.
Dear Mother, I'm writing to tell you about this absolute Chad in the LPL. Where do I even start? Well, when both teams are even in gold, Hung feels that FPX is at a great advantage, and thus he does not hesitate to start a team fight. When FPX is 3k behind in gold, Hung thinks that FPX is at a small advantage, and so he starts a team fight to secure their lead. When FPX is behind 7k in gold, Hung thinks that FPX is at a disadvantage, and so he looks for a team fight to regain control of the game. When FPX is 10k behind in gold, well then Hung just thinks that the team has reached a desperate situation, and they're only waiting passively for their death if he does not start a team fight. I know you love statistics, Mother, but in this situation, you can keep your statistics, because I prefer the magic.
我觉得乐言选手进攻比较凶吧，然后操作也比较好，自己要多多小心吧。我觉得赢一下 RA 的关键点就看我们队伍的发挥吧，就队伍状态好的话就很轻松吧。
Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL as we are on the road again, as they say. My name is Mudgerules. I'm joined by Orcs, who's just been doing donkey impressions for me during the break. And one person that wasn't a donkey in game number 1 is Q for the top lane, who's going to be our MVP. Unbelievable performance on the Gwen. Absolutely destroyed me.
Yeah, and as much as the result of the game might have been a surprise, him getting Man of the Rift, absolutely no surprise at all. Counter matchup, right? We know that Jax is picked into the Gwen to be able to hold up late in the game, be that silent threat, and Bin just got annihilated. And Wei as well, honestly, trying for the dives, trying to make things happen, just didn't work out. We are going to quickly fly into pick ban. Do have RNG on the blue side again.
Yes, we do. Rinse and repeat, this time banning Jay. I wonder what RNG are trying to first pick here with the chase ban.
Let's me on this one.
The RA you expect will ban the Gwen. You would hope will ban the Gwen. Let's wait and see. Because, you know, the Caitlyn's banned, the Zarya's banned, so the 80 carries at least are gone. But there's a lot of powerful picks.
Yeah, Hecarim is still up and available, which they banned last time, but they see the ban on the chase and they yeah, they don't fall for that one. So now they're going to pick Corki again. Rare Adam did a pretty good job of handling it with Strive on the Victor. Jinx, I feel like for Rare Adam makes a lot of sense here. And they can actually go for the Hecarim themselves if they really want, or go for that Xin Zhao that they had last game.
I think the thing is as well, like RNG, this Corki is comparably broken to Gwen, right? I would say it's as valuable as a pick. And ultimately, even though Strive had a massive CS lead and won the lane ultimately, Xiaohu had a much bigger impact on the game than Strive actually did individually. So I like the Corki first pick. Lian, though, going with this Xin Zhao once again. He's played it 6 times. They've won with it 5 out of those 6 times. This is the key pick for RA. And RNG just saying, look, aside from the Gwen, we like the way game.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously the Gwen was a massive factor in it, but even so, my concern is like the Corki will have value later on. That early pressure can bleed out onto the map and be so relevant for Rare Adam. So I know Xiaohu is going to become relevant later on, going to be powerful on this Corki, but I am just concerned that Strive had such a dominant performance. It means that Leon can do what he wants essentially because he knows he's going to have the backup of his mid laner. See the bans come out now for Rare Adam. I think Hecarim is probably going to get banned here because obviously they did ban at first rotation last time. Jungler still not picked for RNG. For the side of RNG, you can really look towards top lane. You can also look for supports, right? Leona, we saw banned last time round. So we'll just see what they have and what they decide to go for.
Wait and see. I'm using my mind powers to try and look into the future here. I've got a sneaky suspicion Way's going to go for some kind of duelist. Maybe something like a Trundle, where it's like, if Leanne does come into the jungle, well, I'm just going to beat the crap out of you anyway, you know? I don't care about solo laners. I'll just 1v1 you. I could be totally wrong there, because that is very against the way that Way usually plays the game. And I just feel like I've got a vibe, you know? I'm picking up a vibe. Now I'm going to be banned away in the top side by RNG to answer that Hecarim ban. And Lee Sin taken off the board as well by RNG.
Yeah, there's still that Trundle, there's still Viego, there's still even Olaf, which we sometimes see picked in the Zinzao as something that can kind of match his dueling ability, even though obviously it doesn't scale exceptionally unless he gets ahead. But we'll see. RNG, you know, I feel like a support ban wouldn't go amiss here, but they could just keep throwing things towards the top lane. Obviously, Cube was a problem, but that Gwen off the table, and obviously Gnar has been taken away now. I think for Rare Adam, probably just going to pick up the support in this situation, unless there is some top laner that they really see as a standout they want to get their hands on. You know, Graves is still open and available, something that's pretty high priority and often blinded.
Don't blind Graves. We've seen it. Tryndamere is the answer. I don't want to see it. I never want to see it again. Please don't blind Graves. Yeah, the support as the lock-in. Yuyanja went with the Rakan in game number 1. I will be honest, didn't look that stellar in the laning phase. It really struggled against the Nautilus, but happy to go with that matchup again.
Yeah, I honestly would say it didn't even look that good in the team fights either. Felt like wasn't really able to have that much of an impact. Been a few flashes here and there, but not completely convinced, but he will go for it again. And now RNG have to blind their top laner and pick up their jungle. Viego is still open and available for Way to take again. So if they really truly think the only issue was the Gwen, then yeah, this is just them running it back. Now, I don't think they'll pick the Jax blind in this situation. So Bin has quite a bit of flexibility in this situation. And it'll probably be the only pick that changes from that game 1, because for those who didn't watch it or haven't been keeping up, this is the exact same comp for RNG, but now they have the Camille instead of the Jax. So for Cube, you could just take the Graves here. You could take the Jax yourself, honestly.
Yeah. Jax going to be locked in for Cube. I feel like that was Bin trying to throw down the gauntlets and Cube there, hovering the Fiora for ages, then locking the Camille. I feel like that was Bin trying to goad Cube, like, come on, give me the skill matchup. You can have the counter. Give me the skill matchup. Doesn't happen in the end. We got Jax versus Camille, though. Still a very volatile top lane. It feels like we could have a similar game to game number 1 here, where a lot of the action is in that top lane start.
Yeah, so looking at game 1, right? Bin had the counter matchup then. So either the counter matchup is just doomed and Cube will lose this, or Cube is just built different and will win this as well. But obviously Jax really good into Camille. You can use your E to block that empowered auto. Scales well into the side lane against it. I will say though, I think not having the Gwen, Rare Adam's team fighting does take a solid dip. And also the fact that Camille is better than Jax in team fights. So I feel like there's a bit more parity when it comes to that point, right? Before I was saying if it gets to the team fighting stage, I'm pretty confident for Rare Adam. I feel like it's a bit more even now, but still, Rare Adam, they're going to have that early pressure in the mid lane. They're going to have Leanne able to really apply his impact on the map. And for RNG, it might just be a bit more weathering the storm. Getting to that point where they can have the package available for team fights and rely on Xiaohu's poke damage to get them through difficult spots.
We go with game number 2 of Vici versus Vici. If you missed it in game number 1, RNG got relegated in 2015. They bought Vici's academy spot and got re-promoted into the LPL. The actual Vici Gaming then later rebranded into RA. We literally have the 2 old Vici squads up against each other today, just with different logos. It's going to be an exciting game number 2 here, because RA came out swinging and completely surprised everybody. I don't think many people were... In fact, in chat, there were 40 people that expected an RA win because there were 40 people that bet their channel points on it. And you know what? They won 1 million channel points between those 40 people because 88% of the bettors were in favor of RNG, and I don't blame them. I would have been betting on RNG as well, but it's not the way it started off. RA are here to surprise. They're here to change the status quo. See if they can do it 2 games in a row.
You know, we saw a channel point millionaire made today. I'm just gonna say I've bet my channel points before and I always lose. I swear. I'm just all in every time and just completely flop. So yeah, I probably would have been one to lose my stockpile on RNG. But I digress. This is a new opportunity, new game. Again, I feel like now Ignite in favor of Bin, which is going to be decent summon in the 2v2, even though Jax can obviously hold his own. And the matchup does get better for Jax as the game goes on. But I think the team fighting isn't quite as solid for RA as it was. The Gwen not being there makes a big difference. And I'm kind of looking towards RNG's point of strength from the last game was this bot lane, right? That's where they really had the pressure.
Yeah, I mean, Ming, we said it during the game in game number 1. I'll say it again. Ming was destroying Yanja in the support matchup. And keeps so far losing out the trades in that top lane as well. But it felt like there was a big gap between them. Just look at the items just quickly in that bottom lane. Gala knows that this is not the most action-packed lane. Goes for a cult to start. This time around, though, RA actually doing well in the 2v2. Finding a good knock-up onto Gala. It means a much stronger start in this bottom lane.
Yeah, so that was the difference. Last time round, Yanja actually missed the knock-up in the level 1. This time he connects it. Burns the Ignite to chunk out Gala. Now, honestly, I don't think this is too instrumental because Gala does have the red gun, right, which gives him a ton of sustain in the early laning phase. He will just be able to heal up, but it does mean there's a fair bit of pressure already in the early levels. They do get the shove, and iBoy is going to be able to hit Ming quite heavily because as Gala sustains up, they're not going to really be able to find an all-in.
Yeah, it's going to be... I mean, both of these lanes, unless they overextend, it's going to be tough to find a significant all-in early on. It's Jinx versus Aphelios. At the end of the day, you don't necessarily anticipate the most action-packed bottom lane. I'm anticipating more action towards that top side, but I'm also looking at this build, right? Because in game number 1, Strive absolutely destroyed Xiaohu in the laning phase as Ming walks straight in for a 2v2 here and is not afraid of Flame Chompers either. Goes for a hook onto iBoy as Ming just chatting it up in the bottom side. He is loving this.
Yeah, has the Aftershock as well. We have seen a lot of Glacial Augment coming out. Bin will get away. Nice. We see a lot of Glacial Augment coming out from the Nautilus, but with the Aftershock, just so much more tanky, able to weather the storm. And Ming gonna stop the recall. Did this again last game. It feels like there's a lot of deja vu in this situation.
Yeah, Ming just finding opportunities there. Is he gonna commit to trying to stop this recall from Yanja? Yanja's gonna stop it himself. Doesn't have vision, but he might actually just get dived at this point. Wei gonna turn invisible, gonna look for the engage, but just forces the grand entrance away from the play. But now RNG, massive advantage in this bottom side. Not only a big CS lead, but also finding the opportunity to get a tower play for themselves very early on. Bin now trying to all in onto Cube on the top side here. But Lien moving over means that Bin has to back away. Flash actually from Lien here, and Bin's going to be the one in trouble instead. And Lien just easily picks him off.
Yeah, doesn't want to give him any room, doesn't want to let the hookshot cooldown come up again. But now RNG looking for a potential dive in the bot lane.
Wei knows that the top lane is going to be a disaster again, so he's just hard ganking bottom lane. He's like, I've got to find an advantage somewhere on the map as it's fallen foul for Bin in the top side once more, but at least RNG are getting some plates down in this bottom lane, finding some kind of advantage for themselves.
Yeah, 2 plates, and they're zoning them off so much farm in this situation. Now, the end will finally turn up. I think RNG, you can see them instantly getting the memo and backing away. They won't overstay in the situation. But look at that farm difference, by the way, in the bot lane. 20 CS lead already. And although the call has been picked up for iBoy, he's got a lot more work to do.
Oh,
what was the
my
hitbox?
Days. How did that hit? Ming with a heat-seeking hook that goes through the minion wave, and Yanja takes yet another chunk as the wave will be finished off. And Gala and Ming, time for a reset. They've got 45 CS since they were last in the base, halfway through a call, basically. So I might be able to grab himself something like a Noon Quiver. In the meantime, though, Lien starting this Drake off for himself as he knows these resets are coming out from RNG, has the opportunity to get onto the dragon.
Yeah, so should just be able to pick this one up. And obviously, we saw the value of the dragon stacking in the last game when RA got that Mountain Soul, which was really effective against the Pokey Poke. Won't be a Mountain Soul this game. Won't even be an Ocean Soul to mitigate the poke as well. But still, good to see them getting that and getting on the board, especially when you consider how much pressure RNG has had on the bot side. The fact that RA were the ones to get the first dragon is quite a steal.
Yeah. And straight off of that reset as well, really nice tempo play from Lien, understanding that everyone from RNG is going to have to reset on that bottom side. That's a window to go for a play like that. It's now so good at soloing the objectives as well, as Finn takes a massive chunk of damage out from Cube. Luckily for him, this Camille, really, really good sustain up in that top side. So you can survive a few of those trades and still get away with it. But Cube having the wave in a pretty good spot. I'm not sure if it'll quite freeze, but you can certainly make sure that it pushes very slowly.
Yeah, and I think, you know, Cube's been doing fine. Obviously, got that assist, but Bin has been holding up solidly in the matchup and has had some favorable trades earlier on. Like, he nearly did find the all-in onto Cube before if Leon hadn't been there. And definitely already a better start for the top lane of RNG. And there has been criticism on him, right, throughout this split, some inconsistencies. And it's kind of the fact that up against LNG, we get this massive performance, stand out, particularly in game 3 on the Gwen. And then last game was... you know, when we say hit or miss, last game was definitely a big miss.
It definitely was. And so far this game, right? He was actually winning the 1v1, but then overextends, gets caught by Lien.
Man,
and this is one of the biggest criticisms. I know. I thought top lane was an island. That's what Reddit told me. It's one of the big criticisms that was levied at Bin way back in, well, not way back, last year, honestly. When you think about the Suning that made it all the way to the finals, the big concern was, hey, Bin, he's really good. He wins top lane a lot, but sometimes he goes too far. A lot of the time he gets caught out. Similar style to the Shy a lot of the time, where he'll put himself at risk to try and win the 1v1. And Lien, happy to exploit that fact.
And now Lien has his ultimate available, and Wei does not. I remember we talk a lot about the Viego, right? The power spike you get at level 6, the ult, and the fact that you reset it every time you get a kill. So much power in those skirmishes. So I think Wei has to be a little bit cautious before he gets that available. For now, RNG still have the bot lane priority, and due to the fact that jungler's on side, it meant that they can just keep pushing up, keep applying that pressure. Already 500 gold lead between those 80 carries. There is a 500 gold lead in the top lane, though, in favor of Cube, and we do see a pretty substantial lead in the jungle and mid for RA. Overall, netting them pretty solid advantage.
So done here by way to stop the recall from Strive. It's a small opportunity for Xiaohu to make something happen. He has the package, so perhaps can force this Rift Herald, especially if he could stop that recall. I don't think he'd be able to, though. Strive no TP, so that should be Herald secured now for RNG, as RA staying on that bottom side. You can see Gala moving back down towards that bottom lane. He knows that he's not going to be needed on that top side, with a nice little recall stop from Wei. Good play from RNG to maintain some semblance of control in this early game.
Yeah, and it feels like, you know, they picked the Corki up.
Oh, no.
Disaster. It feels like they picked the Corki up, and so when it does come to that first Herald, really easy for them to secure it. It's very hard for the enemy team to contest, and we saw that game 1. But the difference was, game 1, they were pretty substantially behind at this point, so definitely things fair and better. Now, with that Herald in pocket, they have options, right? You can throw it down mid, and we see that sometimes you take 2 plays for the first Herald, the second Herald, or any window where you have some pressure is enough to finish the tower off. Because honestly, if you're against the Victor, it is going to be difficult to find that mid lane tower because of how good his wave clear is. Alternatively, you can look towards the bot lane, right? 3 plates left. If you throw down the Herald, you'll probably just get the whole thing. You will get the whole thing, and there'll be a massive amount of gold regardless. I think this might just be the play. Get this Aphelios ahead.
Need to get one more auto in there, or just be close enough for Gala to be able to get the gold from those plates. He will be close enough there. So huge amount of gold going into the pocket of Gala. And Gala was the win condition last game as well. The difference between this game and last game, though, is last game there was a Gwen that was 4-0 that we could just run at Gala. This game, that doesn't exist. So much more opportunity for the Aphelios to actually exist in the game, and with that massive gold difference in the bottom lane now, 1,200 gold in favor of Gala individually, you know that this is a much better position for RNG.
Yeah, he's going to be pretty close to finishing off his Gale Force. He has that Cole only 5 minions left before it finishes, so definitely a big power spike. Unfortunately, you won't have it now, and Dragon is up and spawning. I feel like if RNG can kind of delay this until they get to Gale Force, it would make a massive difference. And honestly, I feel like unless RA are able to push in now and get control, There's no real reason for RNG to start the dragon. We'll see though. They are walking over. I think maybe the reset from iBoy might be enough of a signal that they can go for this.
Wei is in position. They are spotted obviously by this Scuttle Crab though. Ming just going to try and stop any vision from RA. You're right. They are going to delay for the time being. RNG not being willing to start that one off as the TP comes through from Xiaohu as well to join in this skirmish. RA the ones to start this Drake off. Xiaohu, no package to work with, but that's a nice grab attempt onto Lien, who's taken massive damage from this Drake. A pull comes through onto the Rakan, who has to grand entrance away from the play, but Ming is going to go down as the first casualty of the fight, and Lien happy to tank up forever. Flash out from Xiaohu, and another fight for RA. They're just unstoppable in this series. 3-0, and Lien wants it to be 4. Double kill for iBoy. 2 Drakes off the bat. A 4-0 scoreline as RA are looking for an upset.
I don't want to see RNG. You didn't need to fight that, right? They walked away. They didn't start it. And I was like, cool. You know, if RA push in, you can potentially poke them. But I feel like it's not a great fight for you to be taking in this situation. First off, Gala, he's just finished stacking his cull. Only now has he actually been able to recall and get the Gale Force. That advantage in the bot lane wasn't there to come to fruition. But we look at how things played out, right? A lot of damage on Lien. But he pops his ultimate. No way you're finishing him off. The Nautilus goes down. And then watch Xiaohu. He actually dashes in to Cousin Guard to try and kill Zin's out. Not a position you want to be in. No resets come in for the Viego. And as a result, no chance of turning things around. And also, very nice from the end. Stacks up the Q to get the knockup when he flashes over the wall. But either way, RNG completely botching that.
Yeah, RNG, and this is the second game in a row where it feels like not only are RA playing very well, but RNG are kind of the architects of their own demise, right? Like, this is not a situation that you needed to put yourself in. You've opted into that play, falling behind.
Something that I praised RNG for earlier in the split was knowing when to give up an objective and saying, we don't need to fight this, let's wait for a better window. You're a team with a Corki, right? Enemy team getting 2 dragons is irrelevant because you know when it gets to the 3rd dragon, 4th dragon, you will have package available for it, right? Early on, you sync the package with the Herald. Later on, you sync it with the dragon. You know that there's going to be a better scenario for you to fight later. You know that Gala had Gale Force in base. If you could just get him to reset, that fight was unnecessary. 2 dragons is not that big of a deal for the enemy team to take. It's only when it gets to 3 and 4 where it's scary, and they still opt in, right? I mean, look at Xiaohu's items. He has a Mirror Mana, which is nowhere near being stacked. Doesn't even have like a Hex Drinker, which obviously is a good defensive tool against the likes of Strive. It just feels like in so many ways, was it not a good fight for them? And they still opt in.
Yeah, bit of a blunder here for RNG, the team that we've so regularly praised as being this intelligent squad that knows and understands theirs and their opponent's composition. Feels like perhaps something is not quite working out within the team at the moment, because this does not feel like the RNG that we've been watching recently.
The
This
one
feels
that
like a
beat
different team
LNG,
to
right?
Exactly.
They literally just this week beat LNG, the undefeated team, and now struggling, facing down a potential 2-0 from RA. Now, it is early days in this game still, but definitely not a positive situation to be in, especially as, you know, enemy team has iBoy on this Jinx. We talked about the massive advantage Gala had in 80 carry matchup. He is still 1,000 gold ahead, but we can see that Cole is about to get finished stacking up for iBoy, and that Gale Force is already in pocket. So this Jinx is going to get a pretty big spike on that, and already going to lean towards that top lane, pick up the tower. Cube knows that there's going to be pressure on this side of the map in return, so he will just play this one a bit safe.
Yep, smart stuff coming out from Cube, who has been having a fantastic series for himself. Obviously, much more difficult matchup for him than what he had in game number 1. I said, you know, in theory, he was in the losing side of the match for game number 1, but that's not quite what we saw. But I will say, on the side of RA, I'm very impressed by the way these players have stepped up. Lien having a fantastic performance here today against Wei, having this into both games, but managing to use it so effectively to find pressure in the early game. Both solo laners have stepped up today, but also iBoy. He's a player that's known as, you know, when he plays well, he's exceptional. His mechanics are absolutely insane. He's an incredibly good team fighting AD carry, but a lot of the time, he'll find issues in the laning phase. A lot of the time, he'll end up getting caught out. We've not really been seeing that from iBoy so far in this series, and if he can maintain that consistency, he can start to sort of climb the power rankings as AD carries again, if we can see that be consistent.
especially in the current meta with, you know, how valuable the AD carries are when it comes to team fighting, right? We've had metas where laning was really important and there was lots of fighting. But when it's like a scenario here where we have the Aphelios into the Jinx, definitely Gala and main clan advantages there. But this Jinx is still going to remain relevant. This Jinx is still going to be a force to be reckoned with, and that's where you can really step up and sharp. Now, they're going to just throw down the Herald mid. They are going straight for that tier 1 to open up the map. Now, I believe we have the package in Shahu's hands, and he just picked it up, ready for this dragon to fight. So expect some action here and now. This is kind of the point I was talking about, right? Third dragon, you have the package synced up with it. This is RNG's chance to get back in the game.
So this time we agree with the decision by RNG to go for the play. They muscle their way into the river. And they will be able to just pick this dragon up, I think, because look where Cube is. He's still just pushing on that top side. He might be able to trade a tier 2 for this Drake bid. Maybe we'll have to TP up to that top side. The package being used. And the thing is, this is so often the case with the package. It's not even about using it. It's just about the threat of the package. Like, Xiao shows up with all of those rockets underneath his undercarriage. And he's like, okay, you guys, if you want to fight, we can fight. But I don't suggest it. No, yeah, RA respect that.
It's kind of the play pattern where you fly in, you're really high movement speed, and they can't jump on you because obviously you become intargetable when you package. You just fire rockets at them, force your way in, and then if they try and force their way back and try and go to a choke point, the package is there. We've seen what happened, right? We saw in those highlights at the start of the day what happens when you funnel into a choke against Corki. Absolute disaster. So it does just make it pretty easy. And all things considered, if you look at Shahu's items, hasn't fully stacked that mirror mana, hasn't got that Ludens yet. It's not exactly like he was hitting a power spike at this point. Still kind of waiting until that 2-item spike, which is pretty significant for the Corki. And yet still, RA have to respect it. Now they are trying to get some control off the jungle here. Wei won't phase check, but this just means that mid lane tower is going to go down.
Yeah, nicely done by RA, setting up pressure in that jungle, making sure that they can guarantee that towers. I'm not sure if Ming was going to be able to get that cannon then. The resets come through from RA. Bin just going to be able to shove one more wave a little bit deeper here and go for a reset himself. And I have to say, just on the topic of Corki, I'm just starting to feel bad for Rumble at this point because I feel like he's been replaced, you know? The equalizer is the one thing that Rumble brings to the table. Corki has a whole kit and also equalizer now. It feels like poor Rumble. Maybe you need a rework at this point.
What I will say is that, you know, talking about live patch, package timer has been nerfed, the cooldown, and Rumble got a 5 armor buff. So it's going to be a bit before we do hit that point. But we might end up seeing, instead of the package, we get the equalizer back as an alternative. But obviously, still a whiles away yet. And for now,
we've got Jarvan in the meta too, which means there's the possibility of the spicy hot pot combo coming back into the meta, which is always good fun to watch. Because it usually means that it's a team fight meta. Personally, they're always my favorites. But we'll have to see. 2.5 minutes till that next Drake. Baron coming onto the map in a minute and a half as well. I don't think either team really in a position where they can just try and brute force though. And I have to say, much slower pace of game in game number 2. Which does seem to be favoring RNG, honestly.
Yeah, I think the thing is when a game goes slow and you're behind, those mistakes become less and less relevant as the time goes on. Problem was last game, the Gwen was kind of hitting critical mass and was just such an issue they couldn't deal with. And she was able to pick up structures across the board. But you see a lot of trading coming out, right? RA going to pick up this bot lane tier 1. In return, it can be Xiao is going to likely pick up that top lane tier 1, or at least get it low for the time being. It is still very much RA who are applying more pressure. And right now, they are trying to stack this wave up and have the rest of the team move down. Way in trouble.
Good knock up from you, Yancha, but no follow-up there. And a couple of tower shots. Or anything further has been desperate to clear this wave away to protect the tower. Ming threatening an anchor here because Corki is up on the top side. Xiaohu trying to take a tier 1 in trade of this, but a tier 1 for a tier 2 is not an even trade. Gala in the meantime though has moved to that mid lane. They're trying to find multiple angles here. Ming does not spot teleporting Strive there, so won't be able to cancel that ability. It's just going to be a trade. A tier 1 for a tier 2. Not ideal for RNG.
Yeah, remember, RA got the tier 1 as well, so it's 2 towers for 1. And that extra tier 2 in the side lane gives all that gold. So RA trading up in this situation. And that's the thing, right? The Corki is a big aspect of RNG's wave clear. So him being in the side lane means he's not able to clear waves there. And on top of that, he's not the fastest tower taker. You'd much rather have Corki bot and Camille in the top lane, and then you probably would have been able to defend that tier 2 by just killing the waves with the rockets, and also Bin would have got his job done a lot quicker. So maybe a little bit of a missed allocation in terms of wave allocation for RNG.
50 seconds until the Drake here, Orcs. How are you feeling about Corki here? Is this a fightable Drake? Is this one that RNG should be going for? And if so, how do they make it happen?
I think they have to, right? But I think this is a big spike for the Corki. Manamune completed, Torque Shoes, Ludens, okay? You grab the package, RA currently have control. You layer down some poke, in particular if you get it on iBoy and Strive, and then the package just makes it so hard for RA to regain ground. You really do want to deny this dragon away from them and not let them get that third one.
Okay, well, Finn just finished Death Dance as well, so 2-item spike.
Oh, there you
iBoy just gets basically one-shot, a combo of the Calibrum and the rocket from Xiaohu. And now, mid lane prio for RNG, but RA are just going to group up on the Drake itself. Xiaohu, he's threatening the package. He has the rockets available, needs to just get that damage onto Strive, onto iBoy. Both of them chunked already before the fight even began. Now Drake started by RNG. Lien has done really well on the smite so far this series. Has been threatens the all-in, goes onto this front line, and they blow someone up immediately. Package across the team as iBoy forced away. Flashes out to safety though and keeps himself alive. Strive has fallen on the other side of the fight as Wei will go down for his trouble. Lien still going strong, so the smite advantage in favor of RA. RNG need a fight. They don't want to go for the 50-50 as Lien goes straight in, finds an opportunity, but the Infernum comes on through. Xiaohu finished the kill. Now Cube trying to escape the top side of the fight, and iBoy is nowhere to be seen. He's on the wrong side of the play. Now the counter-strike is Cube, gets himself a double stun, but iBoy isn't there. Trying to finish these kills. Gala 1 HP. But iBoy can't do it. Now Xiaohu back in towards the play. iBoy tanking the Cloud Drake. Cloud Drake does a lot of damage as well. As it almost resets, but they go for this one again. iBoy trying to get the zap. Can he go for the steal here? The Drake taken by RNG.
So down to the wire there. And honestly, RNG flubbed it a couple of moments, but managed to bring it together. Xiaohu and Gala on point there to be able to secure that dragon. Still down in goal by about 1,000, but they managed to find it. We will get that replay. So I love the decisive call, right? They've poked out iBoy and Strive a moderate amount, but they chunk Lien, and then they just go straight to Shakan. Deleted before he can do anything. They get a reset for Viego. Now, this is a critical moment. Xiaohu misses that final rocket. Otherwise, iBoy would have just died, and Wei could have got a reset. And that's why they're able to turn around. You see Wei get deleted here. Now it's a 3v3, but iBoy far too low to contest. And then here, Lien smites for the health, tries to flash for the Corki, can't find him. Turnaround comes in. We don't get any more of the replay because Baron's been started.
Yeah, RA want to make things happen. Apparently, they've started the Baron. It's down to half. It has been spotted, though, and Wei in the wings has his ultimate, has smite. Min goes for the engage, but he hits the wall instead, and he's just blown for his trouble. Wei will be the next target, has to ult out of the fight. Ignited as Lien tries to chase this one. Can't go too deep. But RA can reset back onto this Baron once more. 8-4 on the kill scores. And Wei, no ultimate available, has to go for a reset. Now an opportunity for RA to try and grab themselves an objective. Xiaohu, only 2 rockets to work with. Onto Xiaohu, but no engage from Lien here. They're looking for the smite. They're looking for the Baron. Lien goes in to try and zone people away. Baron down to 2,000. The smite comes through from Lien. And now the fight from RA. They look for Bin. They'll find the knock-up and the kill as well. Yuyan just surviving. But Gala's found one. He's got some shurikens to work with for 1 HP. And Strive finishes the kill. Wei now being chased out. Xiaohu forced to flash over the wall as Cube re-enters the fray, and Wei finds some fancy footwork to get out to safety, but it does not matter because RA got the Baron.
Very messy passage of play, and the kills being traded. Oh, there's still more action potentially. Wei might have found Strive.
Xiaohu has the rockets. That's a big bit of damage. It doesn't matter. Wei, you can do nothing this game. Every time Wei makes a play, Strive one-shots it.
And I love this play from RA. The reason they force this Baron is because the problem is if they wait for Dragon, package will be up again every time. So instead, they take things into their own hands. They start off this Baron. Critically, Xiaohu for this whole fight barely has any rockets in hand, so isn't able to do much. He's kind of just floating around, waiting for cooldowns. Gala does try and step up, but Strive checks him right. You get closest, Victor, you will just get deleted. And then obviously we saw in the extended play, Strive again being able to deliver so much. And that's the thing, right? Corki with no ammo and Corki with no package is massively subdued. And that was prime time for Strive to be the difference for his team. This Victor that we've seen him do so much on in both game 1 and this game 2.
And I don't know what RA have fed their solo laners for breakfast this morning, but they are playing out of their minds today. Strive in this game, Cube in last game. It feels like these are MVP performances out of the 2 solo laners for RA. And RNG, this is not the same team that we've seen many times. Bin going for the Hextech ultimatum, but he's alone here. And Lien comes in from the side. Bin is gone already before the fight even really began. But again, Bin with these bizarre decisions that he's making across the course of the game. Now a massive opportunity for RA.
Yeah, it just means they can really slam down with this Baron and start hitting the base of RNG. Remember, RNG are top 5 right now on 7 wins, but they have an extra loss on the other 5 teams. If they lose this series as well, they will be in a really uncomfortable position. It'll be so easy for the other 4 to break away. And now RA looks for the fight.
Going for the dive onto the Shahu. There's the knock-up from the grand entrance, and I think that might just be game. Honestly, as Highboy can push forwards, he'll force us back to the rest of his team. Moonlight Vigil, not going to connect from Gala. You got to feel bad for Gala and Ming in this game, honestly, because I feel like they've actually had a reasonable series, but it's just been impossible. The solo lane difference between RA and RNG is too much, but not in the direction that you'd expect me to say. RA have had an unbelievable series here, and they want to finish things off. 20 seconds still until Xiaohu will rejoin the fray. With the dive coming on through, knockups here. Yu Yanji gets out with his life. Lian tanking on the front line as the laser comes up through from Shive, but the Nexus will fall, and RA make the upset happen, and they kick RNG to the curb.
Not even just a win, a 2-0 where they felt like they were better throughout, right? RNG felt outclassed here, and this is one of our top 5 teams. 7 wins on the board. They just handed LNG their first loss, and RA dismantled them today.
I'm kind of speechless, honestly, Orcs. I can't believe the performance that RA have pulled out there. And not even that these aren't good players, right? You expect these players to perform, but I did not expect Xiaohu to get gapped in lane both games. I did not expect Bin to get solo killed multiple times across the series. Like, this was a phenomenal performance. Give me more of Cube on carries. Give me more of this, because Cube had a great series for himself. The Jax and the Gwen both looking fantastic for him. And it really does beg the question now of like, hey, is this a team that we're going to be talking about contending for the upper spots? Because if you can beat a team like RNG this handedly, well, I mean, the sky's the limit.
Yeah, it's absolutely a good omen for them to pick some more wins. I remember when we came into today's matches, they'd had a 2-1 series against TT and a 2-1 against LGD. They managed to win them. There's a little bit hit and miss, and I really felt like, you know, this would be such a one-sided affair. The fact that they now get RNG and now have a 3-win streak, absolutely massive. I mean, we talked about this last night when we were prepping for the series. By no means did we expect this, but really solid, deserved performance. That's the thing, is sometimes you get these games where it feels very chaotic, sporadic, and a team just manages to pull out the win, and it feels like, you know, one team was massively underperforming. And I won't sit here and tell you that RNG weren't underperforming, but I think RA stepped up. That was the real significant thing here.
And there are always going to be series where teams underperform, right? That is natural, and especially you got to play 16 best of 3s across the course of the split. Of course, you're going to have some that you don't play your very best, but RA here to step in when that moment is offered to them, and fantastic performance across the board there. RNG, I mean, I don't know. I expected to come in today and see a 2-0. I fully expected that.
Yep.
I just did not expect it in this direction, and RA doing so much to pull this one off. RNG, you do have to wonder what on earth went wrong today, because it felt like, I mean, some of these engages that we saw, especially from Bin at the end there on the Camille, this feels like a team that was very, very tilted. This feels like a team that we're not on the same page as each other, and you have to wonder what on earth is going on behind the scenes for RNG to show up in this form after such an amazing series against LNG just the other day.
Yeah, it feels like Wei, I mean, even in that game 1 against LNG, right? When the early game didn't go in their favor, it felt like Wei was just kind of very opportunistic, a little bit lost. Kind of felt like he was outclassed here as well, right? I feel like jungle was one of the weak points here. Obviously, top by all means, don't get me wrong, that was its own disaster. But Wei really expected a lot more from him. And then on top of that, I feel like the priorities just, I don't agree with them, right? Because the Corki first pick 2 games in a row, Xiao has proven to be such a monster, and you just put him on this pick where he does nothing for the laning phase because he can't out pressure a lot of the mid lane picks. And then it's just like, okay, you have package, you have your rockets. I feel like as much as he's a good Corki, and we had that great package highlight, any mid laner can play Corki quite effectively. When you have Xiao, who give him a pick where he can flourish on, right? He should have been challenged in Strive. Coming in the series, it felt like it was going to have to be Strive who had to level up to match Xiaohu. And really, as much as Strive popped off, it felt like Xiaohu didn't put much competition up.
I mean, Xiaohu didn't really exist. Like, throwing a bunch of rockets out later on in the game, obviously, his damage is going to be great because he's playing Corki, but realistically, didn't have a massive influence on the game. And so you have to wonder about the strategy that we saw from RNG coming in first picking this Corki both games, right? They stayed on the same side of the map. They went for the first pick Corki. Did not work out for them. So definitely some work to be done by RNG. They're going to have to go back to the drawing board and figure out what on earth is going on there. But I'm just over the moon for RA, honestly. Because if you think back to last year as well, RA were one of these teams that kind of were sort of under the radar for a long time and started to find their way up the standings. They were like quietly climbing across the course of last year. And now this year, I feel like we're kind of in a similar situation where they have these wins that don't look good. They don't look convincing. And nobody, like, I remember last year discussing with the team, all the other casters, and going like, who believes in RA? Does anyone believe in RA? They were on like a 5-win streak or something. And everyone was like, not really. You know, nobody could quite get behind it. And it feels a similar situation here again, where they got 2 wins and they were not clean wins. They were not comfortable wins, but they were wins nonetheless. And now they come in and 2-0 RNG. You have to start to bring up the question of, is RA a team that we need to start keeping our eyes on and start watching, because they are climbing up the standings?
Yeah, and honestly, coming into today, they were kind of on the cusp of being in the sort of lineup for the playoff spots, right? They were 11th at 4-5. So this win gains them a fair bit of ground, and they are on a good chance of making it into playoffs. They continue in this trajectory, especially when proving that they can take a series off RNG, right? Their next series is going to be up against FPX. I feel like based on what we've seen so far, the split FPX are an easier opponent than RNG. And if they can keep racking up wins, not only is it going to look for good for them making playoffs, but even potentially being a decent contender in them.
Yeah, absolutely. That's going to be the big thing is once we get to playoffs. And remember, guys, it feels like playoffs is a long way away, right? That everyone's in the mindset of we've still got a long way till playoffs. Well, we're in week 6 now. There's only 4 weeks left, including this week. We are getting close to playoffs. It starts to be the conversation. But I'm going to pass over to our interview. We have an interview with one of our winners.
Hello everyone, welcome to the post-game interview in Shanghai studio. This is Christina. Now we're joined by Cube, the top liner from Rare Atom. Congratulations on your very clean 2-0 victory. Did you guys make any special preparation into RNG because they are in the upper reaches of the standings? And did you guys anticipated that they will got this victory 2-0? 让我们再次欢迎 Cube 选手来到我们的赛后采访。第一个问题想要问到的是，在今天你们面对到的是积分榜上游的 RNG 战队，有没有做哪些特殊的准备，并且你们有没有预料到今天能非常迅速的2-0拿下这场比赛呢？
就打 RNG 的话，就我们就下面的调整上面的吧，就没什么心理压力嘛，然后就会打得很放松一点嘛。然后因为对面上路也是，就我认为的很强的上台，就跟他打也没什么心理压力嘛，输了也很正常嘛，赢了就还心情很好。
Actually, I feel pretty good right now because I think Bing is a super strong player, and because Rare Atom is in the lower reaches of the standing, so we are not under too much pressure for today's game. Just to play relaxedly and normally. So I also want to touch on your very perfect performance on Gwen in Game 1. You showed a dominance on laning. How did you to deal with and manage their tower dive made by your enemy opponent and to establish the foundation for your team's victory? 接下来我想要聊一下关于第一局你的格温非常具有统治力的表现，是在很前期的时候就确立了很大的优势。那么你是如何应对来自于对面的像这样越塔啊这样的很多情况，来为你的队伍奠定胜局的呢？
就感觉运气有点好吧，然后刚好每一波都给我成功化解了嘛，然后当时就会觉得就能赢了，是吧？
Actually, I think the reason why I can perform so well is thanks to luck. And I think the QB is the modest player, okay? She really did a great job. So, and he just said it's all thanks to luck. He can manage well and make a lot of perfect mechanics to win every tower dive and got a lot of benefit on that. So nextly, I want to touch on the game 3 because in the mid game, the situation for the game is a little bit precarious, especially when your enemy opponent secures the Cloud Drake, but you guys turned to the Baron pit and secure the Baron successfully. Share some more your details about that team fight. 接下来想要问一下，在第3局中期局势有一些稍微陷入僵局的时候，特别是在你们的对手他们成功锁下了那一条风龙之后，你们是决定要去转到大龙，并且在大龙处拉扯了一波非常漂亮的团战。可以跟我们分享一下当时队内的沟通是什么样的吗？
就我们当时觉得我们装备都非常好，都能赢嘛，然后打下能赢，然后觉得是那波就刚好飞机没有炸药包，上波用过了，然后我们觉得就大龙 B 团就能赢。
Actually, we think we maybe have this victory if we can force the Baron because their main laner, Corki, his passive skill isn't available, so we just decided to have a try and secure that Baron. So my final question is about your team's plan. Now you guys can get the 3 consecutive wins so far. What is the team's next plan of this regular split? 最后一个问题想要问到的是关于队伍下一步的目标是什么？因为现在 RA 的状态看起来是越来越好了。今天呢，你们也是积累了3连胜了。对于接下来的常规赛有什么样的看法或者想法呢？
赢下这场，我的目标是一场不输进入季后赛吧。
After getting this victory today, we just hope we can make playoffs with all victory in the upcoming matchups. And we don't hope we to lose any game in the upcoming matchups. Thank you so much for joining me. 再次感谢 Cube 选手接受英文流的赛后采访。Back to you guys.
Thanks very much, Christina. Fantastic to hear from one of our winners, and crucially as well, an ecstatic winner. He may not have looked it, but I know deep down in his heart, he was ecstatic about this win because, again, huge upset here for RA and a massive positive for them stepping on forwards in the series. So, with that said, let's take a look at our MVP because it was Lian in the jungle who I think had a stellar performance today and is a player that has been criticized pretty heavily, generally speaking, in the jungle. Not a player that a lot of people rank very highly in the junglers for the LPL, but today he looked fantastic.
Yeah, and honestly, RA in the Master Cup looked a little bit rough without him. They brought him in for the start of the split, and I feel like they looked... Again, this hasn't been the most convincing split for RA, but I feel like he made such a big difference. There were some decent games that came on the back of him, but this series in particular, yes, the solo lane is really solid, but it felt like Liam was such a pivotal role in making sure that they could be successful. Right place, right time in a lot of situations, and also the Xin Zhao was such a massive issue. Countless times they try and deal with him, and the ultimate just a great tool to mitigate.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it in game number 1 with the Xin Zhao Gwen. Game number 2 was much more on the shoulders of Lian to be that front line, and he was able to do an amazing job. But also knowing when to be aggressive, right? Knowing when to be willing to jump forward like this, force the dive, force the plays, and find more advantages for RA. And again, I'm kind of just blown away that RA have just got a commanding 2-0 over RNG before our very eyes. I'm sort of speechless, Sorks. I feel like you've got something that you want to say. I'm looking at the facial expressions you're pulling out here.
I'm just, I'm just perplexed that this is the same RNG that beat LNG and ended their undefeated streak. And then in the same week, well, you know, technically it's a new because it's week 6 now, but within 7 days, they end up losing to RA. And in this manner, this wasn't like... Yeah, this wasn't like it was like a scrappy back and forth where things got chaotic that we expect when we see, you know, at V5 in their game 1, sometimes very scrappy, very chaotic, but they were just gapped.
Yeah, bit of a weird one today, but RA, they're going to be over the moon with this win, and RNG now going to be struggling when it comes to that fight for first place. We're going to jump into a break though, and then we have another great matchup. JDG versus IG, 2 incredibly aggressive teams, and I'm hoping for a bloodbath.
Uh, 杰斯吧，很真实。感觉每一局都挺喜欢的，
就一定要说一个嘛，杰斯吧，就完成了男人都想完成的梦想。
范德尔吧，因为感觉他人很好。
金克斯的那个养父，就是他挺帅的。
I think Jinx the most because I like to play her a lot when I play AD carry.
看过一点点吧，喜欢那个金克斯，金克斯可爱吧？
应该比较喜欢金克斯吧，因为感觉他们跟我蛮像的，就是在打人的时候很凶，然后会发疯。
我比较喜欢抱抱吧，因为看起来很疯狂。
抱抱吧，金克斯好像是。我也没具体看，但我觉得应该挺好的。
抱抱吧，因为他是主角。
抱抱吧，因为他长大了。
我个人比较喜欢，我觉得是魏吧。对，我觉得魏那种性格的，就在就是感觉在双城之战里面比较凸显的比较明显吧。
바이나 캡틀 좀 정의로운 걸 좋아하는 것 같아.
比较喜欢维克托吧。
我更喜欢一点维克托吧，因为我觉得维克托很纯粹，他就是为了自己的梦想，我觉得在努力着。我觉得他那个挺好的，而且他也挺励志的嘛。都说他其实是从下城区来的，然后一步步的走到了至少在上城区的那个科研室里面，而且他也是一直很努力的为着自己的梦想吧，就是自己所想要的一直去努力做着。对。
说实话，我喜欢希尔克，因为我感觉他就很像一个，就算他前面有点小坏，但我觉得他后面就是感觉很 man。
喜欢希尔克吧，感觉描述的比较有血有肉吧，感觉。
希尔克，他也是比较有自己，就是坚持自己的内心，然后发现坚持到最后，然后发现他和就是人遭遇了一种事情之后，他给我的影响是最深的，就是人遭遇了一些，就是遇到了可能相同的事情，大家可能最后都会被磨平的，这样变得一样，所以我可能我觉得感触挺大的。
没看过。
没看过。
我没看过。
我没看过，肯定也没有。
没有，听的最多的就是抱抱，还有维克托那个。
我没怎么看过，那些角色什么我还是知道的，就是那个议员，我最喜欢玩的英雄。对，那段时间打排位选角色，也不知道为什么大家都在刷，后来就慢慢了解了。
剧中的角色都挺好的，都是英雄联盟世界观的，希望后面再多出几集。这还是个从很小的地方刚开始讲起。搞点简单的，人在塔在。
飞机的台词，王牌飞行员申请出来。
I'll choose for Zed. The unseen blade is the deadliest because my name is Shadow. You know, attacks from the shadow.
XDDDDD。酒桶的那个，你买单我就来。
你说的对，颗粒好像。
因为打的是韩服，所以记不住。
我将不是说怎么念来着？
我于杀戮之中身上一如黎明中的花。
我没有很喜欢的英雄台词。
勇士我爱，举目后爱。
背班的时候，德莱文会说德莱文走了。
就瑞斯的我们走了，因为刚玩英雄联盟的时候，就那种450的英雄玩的比较多吧，就听这种台词听的比较多的。
我觉得豹女讲的话还挺酷的，就是她有一个就是有个原因是什么？懦夫的味道，就那一句还挺酷。
就选维克托嘛，加入光荣的进化。
没有吧，就是感觉没有太注意这个吧。
모르겠다. 나 다 대사 다 주는데 한국서 먼저 할 때는 대사 따라하면서 게임해가지고.
结束了，为了更美好的明天而战。
on my shoes. This ain't gonna be easy, but we know what we got to do. It's so hard to say goodbye. We both know how hard we try. So you go your way and I'll go mine. Yeah, I know that we're gonna be fine. 'Cause we had so much to learn. Now it's time for the bridge to burn. Out of space, there's no more time. We both know it, and show it. I want you to know that my heart was sincere. So sincere. Whatever you wanted, ooh, I would have taken you there. But sometimes life changes when nothing seems to work. No, no. The ones you love so dearly are easier to hurt. It's so hard to say goodbye. We both know how hard we try. So you go your way and I'll go mine. Yeah, I know that we're gonna be fine. 'Cause we had so much to learn. Now it's time for the bridge to burn. Out of space, there's no more time. We both know it, and show it. We'll be fine. Yeah, I know we will. Know it, show it.
Cutting my teeth on the concrete, down an old alley on a back street. Hard knock life in a city grind. Gotta work hard, running out of time. But that's just the way it is. 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 So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. So taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take.
对战京东的话，然后他们下路是比较老道的，然后经验是比较深的，然后多注意点他们配合打野 gank 吧，反正注意点被抓。目前 IG 需要加强的是下路吧，就下路如果打得很好就很好赢。
All right, well, we've had one series already today that has flown by as RE basically stomped RNG. I kind of can't believe it still. I'm Munchables. I'm joined by Orcs as we head towards our second series, and we've got a bit of a coincidence going on here because I am joined by Orcs, which sounds a lot like SM Orc, which is exactly how I would describe both of the teams stepping into the second series. It's IG versus JDG, and both of these teams in the early game, they channel that SM Orc emote. They just want to go in Orcs.
Yeah, it kind of feels like it's see champion, kill champion is the goal for both of them. Very proactive in the early game, and often it is down to the jungles being proactive in the map. The whole team will lean into that play style. If it goes well, can snowball the game, can obviously find themselves advantages. If it goes badly, well, that's why we play best of threes.
Exactly. If it doesn't work out, unlucky, go next. It's definitely a strategy that's been working to some extent for both of these teams, right? But again, it's one of these things. I mean, look at the confidence with which these teams make these plays. So Kanavi goes to this dive, right? And then Tien is like, okay, time to punish, goes in. Watch this. Kanavi is safe. He can just let 369 take this, but no, he goes back in, survives on 1 HP. And it feels like so often we see JDG making these very much on a knife's edge plays.
Yeah, limit testing, finding the opportunities, finding the windows, and I feel like Kanavi will often be proactive. And if the ganks go well, great. Ganks don't, can often be a big downside. And that's another example of the game where they do find a snowball. But also, Shun, another one, we kind of said it can be Shun or bust right now for IG. If he gets a successful gank off in the early game, if he finds momentum, even willing to go toe-to-toe with EDG and come out ahead in some of these plays.
Yeah, and so many of these fights as well, very, very close to going the other direction. We saw the Dragon fight from JDG, a lot of these dives from IG as well. It feels like they managed to win out the situations, but it's all very, very close. It's all very much, like I said before, on a knife's edge. And so when it doesn't work out, it really doesn't work out. So they're both these teams that like to be really aggressive. Quite often, a lot of that is focused through the junglers, but making things happen in that top lane. We saw at the start of those clips, Kanavi ganking for 369 time and time again. And it feels like that top lane is going to be all down to whether or not they get jungle attention, but also whether or not these guys get the counter pick. Because if they do, these are two top laners that can take over.
Yeah, which is kind of funny considering our first series when we had the Gwen into Jax and the Gwen stomped the Jax and it is the counter. But I digress. Both of these players really capable of popping off to get the momentum. Time and time again, we've seen that from 369. But Zuka, his addition to the roster has really been stellar. Picking up things like the Jace, like the Gwen, having some good performances. But you look over the champion pool that 369 has offered. We often see the Jax picked in the Gwen. We often see the Kennen as well as something that can handle her in lane and then be so strong in the team fight. So I really feel like draft will be vital. Red side very valuable for securing an advantage for a top laner.
Yeah, I mean, you can see 7 games played on that Kennen as well for 369. Like this, he's the most prolific Kennen player in the LPL right now, as you can see. Perfect clip of exactly that, making the engages happen, but also finding opportunities to shut down former teammates. I just put this clip in just because I thought it was absolutely hilarious.
Yeah, and I mean, we saw when Zuka came into the league, that Riven game. I'm just going to say, playing Riven into Veigar Poppy sounds like a nightmare for me, a living hell. But they're actually managing to do fairly okay in that game. But then obviously in a position where he can get a counter pick, going up against Rich and managing to get that solo kill. And the thing is as well, Rich has been someone who's been performing solid. He solo killed the Shy in their series. And then it was the fact that Zuka comes in confident with his Trinimir pick and manages to find success in the matchup. So definitely something we'll have our eyes on.
Yeah, we'll have to keep our eyes on those top laners. But like I said at the start, a lot of it is down to whether or not the junglers are going to influence that top lane. We need to compare these two junglers as well, because both Kanavi and Shun in the past have had reputations for just wanting to farm up during the early game. And statistically speaking, you can still see some of that definitely still exists. But we've seen way more ganking. We've seen that these guys are tied on solo kills at 3 solo kills each. But actually, Kanavi currently first in the entire league for kills, which is not a stat I would expect Kanavi to have when it comes to junglers.
Yeah, and I think both of them have been very proactive in the early levels. I think both of them, and in particular when we saw that game 2 against EDG, where they fully committed onto the Nidalee for Shun, and we're just like, we're just going to try and snowball. Obviously, it did backfire, but considering the difference in between IG and EDG, they gave them a good fight for it. And I think both of them, I expect to see this be a real battle. It is going to come down to how much the lane is going to influence things. We always talk about priority in lanes and how they can have a massive impact on the jungle, but I fully expect to see both of these two trying to go head to head, find any opportunity, any bit of momentum to get the ball rolling.
So you can see Kanavi manages to do a great job in the early stages of the game to get his side lanes ahead and to, like you said, find that momentum, find the ways to get his team the lead. Whether or not that's going to work against IG will be the question, because it feels like it's a very similar story when we look over at the clips of Shun. Very similar ganks, very similar skirmishes. It does feel like we have two junglers that have a similar MO on how they want to play the early game.
And honestly, isn't this what you want from the LPL? Two teams who are just going to charge at each other, make fights happen, constantly try and find all-in opportunities. And I do want to say this clip is beautiful. This spear coming in to kill Scout. But yeah, this is the sort of series that people tune into the LPL for. This is the sort of stuff that we are known for, what is expected. So I'm pretty gassed to see how it goes.
Absolutely. And we've had some bonus information over the last 24 hours as well. And that is that IG are going to be bringing Wink to the stage today as well. So swapping out their AD carry, Arnold will be stepping out. And Wink is a player that's had a lot of negative press over the course of his time on IG. You know, being on a roster with Rookie and the Shy definitely can be difficult because the fans are never going to be on your side in that kind of situation. But I don't think
someone.
Yeah, exactly. I don't think Wink is inherently like a bad AD carry or anything like that. And I think with Un's recent performance, I think this should be a reasonable upgrade for IG in the bottom lane.
Yeah, I think Un looked, honestly, like it's a little bit disconnected from the team in that last series. And, you know, I feel like whether or not it ends up being an upgrade or a downgrade, I feel like there's still other parts of IG that we can look towards to see favor for. And they have been delivering recently, right? As much as they lost against EDG, I think they gave them a really solid fight, considering it is the reigning world champions. And in their other series, they've looked positive. So I have positive expectations. Whether Wink will make a big difference or just slot in, I don't know, but we'll get to see today.
We'll get to see today as JDG going to step out onto our stage, and it still feels alien to me seeing 369 in a JDG jersey after 2020. It's like it just doesn't compute in my brain. It doesn't. JDG. I have been excited to watch this because last year felt really rough for JDG. Didn't feel like they were, you know, managing to make it happen, and it didn't feel like a situation that was salvageable last year, you know. Whereas this year, it does feel like a team that can make things happen. It does feel like a team that wants to improve and wants to be proactive in the game as well. They're so much more fun to watch this year than what they were last year. So I'm consistently excited coming into JDG series.
Honestly, they're in a good position right now. They're 4-3, and they've actually played the least games of any team in the league right now, the least series. So they still have a lot of catching up to do in terms of the schedule. Ample opportunity to gain some wins when they're already currently sitting in a spot that would land them playoffs if they finish here.
Yeah. And now over to IG, as you'll see them step out onto the stage. And I said it before, I'll say it again. Wink stepping in today for the first time in a little while since last year. In the LPL once again. And I'm excited to see him. I'm excited to see what he can bring out. A player that historically his best champions have been these supportive AD carries. When you look through his statistics, his best win rates are on things like the Varus, like the Ashe, like the Misfortune. So nothing that's currently in the meta. So I am curious to see what he's going to look like when it comes to the Aphelios and the Jinx, when it comes to team fighting on a carry where you need to be the brunt of the damage for your team.
It does make you think, right? Senna, we've seen occasionally popping up here and there. Definitely sort of fits the bill for a less of a carry AD carry compared to the likes of Jinx and Aphelios, and definitely can offer a lot of utility. So potentially something they could go towards, but we will see whether they opt to do so. Always hyped to see how the drafts end up developing. We always saw RNG with some fumbles in that series one, a different overcommit to the Corki. And that's the thing, is that I feel like drafts can be so volatile right now because there's so many super powerful picks. You have the Gwen, you have the Corki, you have the Jinx, the Aphelios, the Zeri, the Rise as well, the Hecarim. There's so many things where an individual pick can completely carry a game, and it just feels like there's not enough fans, right?
And I feel like whenever there's a meta like that, almost always I favor red side. I'd much rather be on the red side when there's this many power picks in the game, because you have that opportunity to get the 2-for-1 trade and find yourself in an advantageous position. But also, with the way that the top lane meta is right now, I feel like having the counter pick for the top lane is so incredibly valuable. We already talked about it in this matchup specifically, but just generally as well. I think top lane counter pick is incredibly important currently in the meta. So I'm liking the look of red side. I think it will be IG starting on red side today. We'll find out in a moment, but I believe that is the case. I will see, because, earlier today, RNG lost game number 1. We're very happy to go back to that blue side. So certainly just an opinion, certainly not facts just yet. I'll have to see how that's going to pan out over the course of the series, but I'm looking at IG. I'm mostly looking at Wink. I want to see how Wink performs.
That's going to be the big question, right? And obviously they had the recent addition, Zuka in the top lane. he was solid. He's been good, remarkable, in fact, and I think above expectations. I feel like we've had a lot of people join in onto rosters that have kind of exceeded expectations, right? We had Rich joining onto V5, where initially people thought he wasn't even going to really be an upgrade based on his LCK performances, and just looked absolutely stellar. So, you know, there is always that potential for a player to exceed expectations. I feel like if you have looked at Wink in the past and felt negatively about him, look at it with a fresh face today, see how he does. We'll assess that as we go along, and hopefully it's a bit of a resurgence for him.
See if it will be exactly that, because I think crucially it's an opportunity for Wink as well to change his reputation. I think a lot of people don't necessarily have the greatest view of Wink, and I think, you know, he has been an aggressive AD carry. We have seen him play things like the Draven, for example, and actually look really good in those situations. But when it came to the greater picture of IG is this team where you need to win lane and win game, and if you've got Rookie winning lane in mid lane, and then you had, you know, Wink and the Shy at the opposite sides of the map both losing lane, that's where this emotion came from. So hopefully this is a different IG and perhaps a different opportunity for Wink to show himself. But here we go. JDG banning away Nidalee and Gwen to start us off.
Yeah, I feel like Nidalee, there's a few players we obviously saw in the last series. Lien's one of them who play the Nidalee, can cause so many issues if you leave it open. So will be banning that away. And then Tryndamere. So the big picks that still stand up for me, there's still the Ryze, there's still the Zeri, there's still the Hecarim that are open and available. The Tryndamere being banned as well frees up things like the Graves to be very strong in the top lane. Obviously, we've seen it picked as a counter. So IG, you know, they could look to ban one of those. They could leave one open if they feel like they can answer it, and then they have two picks they can lean towards. So they will ban the Jinx. That obviously does put higher priorities on things like the Aphelios, like the Zeri, and JDG are leaning towards that Ryze. So this is obviously a big pick for them to secure, but it means IG could just take that Zeri and could have first choice on junglers with a lot of them still left available.
Certainly could. That Ryze, like you say, being hovered right now. Worth mentioning as well that 369 up in that top side, heavy preference for things like the Kennen and the Gragas, which haven't necessarily been as high priority for other teams, but the Zeri that made it through the bans will be locked in by IG. You mentioned a jungler. There are plenty available right now, and Shun, by far his favorite has been that since out. It's a favorite for many of the teams in the LPL. Would not be surprised at all to see that locked in.
Honestly, could go in the Hecarim direction as well if they really want to, but actually going for the Twisted Fate, something we saw heavily banned at the start of the split, a bit less so at the moment, a bit lower priority, but still, ability to contest wave priority and match the Roman of the Ryze is really important. Now, JDG, you're kind of forced to take AD carry here because with Caitlyn, Jinx banned, and Zeri taken, Aphelios kind of stands out as the last big AD carry, so it's now or it would get banned. And then I expect we could probably see a jungler come in, but could also go in that direction to support. Nautilus is a great answer to Zeri because of that point-and-click ultimate, right? That movement speed she gets is irrelevant when she has no way of really outplaying the Nautilus ult. Now, for IG, you have options. You could go for a support to match that. Leona is often what people pick into it. You could have gone for a jungler, but I think in this position, right, you pick the Leona, and then you have first choice coming out of the second ban phase on junglers. So if JDG want to focus ban them, right, you are still going to ensure that you get your pick of whatever is left over.
So that Leona that you talked about will finally be locked in. We'll see if the jungle bans do come on through, because it's worth mentioning that Nidalee ban already in place, right? Because both Shun and Kanavi known for their Nidalee play. Coincidentally, also Kindred could be an option there. Not exactly meta, but both jugglers do like that one. Sion gonna be the ban though, trying to get some tanks away from 369.
Honestly, I feel like JDG could ban junglers here, but given that IG will have priority on it, and given there's so many open and available, banning tops probably makes more sense, right? There's nothing you can do to stop Shun from getting a good jungle pick, but by leaving more open available, it means there's probably going to be an answer for you that you're comfortable with it. So for the time being, IG ban away that Sion. We'll see if they follow on with another top lane ban in this situation or go for a different direction. They're going to go for the Graves. So picking these sort of safe top laners that you would feel comfortable blinding and just weathering the storm definitely makes me think that they have something up the sleeve that they're ready to bring out to allow you to just apply a ton of pressure in that matchup. Now, JDG, if there is a jungler that you're really concerned about, now could be the time, but instead they will just ban away the J. So IG, if there's a top laner that stands out, now is the time. Otherwise, you just take your choice of these junglers.
Yeah, and that Xinjiao that we talked about before, still available. It's been Shun's favorite. It's been the old faithful for the team. I will say, they've played 9 games this Xinjiao. They have a 33% win rate. It's not actually that successful for them as a team, but definitely something that they like going for.
IG also overall have a 33% series win rate. So, you know, it's kind of par for the course. We quickly see 369 lock in the Kennen, and then it looks like the Viega will follow. So again, so many junglers open that I feel like Navi's always going to have something he's comfortable on. A lot of team fighting power in that Kennen, and also the reset capabilities post 6 for the Viega. And now we got to see what Zuka's going to pull out in the top lane. There's still Graves available, which kind of stands out for me as being a really powerful scaling pick. And again, when you have the likes of a TF in the mid lane, it's not the highest damage mid laner. A lot of setup, right? And picking up this Graves in the top lane means you have that DPS to follow through in those fights.
Zuka certainly knows how to use that one as well, but this Kennen has been the staple pick for 369 across the course of this split. He has 7 games played on the Kennen, a 71.4% win rate as well. So excited to see him bringing out this, what's quickly becoming a signature pick for him this year. See whether he can keep making things happen with that. But both of these mid laners, excitingly, going for global mids, right? Nothing's going to happen in that mid lane individually. It's going to be all about getting out into those side lanes and trying to get either your top lane or your bottom lane ahead.
You know, I expected this to be an action-packed series. I expected to see constant fighting, and this is kind of set up for it, right? 2 heavy skirmishing junglers, 2 roaming mids, and then a lot of scaling elements in the side lanes for them to play towards. I do feel like IG can be pretty happy what they came in here, right? The Zeri extremely powerful, but when you look at the other side, JDG, they have a lot of point-and-click tools in the Rise and the Nautilus. The Kennen ult as well definitely can be devastating if it can get on top of the Zeri. I think IG can be comfortable with what they got. And I'm looking, you know, it's all about that mid jungle. Whoever wins that battle of the mid jungle and can spread the advantages should come out ahead in this one.
And that's an exciting sentence to say as well, because when you look at these 2 teams, you've got, you know, Kanavi and Yagao stepping up on one side, which very much the story of veterancy there. On the other side, you've got Shun and Yukai. Shun, obviously, with a year or 2 under his belt at this point, but Yukai very fresh coming on in. It's veterans versus these new faces of the LPL and these players that are building reputations for themselves here on the IG roster. See if they can continue that story. It's JDG versus IG, and I'm hoping that this is going to be just as action-packed as every series we see from these 2 teams. I'm anticipating that this could be a bit of a brawl.
I think so too. And actually, something I'm going to comment on kind of interesting is we have the exhaust coming out from Lucas on the Leona. So definitely going to have a lot of value against the Kennen later on. I actually think it's pretty heads up, right? It reduces the power in the 2v2, especially since obviously Hope can just cleanse it. But at dealing with the Kennen, it can make a substantial difference. It generally is a thing that exhaust scales a lot better than ignite. So kind of an interesting decision there. Zuka is just going to find 369, force him away, get some vision down. That is super important. Oh, actually, he's going to bit of an invade come in.
Late invade from IG. This is what we wanted. Pure action from the word go. Yukai forced to flash. Was ignited there by missing. And nobody will go down at the end, but that's exactly what I want. That is what I want more of all game long. Yukai, though, flash down on Twisted Fate. That's a rough way to start the game.
Yeah, especially as how easy it is for a Rise to set up a gank, right? You literally just flash in, EW, that's the route. So easy for Kanavi to follow up and get a kill. I expect to see a potential early gank there. And the thing is, we've seen a lot of teams do this with a 3-man late invade to get some vision down in the enemy sort of jungle entrances. You can see that Kanavi's already cleared over that ward. By doing it late, it means that you kind of secure the vision. And also, Kanavi has to clear it while he is...
Great hook from Missing there. Hope will be able to get a couple of hits in onto Wink. And Missing happy to trade his life for that of the enemy AD carry.
Yeah, a lot of damage traded there, but both sides have a fair amount of health potions in this situation. The thing is, Missing has to be careful for 2 reasons. One, has the Glacial Augment, right? Great for locking targets down, but far squishier than the Leona with the Aftershock. So if he does overstay in that situation, Leona's stun cooldown is 5 seconds. Obviously, didn't have it available there at level 1, but it does get precarious. Now, Kanavi, no sweeper available, will walk over a ward, so will be spotted out by IG, and I think he senses the way they're backing off. That they know where he is.
Yeah, I mean, when they just leg it out of the lane like that. I feel like Kanavi knows that this gank ain't happening anytime soon. But still, able to zone away from a bit of CS down in that bottom side. And crucially, Yukai had to head back to base. Yagao doing a really good job of punishing in that mid lane. So both mid laners will return. So we have an invade coming out from Shun. Kanavi happy to go for the 1v1, but I'm not sure that he should be happy for this 1v1. Down to half his HP. Shun still feeling strong on this one, but Yukai nowhere to be seen yet, and a hook in the bottom side as well, as Hope goes for the Q with that Severum, has the Crescendum as well, and getting some good little auto resets out there with his Q. Shun back on this blue buff once again, and Yukai might just be gifted this one by his jungler. In fact, Shun takes it, wants the advantage himself. As Zuka at 369 is just sparring across the map, Orcs. Everywhere we look, we've got scraps going on.
It's really what we expected, and now you're going to see Shun able to pick up that skull on the top side. This kind of came from Kanavi's attempt at a gank bot lane. Often goes with some creative pathing where you can find those angles. So instead of doing what Shun did and just pathing up towards the top side, he did 3 camps bot, looped round to try and look for a gank, didn't find it, and then beeline straight for his blue buff. And at first, Yugao had priority, so he was able to move and help, but eventually Yukai could match the wave. Shun didn't overcommit, and then when the TF joined in, they're able to steal away that blue. So that is the cost for just Kanavi showing his face bot lane, as he ends up losing his blue buff. It's not like a super massive advantage right now, but I'm glad to see that Shun is punishing this pathing out from Kanavi.
And Shun has been a very intelligent jungler as well. I've been impressed by Shun consistently. And when you think back to last year, you know, it was kind of the story of Shun being Rookie's little brother. Obviously not really, but the way that they played, right? It was like Rookie was constantly playing towards Shun to make sure he was set up for success. And it feels like this year, Shun has grown up a bit. He's flown the nest now. Rookie has left him, but feels like he's a strong, independent jungler now. That's willing to make these plays, that's willing to be aggressive, and that can find these advantages for himself.
And I feel like particularly in a game like this, up against a player like Kanavi with a TF on your team, you have to be doing so and finding any angle possible. Now, we find a bit of an all-in here.
Side. Yeah, missing low on HP, but we'll get the heal down. A nice double graviton, but the Calibrum, sorry, goes slightly wide. Kanavi spotted on a ward here. The Shun will try and finish his Gromp before this fight kicks off. Able to do so. Kanavi down on the bottom side, but Yagao's here too. Forget the level 6s. Rise also just has feet. And it's going to be Lucas locked up to start this one off. There's first blood, missing low on HP. Shun flashes to try and finish him off, but he can't quite get the kill. And in the meantime, Zeri goes down. Shun now alone under the tower. Can JDG actually dive this though? Missing and Yagao 1 HP each. Kanavi goes under the tower, and now the Destiny coming on through. It's a disaster for JDG. Stun through onto missing. Yukai finishes that kill. Kanavi might just walk away with his life here, but Yukai wants to find another gold card. Won't happen. And only one of JDG went down there. I'm actually amazed.
They got away with murder there, let's be real. And I feel like one of the mistakes was from Lucas. So 2 things. 1, he got out of tower range, right? And secondly, his aftershock wasn't available. So he actually went in for an earlier trade, I believe, here. So I think it's still on cooldown. And then as a result, is a lot squishier. Like, he gets popped so quickly there, and they take no tower hits for it, which is the big thing, because now they do start to tank the tower. You see how much damage that does there to Yugao, but they only have to tank enough to kill the AD carry. And then Shun tries to find an opportunity. This Twisted Fatal, I saw this coming down. I'm like, is that an easy double? But in the end, only manages to get 1. Kanavi still having the flash available, no way to chase him down. And really, it just felt like kind of a misplay from IG, and JDG kind of got really lucky as well. But this is what we expected, right, from this game. Action in the side lanes, mid-jungle leaning, and really it's JDG who get it off first.
These are 2 teams that are more than willing to make a play that ain't necessarily the safest play to make, and I love that JDG are pulling the trigger down in the bottom side. They win the, I don't quite want to call it a coin flip. They did a decent job of making the dive happen, but then obviously the level 6 coming on through from Yukai put a spanner in the works for their side. But either way, still an advantage, almost 1,000 gold lead in favor of JDG now. Feels like the ball now in IG's court. They're going to be the ones with the onus on them to close this gap again.
Absolutely, and the thing is, the Destiny's on cooldown, the Realm Warp isn't. That's the big difference in that play, so I feel like JDG will have the advantage in that regard until that cooldown comes up for Yukai. At that point, they'll be in a better position to match. But for now, Kanavi just kind of focus on getting his level 6. He is down a bit of experience compared to Shun. And the level 6 is such a big spike for the Viego, because it's not just the fact that you get your ultimate, but it's like every time you get a kill, you get a reset. And there's some moments where like you use your passive to steal away a Leona. You use all the cooldowns, and then if you're like under level 6, you're kind of stuck being a Leona, which obviously you really don't want. Having the ult obviously means you can just burn all those abilities, jump straight out, get the reset. For now, he's actually going to start off the Herald, but Shun, he's quickly moving over, and Yugao does have phase. No, he doesn't have phase, sorry, but does have Cleanse of Flash, so he won't be in too much trouble here.
He's going to be okay, and actually just aggressive positioning from him bullies them away. They realize they're not going to contest this Herald, and Kanavi sweeps this objective up. So 2 plays in a row now going in favor of JDG. They make the dive work out bottom lane. They get a Herald for themselves. And our eyes have to go towards Kanavi and where he's going to place this Herald, because after how well that last dive went, I would be inclined to look towards that bottom lane.
Yeah, I feel like he could slam it down, get a pretty significant lead. Already, Hope is 600 gold ahead of Wink. Definitely desirable. And the thing is, right, the Zeri is short ranged. If you step up to a Fed Aphelios, that is prime scenario, right? If you're in range to hit him, he's in range to hit you. And if he's ahead in gold, can absolutely just shred through any target. So definitely a lot of value by trying to snowball things to the side. Zuka in the top lane, I think, going to be building towards that hole breaker that we see quite often. I think it's so good to have it into the cannon. One of the things with the cannon is early laning holds up well, right? And then in the later stages, great in team fights, but not so good in the side lane. That's where it can be quite problematic. So getting an early hole breaker just means 369 will kind of be put in an uncomfortable position where he can't clear the waves so easily. Zuka can constantly threaten towers. If you TP in for a fight, might just end up losing a lot of structures in the side lane.
Yeah, it's always one of the challenges is making these decisions that can end up costing you a lot if it doesn't work out. And whether or not... I mean, especially now that we're beyond level 6, right, across the map, we've got huge spikes across the board. Like 369, for example, if you can find an opportunity, you know, in 4 minutes time, he'll be able to look for flank TPs. We've all seen 369 do that a million times before. He's great when he can find those opportunities. He'll be able to take over the game. But it's all about then IG maintaining vision control, maintaining control of the map, and understanding where 369 can be. Like, so much of the fights later on will be JDG, IG searching for where 369 might be on the map.
I think it's the thing, if IG can sort of play this front to back, right? Anyone who steps up, they stun card, they have a lot of damage from both the Zeri and the Graves, and they have this great front line, right? Leona with Aftershock is basically immortal for the brief period it lasts, and then also Shun on the Xin Zhao can soak so much damage. For JDG, when it comes to team fights, it's really about being a bit more creative, getting the backline access, getting the cannon with those TP flanks, the Realm Warp as well can be used to find angles. But now, though, we're not actually seeing the Herald in the bot lane. They're going to throw it down mid, so looking to get those 2 plates early and make it so that T1 is a bit more precarious. And when you think about it, right, we're going to see a lot of roaming from these mid laners. And actually, we're already seeing roaming now from the bot lane, trying to apply some more pressure. But I think enough members of IG will stop them.
Maybe too much here. Hope actually manages to get a kill. I can't believe he got away with that. He'll be punished with his own death, though. And now follow up from the rest of IG. They want to find more. Big ulti coming out from the Zeri. Missing second time this game. Walking away on 1 HP out of a fight. And IG feels like coming up unlucky on the back of these skirmishes.
No way Yukai should have died. That had the flash available as well. Kind of just flopped it and disrespected Hope, who ended up burning both summoners to find the trade kill now. IG have brought the Graves down, but very low. And now they're looking for more.
Looks over the wall, but he's got no health. He just gets one shot immediately. And now resets coming out for Kanavi. That's 2 kills coming away at JDG. And a massive blunder from IG. Resets coming up through. That's going to be over the wall as well as Kanavi gets yet another reset and dips on over towards Zika. That's Kanavi taking over the game. And it might just be over at this point. Oh, wait.
You guy.
He's found a cheeky bonus. I thought he was legging it. He wants more kills. Now wants a missing as well. This might be a double. Gold card is there. It's going to be a stopwatch fuse, but that ain't going to save you. Yukai will find 2 kills off the back of the fight. It's pure chaos.
This is what we sold you, right? Coming into this series. This is what we said would happen. Absolute mayhem and chaos. And fortunately for Kanavi on the Viego, you thrive in those scenarios. They get a kill, they're able to get these resets and turn around. And honestly, the health bars are low. No way should you be committing to this play. The flash from Kanavi keeps them safe. And now it's one reset, right? Can't get onto a wing because of the flash, but stun into the ult. There's another. And just the constant reset having so much value. We don't get time. We have more action, obviously.
Lucas is rooted up. Surely will go down on this one as Kanavi gets yet another kill for himself. That will be Drake secured by JDG. With 13 minutes in, they're already almost 5,000 gold up at this point. JDG, when they find a lead, they know how to snowball.
And I mean, a Viego in these scenarios is just thriving. 1,400 gold up in the jungle matchup, and a fed Viego is such a pain to deal with. It's gonna be a monster late in the game. And honestly, what happened as well, because Zuka ended up joining the fight and 369 didn't, 369 took 4 plates. You're playing the Graves with the Hull Breaker into the cannon, and you're the one losing out in terms of these plates. It's an absolute disaster right now for IG. 4,500 gold down.
This is a massive lead in favor of JDG. A Drake apiece and Ocean Soul as well. So now IG in the position where they've got to make things happen. And Yuakai, actually the man of the hour so far for his team. 3, 2, and 1. That dive with the realm, with the Destiny, sorry, managing to turn things around and make things a little more even as Wink. 2 plates, and I have to say, I feel a little bad for Wink. First game back in the LPL, he's joined this IG squad to try to turn things around, and straight off of the bat, JDG are just diving him at level 4.
Yeah, I don't really feel like you can blame him for that. I don't think we've seen enough to make too much of a statement, but JDG gonna look top lane. Zuka in this situation.
Oh, trying to clear the wave. It's not going to happen, though. Stunned up under the tower. Kanavi has plenty of damage to finish that one off.
And, you know, they will trade on the other side of the map, but it is still an advantage for the side of JDG. And actually, that low HP mid tower, they will look to capitalize on that as well. Easy pickup for JDG. 2 towers in pocket already, and with that kill as well, they're just elevating this gold lead more and more. There's already objective bounties down, but it's going to be Kanavi picking up the Herald here, so IG not really going to get any hand in that.
It's not for the time being. Kanavi will be able to finish this Herald off. Plenty of opportunity to use that Herald really effectively as well, right? With only the tier 1 remaining on the bottom side of the map for IG. Their second Herald, quite often you see the second Herald just used to finish off a low tier 1 tower, you know, just get that last little bit of gold. It helps you get a little bit more control of the map, but it feels like JDG kind of already have control of the map. They don't necessarily need the Herald for that, which means that they can use it more creatively to try and pressure onto tier 2s, which makes that Herald oh so scary.
Yeah, if you can get a big influx of gold, those tier 2s in the side lane can have so much value. And especially when you have like the Realm Warp available as well. I know that there's the answer with the Destiny from Twisted Fate. A level 11 Realm Warp gets a lot of range. You can bring multiple people with you to make some snappy rotations and potentially threaten. For now, though, it feels like they want to try and push up and get some vision control so they can put a lot more pressure on this bot lane tier 1. As you said, they do have the Herald, but it's still got 3 minutes, and I don't think they need it to take this tower. Oh, my lord. Oh, my...
He was trying to sweep. He was trying to sweep the bush, Kanavi.
We've all done it. We've all done it. Everyone has done that before in their league career. It's one of those things.
You were right. They didn't need the Herald, but whether they like it or not, they're going to use the Herald in the bottom lane. And at least they'll probably get a bonus charge onto the tier 2. Maybe they'll just abandon ship and let Zika finish that one off. But in the mid lane, a bit of pressure from IG. In the meantime, they do get the bonus charge, so there you go. At least it's all still positive. As Lucas just about walks away with that one.
Yeah, so not quite as much value as you would have liked off the Herald maybe, but you got the tower, you can take that. 3 towers to 1 now for JDG. And with the tier 1s down, really easy for them to push in aggressively, contest control of the enemy jungle, steal away camps, and just basically make it much harder for IG to contest. And actually, oh no.
Zuka in a bit of trouble. And actually a flash from Kanavi to try and close the gap. Uses the ulti. He's just going for a 1v1. As Yagao was not a part of the play at all. Valiant effort from Kanavi. Burns the flash of Zuka as well. And now an opportunity onto this tier 2 in the bottom side. So the Rift Herald, it was worth it after all, or it's all calculated.
Yeah, managed to get the capitalization. Yukai trying to take a tower on the other side of the subjective bounty, but no wave. And you can see 369 heading up already. Don't think there's really too much you can do there. Now, looking at IG, I think a big spike for the Twisted Fate is that 2 items. When you get the Everfrost Rapid Fire, great setup in terms of landing those stun cards. I think that's a potential window that they could play around. The problem is, you see Dragon spawning in 30 seconds. Don't think they'll really be able to get that done before then, but Sean and Lucas are actually leaning towards the top side, so maybe sacrificing this 3rd dragon and instead just looking to cash it. Again, objective bounties on the map. You will be trading up in a lot of scenarios if you are the team who's able to pick those up.
You certainly will. Yukai trying to get the pressure down. 369 is there, and remember, 369, he's playing that Kennen. You don't really want to go for the dive when he has the ulti available. It's only going to end in tears for IG, so they decide to back away. But in the meantime, Kanavi started this straight comp. He could just go for this quite comfortably. Looker maybe could make some kind of steal happen with the collateral damage, but in fact, actually that's on cooldown. So Kanavi will definitely grab this one for himself. And it's a nice little objective for JDG. And it feels like now that JDG are in control of the game, the chaos has stopped, right? We had this mental, chaotic early game where it was like, okay, just flip the game, just try and force these plays, try and find an advantage for ourselves. Well, now JDG have that advantage. They're slowing things down, playing, not necessarily just playing safe, but playing smart.
Yeah, I mean, things were chaotic. They came out ahead in that manner, and now just trying to really use that lead to extend it and not go too overzealous. Now, 369 could be in quite a bit of trouble there. There is a rapid fire available.
Yeah, it's going to be 369 blasting his ulti on out, but he's in a 2v1. Good damage done. And now Yagao, can he actually turn this around? Forces a TP out. Kanavi's here too. JDG will not give up this fight. They want more. Lucas is here. This is 4 versus 3 at this point, and JDG are still pushing aggressively. Hope now arriving. The whole squad is here. Moonlight Vigil only onto a couple, but a great little play over the wall from Hope. Sonya's comes out from Yukai to keep him alive as Hope has to flash away from Wink. So far, 4 versus 4 now as JDG have found the advantage. Kanavi going forwards. Won't be able to find more. Time being missing wants a hook. Wink needs to be a little cautious as Shun tries to get the Krugs, but there's no chance.
Yeah, and you can see they're trying to play around the long-range stun card from Yukai. Lucas goes in with the Aftershock, feels confident as well. The stopwatch can buy some time, but it's still so difficult to approach. In particular, this Rise right now, actually, they're just rushing the Baron down. They have spotted, they blue trinketed. Think they're just going to back away?
I thought they were too, but it doesn't look like they are. 5k on the Baron. Okay, they've decided it is time to back away. Whew, I thought we were going to have a flip there. I thought we were going full 50-50 on the Baron. 11-5. Huge lead for JDG.
Yeah, don't worry, it's not FPX, so we don't get any flips like that coming out. But yeah, good pick onto the Kennen. Obviously gets layered in terms of the CC. Can't really do too much as well because the ultimate gives vision. I mean, why do we even bother with replays? Because it just feels like there's always action coming in.
Oh my days, missing dies to an Everfrost, I'm pretty sure there. There's a zap over the wall as well. And IG find themselves 1 pick. I don't even know what happened. I have no idea how missing was caught there.
I don't know either. Maybe we'll get a replay, and then as we look at the replay, we'll get another kill. And then it'll just chain constantly where we permanently have no idea what's going on. But for the time being, I think IG are doing a good job of playing around the Twisted Fate. As I said, there's 2-item spike, the Everfrost rapid fire, the long-range stun card. You walk up, you land the route afterwards. And we will get that little replay, but smartly, it's picture-in-picture, so we can see what's going on both screens.
That's the longest range E-forwards from Shun I've ever seen, I think. Nicely done there. And Yukai, importantly, using his flash to make that kill happen. So keep your eyes on that. As when you look across JDG, actually, 3 of their flashes on cooldown right now. So could be difficult for them to force things. But I'm looking towards 369 right now. The rest of the team already huge on this one. 369's kind of been chilling in a side lane for a lot of this game. But now teleports are unleashed. You know what this Kennen can do. He's hit 2 items. He's going to one-shot people when it comes to these team fights if he's able to get a good ult.
Honestly, you say that, but I feel like as well, Yagao, on this tank Rise build, has Merc Treads, like, super bulky. It's so hard for IG. Like, anyone who steps up to him kind of just gets, like, you just lose because he's so tanky and bulky and will just lock you down and beat you up. And the thing is, the stun cards, you were seeing them before from Yukai on the Rise. Because of the Merc Treads, just... it felt like they weren't really taking effect. Like, he just pauses step for a millisecond now. They're just pushing up mid pretty heavily.
Yeah, IG just traded the tier 1 in the top side for a tier 2 mid. I'm not sure that's worth it, as Yukai could be in trouble. Yagao stepping forwards. I don't think they should go for the dive here, but maybe they can get the inhib tower down to a half, as they're just brute forcing JDG. They're just saying, thanks, IG. If you're not going to contest properly, well, we'll just take everything from you. It's 22 minutes on the clock. The inhib will not fall, which honestly might actually be a good thing, right? We're at the point in the game where the conversation of are you just funneling gold to the enemy comes into play.
Yeah, I mean, they'll get the structures, though. They'll apply a ton of pressure and now can move towards the Dragon area. 40 seconds, so they're going to go for some resets, spend the gold they just acquired, get some more wards for missing. But IG, they saw that objective bounty in the top lane. They were like, we can cash in. And they ended up paying for it pretty heavily. And now, Yagao, frozen heart in pocket. And remember, when you look at this side of IG, their only magic damage, I mean, I know that there's extra magic damage from Zeri. Her ult does a moderate amount. But Yukai is their AP threat. And his items aren't exactly doing a lot of AP damage, right? So this frozen heart from Yagao, a ton of value here.
Yeah, that was actually the next thing I was going to bring up, because it's like, who the hell killed Yagao? Who? I asked.
No one.
Like, nobody. I mean, even Zika, who's like, we were talking about this in the drafters, he's the guy that's going to bring a bit of extra damage to the team. Well, he's got lethality, which happens to be exactly what Yagao's build hard counters. So it's going to be a tough one if Yagao's in a good position in these fights for anyone on IG to actually deal with him.
Yeah,
but who knows?
You kind of need wing to get a black cleaver, because that will actually, I'm saying that because the Zeri stacks it very quickly, so good at strength armor. John has just picked up a black cleaver, and this is something we don't see too often on Xin Zhao's. Often on this patch, Sterex is the second option, but it appears he is a little bit concerned about the armor and has taken things into his own hands to deal with it at a cost of some of his survivability. And honestly, in this game, I feel like, you know, you're desperately looking for survivability when you consider the damage coming out from the likes of 369, Kanavi, and Hope.
And you know, it's not necessarily the normal build for Xin Zhao, but sometimes you do have to take things into your own hands. There are 10 hands on this team, and he has 2 of them. So it seems only fair that occasionally those hands are going to have to be used to purchase a black cleaver. Because, I mean, they've rightly identified exactly what we were talking about, right? Somebody has to deal with Yagao. Somebody has to be able to hurt him. So certainly makes a lot of sense to me to be able to pick that one up. JDG now starting to hover up towards this top side of the map. Baron is available. We already saw that they almost pulled the trigger on that one earlier. Now, if they can get vision control, they'll definitely be willing to make that happen.
Yeah, and they did just for the second spot that there's a ward in the pit, so I feel like if anyone's got control wood, they can throw that down. The Scuttle Crab about to time out as well. This is prime opportunity just to force IG into you and potentially look for some good angles, some picks. There's even a ward behind, you can see near where the red buff is, so a TP option for 369. Actually, if IG end up pushing too far mid, there's a ward behind them in the lane as well, so ample opportunity. On top of that, Yagao, you can see him pressuring the bot lane. Zuka is going to recall to answer that, but definitely going to be a bit problematic, because as you said, Hullbreaker, that's good in the side lane. Eclipse into this tanky rise, not so much.
And the thing is, like, ordinarily, I'd be like, okay, what's the win condition for IG? How do they make this one happen? I feel like the way they make this happen is JDG have to make a mistake, right? You're not actually running a big team fight composition here for IG. As JDG, they've got the inside track on the mid lane right here. They can escort this minion wave in. IG are going to have to go all the way through their top lane. Destiny being used, in fact, TP being used just to get back to the base from Yukai. But he's already too late. The tower's gone down. Another tower picked up here. A big tanky front line. This is what we're talking about. Yagao is invincible. And Lucas sure isn't. Shun now has to flash away, but he's followed by Kanavi on the back line. That might just be curtains for IG. Double kill comes through for Kanavi, who's taken over this game.
Yeah, got a while to wait for the waves, so they'll just take that bot lane inhibitor. And I mean, you saw what happened there. They could not deal damage to Yagao. Looking for it there, but the cleanse comes out.
And Yukai trying to make an attempt there. Flashes forwards for the gold card, but Hope just cleanses it, dodges the wild cards. The inhib goes down to the bottom side. And now minion wave pushing in the mid lane, but I don't think they can end the game. Not for now. Baron is on the map still, remember. They're on Soul Point with Drake up in 2 minutes. IG, they need more than a miracle.
Yeah, and the thing is, the mounting pressure of the super minions mid and bot will make such a difference. We'll get the replay. So they go on Yagao. The stun card, the Everfrost don't last that long, and he's so tanky, right? Look how quickly this Leona gets obliterated in this situation. And then as the fight continues, Wink finally gets to a position where it's like, I can pop off. I pop the ultimate, start shredding, flash root, you're dead. And that's it. That's the fight. That's the fight over. And that's the problem, right? That's how much value this Rise has here. Not only the ability to soak so much damage, but also the point-and-click lockdown that is so vital against the Zeri. If you give them the room to outplay your skill shots, you'll have a great time. They just don't give Wink any opportunity. And now they haven't actually gone for sort of a fast-paced Baron push. They know the Dragon is in a minute. They know that objective is so favorable towards them, right? It would only be IG's second Dragon, but the soul for JDG if they can secure it.
Oh, Everfrost onto Shun there. That's a third of his health gone already. And I love how aggressive Yagao is playing, right? He knows he's invincible. He knows that he is a god amongst mortals in this game. There's nobody that could really contest him. And he's happy to just build tank for the rest of the game, right? Because you've got an Aphelios and a Fedazor Helviego in the jungle as well. It's not like you need to do the damage. As Kanavi also has a GA at this point. So if he was hard to kill before, even worse now. And that's a great hook onto Yuakai coming out. Moonlight Vigil across the team as well. Hope still sitting pretty on the back line. And Wink in trouble. Has to flash away. Lucas being chased down as 369 gets onto Yuakai. And the follow-up from Yagao. Wink will surely go down too as the rest of the team is chased. But Shun actually managing to get one here. Zika finished off by Yagao. Shun, he got a consolation prize. He finished off 369. But I think it's too little too late, because the rest of JDG barreling down the mid lane now as Kanavi just trying to stop Shun getting back to that base, trying to buy time, trying to buy space for the rest of his team.
Yeah, the minion waves coming in. They're actually going to realm warp them forwards to get them faster, so might just be able to end here and now.
Gonna go straight onto the towers. Wink doing his best to try and clear these minions, but it's supers, and now the rest of the waves have arrived as well. That's one tower going down, but IG have done it. They've bought enough time to hold on.
Yeah, and now JDG gonna head straight over towards that dragon, and I feel like IG, they're gonna clear out the mini waves, but if they let this soul go over, it's just gonna make things more and more painful. But really, look at the map. Look how far they have to travel. They do have the Destiny. It might be just worth using just for the vision in this situation. They will pop it. They know the enemy team isn't waiting for them in the brush, but with how fast this dragon goes down, I think it's just gone.
It is already gone. Drake gone down. JDG, Ocean Soul.
On this Rise
We've
as
been
well.
talking about how hard to kill this team is, and now with an Ocean Soul, it's not getting any better for IG. Great hook there from Missy.
Yeah, and I think I really want to just focus in on Yagao in this situation and how he just walks around the fight completely uncontested. He can just walk forwards on anyone, land a root, and they can't deal with him. Like Zuka here, right? Just walk straight in front of him. Look at the damage. Look what the autos are doing. It's just nothing. It's such a problem right now. And it means that members like Kanavi, 369 Hope, they can just lay down the damage on anyone who the Rise elects is worthy to die.
He's gone full Tyler 1 right now because he is a problem. Missing steps up in the mid lane here. 2 inhibs down, remember. So ultimately, JDG, they can threaten the Baron. They're not actually needed. They could just try and brute force end with these super minions, but they're going to use the pressure from the supers to start this one off. And look at IG immediately on the scene. They know they've got to contest. Yuakai, no Destiny, but he has his TP available as Shun barely dodges away from the hook out from Missing. The little turret comes on out. Massive damage onto Shun. That is mental out from the Aphelios. And now 369 is here. Shun forced to flash over the wall. Yag out in the middle of everyone. He literally doesn't take damage. Look at him. This tank Rise is invincible. And it's just too easy for JDG. There is nothing IG can do to win this game. At this point, I am convinced it's totally impossible for IG to win a fight. Kanavi just walking under the tower. What tower, says IG, says JDG. They haven't even noticed it. TP onto this super minion is Yagao actually just farming waves. He's not even asked about the Nexus turret at this point. They're just slowly but surely taking this one. It's easy pickings for JDG. A bloodbath of an early game and then immaculate gameplay from JDG ever since.
Yeah, I mean, they just absolutely crushed him. Yuka going in with his stopwatch there. Had to be a bit careful. They wouldn't pick him with the kill. But yeah, this was crushing. The early game was chaotic, right? We expected that. We expected the gank attempts coming out from Kanavi, the action, and then it just snowballed so quickly. It was that one skirmish bot where Kanavi kept getting resets on the Viego. And it just felt like as soon as that happened, as soon as it felt like they knew we are in the lead, they just sort of calmed it down. Like, we're going to gradually close things out, not give them any chance to get back into this one.
Yeah, that was brutal, honestly. Like I loved the early game. The early game was so much fun. And then there was like a moment, I guess it was like maybe 18 minutes in, where JDG had confirmed their lead, and it was like, okay, the pace of the game completely changes. It wasn't that JDG were playing super slow or anything, but it was like, we don't need to make big risks anymore. IG can't actually do anything to stop us if we just play smart macro. And that's what they did. And I love that Yagao just walking forwards in the fights, constantly just standing there like, what are you going to do about it, guys? Who's going to kill them? I dare you to step forwards.
And that's the thing, they closed the game out before IG ever get the opportunity to build items to deal with them, right? They just didn't have the shred, the tank killing capability. And that's the problem, right? Zuka will eventually get itemization that helps him shred through a Rise, who's that tanky, but it takes so long. And when he's so behind in gold, tank items are cheap, right? Everfrost, super cheap. The Fimbulwinter also a really cost-effective item. So it's just like 4 items so quick in that game. And you saw it in those team fights. Just felt like he was immortal. Really solid game from JDG. I feel like they had the edge in the early game going for that bot lane dive early, but then there's that skirmish that found their favor. And I just think, you know, sometimes you see teams who they have this sort of chaotic play style. They'll get ahead, but then they always feel like they're on the cusp of throwing the game away. Did not feel like that. It felt, as you said, controlled and a sort of a smooth closeout of the game.
Very clean stuff from JDG. Coin flip the early game. When it lands on heads, just power forwards. You love to see it. Let's see if they can do it 2 times in a row, though, because, you know, there's a 50-50 chance that it lands on tails. We'll find out if it does after the break.
Everybody fighting！
已经有人嗨了吗？米娜桑干嘛？
明海有点赶，感觉明海有点赶。
我干什么？我是最不敢的，兄弟们。
真的吗？
平常心平常。我那个分析做的还不细，兄弟们。
大
家准备好了吗？
太细了，
太细了。
大家准备好了吗？
太细了。真的，说你是 OMG 教练，我都觉得是真的。
确实，
你太了解他们了，
太细了，太细了。
感觉分析完都知道他们接下来要怎么调整了。
哦，分析完了，直接就有思路，是不是？
他这个意思就是，他意思就是我们这把我们必赢，我们必赢。
他们可能想打的，你这边放眼吧，啊，你放眼吧，我单着。
雷克赛，慢点。
哦，好像，哎，看把雷克赛杀了吧，我一下，他一下，走就行，没事。泰坦没闪。雷克赛，保一下他们要硬杀，哎，哦，可以，
这一定没闪现。
OK，
很赚，可以慢一点的，其实。
不是，我们想去放眼的。
哦 ，OK，
然后打起来了，没事。中路开，维克托
没闪，可以逼个闪退啊。
再看，
啊，这样就死了。
雷中了，
有点不行，赵姐慢点，捡个灯。
我顶，没事。
雷克赛，慢点。
我死了，可以打。叔叔，
来一点。
你没闪了，慢点。
行，我也登了，捡灯，可以打。我到了，慢点吧，
先走吧。
这操作我看的有点
没听会了。
稳点，赵丽姐太着急，看你操作，回了。
我开吧。
对，盲僧别乱冲。
没事。有点失望，赵丽姐。看一下这波。
OK。
准备好看。
可以。
先看泰坦呗。慢点。没事，我死不了。哎，你死了。
OK。
慢点。
我们冲吧。我们先绕龙，慢点，我们先绕龙。
那你们打吧，来个赛不在。
我们先杀鳄鱼。维克多。别这么大钱。
我这羊。
你为什么能秒 AD 啊？
我直接单切 AD， 哇，闪直接拿下了吧？
对。你这羊不对劲啊，黄霞。
我好久没玩
去一波，没事，这羊可以的，我只能说。直接预判别人闪，只是这盲僧太可惜了，这把真的。
我老预判闪了。没有，那波。踢回来了，被打断了。
就是踢太慢了呀！
羊
怎么能踢那么慢啊，赵丽姐？
我大概把他撞飞了，他没踢。
你的盲僧没那么慢吧？我刚看了一下，
老了，
被夹住了。
太离谱了呀！
你们加油，还有最后一把！
加油，兄弟们！赢下这把过好年。
看后面有鱼！鳄鱼！上鱼没闪！
跳走了，上鱼！ nice！
黑这边我接过去了，可以追，自己看。
冲，兄弟们！死了，我死了。可以打，没闪，
你看，AD 没闪。
追，能杀吗？别急。 慢慢操作，慢慢操作。
打断了。这个。我来了。还没闪。好乱。把这个杀了吧。不行就打先锋吧。把他杀了可以。或者我们推上。
他能杀，别急，他能杀，别操作他。nice，兄
弟们，这波操作拉满了。虽然真不是吹牛，但我这波操作真的拉满了。兄弟们，稳住就赢了。
稳住就赢，真稳就赢了。
绷住。
这位置看我靠。你们拉掉，推打。就赢。
推打。
杀人。来手！
过个好年。
听我讲，我觉得这波我们可以压到他们下高地，然后让金哥你站中，怎么样？
可以，来，可以。
来呗。
我中间也快进了。
金哥是可以，没事。
哎，空档，很急。哎，我来看。
哎，挖掘机。
我打机会。挖掘机。来。哎，你没闪。别急，我打机会。
A 塔一下，等会 A 塔。
来杀！
过年
了，
大哥大嫂，过年好。
saw you tonight, your beauty from inside, the glowing light is shine. I am with you. Oh, close my eyes.
nice sense of vibe. Being alive just feels so right. We are flying out of space and time. Sparks spraying between us. Colorful clouds of dust. Coincidence might be divine.
일단 IC 정글인 쉰 선수랑 저랑 애초에 각 팀에 오래 있던 선수고 그래서 제가 잘하면 이길 것 같아요. 일단 12.2에서 대체적으로 약간 초반 정글링이 빠르고 싸움이 좋은 정글이 좋은 것 같은 것 같아요.
Yeah, definitely agree with that one, Kenavi. I think just junglers that can just get in the enemy's face in the early game seem to work in this series specifically as well, because that was the name of the game. Kenavi getting the resets on the Viego and just taking over the game. I mean, Orcs, you must have a take on what on earth happened here, because Kenavi 8-0 and 8. I feel like it was impossible to beat.
Yeah, well, it was that one skirmish, right? Low health bars against the Viego. He's pretty much the ultimate reset champion. And I think IG just disrespected it. This is that moment, right? Lucas going in, barely a sliver of health. You then get Kenavi getting a reset, picks up an easy kill. Shun, and he's able to chase on and get more. And the thing is, right, they were so focused on getting this dragon. It's just second dragon, right? That you have more and more people committing into this fight to the point where it just kind of becomes a bit of a mad one. And Kenavi sliding around, getting reset after reset, and then they amassed this massive lead. And it just meant every fight from then on was so difficult. This tank rise felt unkillable. Kenavi's there again, just getting reset after reset. And eventually just hit critical mass. And credit to JDG for sort of calming things down after they got that lead and just easily closing this one out.
I have to say, Hope had a really good game for himself as well. Some of the mechanics we got to see on his Aphelios today, really, really confident player, really happy to be aggressive in these team fights. Like the little Gale Force, it was denied by the stopwatch in the end, but even still, the mechanics clearly there. And I'm excited to see what JDG do in game number 2. We're going into picks and bans already. And IG, I mean, they've got their work cut out at this point. It is going to be the same side of the map for game number 2 here. And, you know, earlier on today, we saw RNG versus RA, and we pretty much just had a salty run back draft. It's very possible that we see the same thing again.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see if they ban Jinx again here. Yeah, I was going to say, I feel like Rise made a lot more sense. It was such a problem for them. Now, for JDG, you can prioritize the Jinx here. You would potentially be given over the Zeri, the Aphelios to match. So I think IG are kind of okay with that. But again, we've seen the power that Jinx can have. And especially if she's able to get excited, get reset. So potentially reduce the Viego coming out again for Kenavi. Could be just reset city.
Could be. Jinx, an incredibly strong first pick, right? Very standard.
Yeah, she's all right. Pretty good.
Yeah, she's reasonable.
Oh.
Nautilus, though. Oh, he's got an anchor. So that's pretty good.
Yeah, really, really interesting one to see a first pick Nautilus, right? We don't often see that much priority on it. We definitely see it prioritized in terms of the support's ability to shut down likes of Aphelios, the likes of Zeri as well. But an interesting first pick adaptation. So now, I guess the thought process is there's 3 valuable AD carries open and available. They're clearly not too bothered about which they get. So happy to trade off in that regard. Looks like IG not even going for the Jinx themselves. They're going to commit to the Aphelios. And in this situation, you could take a support here if you want something specifically to answer. Thresh could be something. Or you could look to prioritize the jungle. If you want that Xin Zhao again, it is on the cards.
Zhao could be available for Shun. That Nidalee we talked about did get banned. Could go for something like a Rek'Sai as well. Rek'Sai has been sort of sneaking into the meta a little bit, but the Hecarim is going to be the decision here for Shun. Wants to be able to start fights, be a big frontline, but also be a big engaged tool for his team.
Yeah, and a big threat for the Jinx, right? That JDG are eyeing up, considering taking. The dive potential definitely there. I feel like JDG, good chance they just lock this in, and then probably a jungler here to match up against Shun. Or you could mix things up and go in a different direction. If there's a particular standout sort of mid lane pick you would want here and now, could potentially take that. Something that can contest priority, maybe even leaning towards something like Twisted Fate themselves, although I feel like with the Jinx in hand, you might want something that can just sort of help peel for effectively like the Victor, but go in a completely different direction. Actually going for the Gragas here. So top lane pick for 369, pretty safe, blind, and can handle all the matchups. And it also means IG are in this uncomfortable spot where, you know, you can pick a support to match the Nautilus, you can pick a top laner to match the Gragas, or you can go in a completely different direction. It looks like they're going to match pound for pound and go for the Jace, something that can definitely apply a ton of pressure onto that Gragas in the early levels and scales exceptionally well.
And it's a carry for Zucker as well. He's going to be able to take over that lane, be able to get a lot of damage down early on. And 369, you know, very proficient on this Gragas, very likely to go towards that tank Gragas as well against the Jace, but he is going to have a hard time on that top side. And Kanavi, known for ganking that top lane early on, we'll see if he is going to try and influence that lane, try and shut down Zucker before he can get rolling. But now, towards the bans, IG going to start off banning away that Victor.
Yeah, so eliminating one of these great picks that not only is a strong backline threat and provides priority, but also works well with the Jinx. If anyone tries to get close to Jinx, you can just absolutely annihilate them. JDG banning away the Carly, and again, things that can help IG dive and get on top and deal with the AD carry, which is going to be a relevant threat in the later stages. Opting for this Inzao now, so thinning out the jungle pool just a little bit towards JDG. And we'll see what they opt for this final ban. If they do go for the mid, I can honestly see a support pick, like maybe the Leona, you know, being able to follow up on the Hecarim quite effectively, but we'll see if they go in that direction.
Yeah, we'll have to see. It might just be another mid lane pick taken away. The Rise already gone, but maybe the Twisted Fate. But Syndra actually can be taken away from Yukai. It does mean now the blind pick coming on through from the side of IG. They've already got their top laner. They need a support, and they need a mid lane.
I feel like, honestly, Orianna could be an okay blind if you're going to pick it here. We've seen it picked up quite heavily. Really syncs well with the Hecarim for diving in. But, you know, we did talk about the Leona before. I feel like in terms of providing that engaged threat, it works very effectively. And I guess it does mean you get to eye up what JDG are going to pick for their composition. I think the Viego honestly works okay with the reset potential of the Jinx. Definitely means you can snowball fights, and Kanavi had a great game on it in that game one.
It's going to be Graves locked in here. I have to assume that's for Kanavi, but maybe it's a Gragas jungle.
It's a double flex, right? It could go either way. I feel like Graves jungle, Gragas top is what we are more likely to see, but Graves jungle isn't exactly super common either, right? We've had, I think, 2 games of it so far. We've had 1 Gragas jungle game, so neither really seen too much. And IG will eventually just pick up that Twisted Fate that we talked about that they had last game, so they now have that advantage in terms of the roaming pressure, but they are dealing with the Vex, who obviously is a bit of a troublesome unit in the mid lane. And remember, reset potential in fights, right? I feel like for IG, they have the long range poke from that Jace. They have great engage potential. If they can get on top of the likes of the Jinx or the Graves, fantastic. But the second reset start coming in for Yagao, for Hope, that's where JDG find momentum.
Yeah, they've still got resets, just on different champions here for game number 2. And Yagao, this will be his first game of Vex in professional play, so I'm excited to see what Yagao can bring to the table there from the mid lane. I'm curious how this one's going to go, because once again, with that Twisted Fate in the mid lane, IG have to do that same thing that they tried to do last time, right? They need to look for an early lead. They need to try and snowball this game. Whether or not that's going to be possible, is a different question entirely. Zucker could certainly be the lane that they try and focus on, but it's a similar story for JDG, where a little bit better scaling, I would say. Plenty of opportunity to roam with that Vex.
Honestly, I feel like in scaling, it's a bit of a difficult one to call, because Jace scales pretty exceptionally. I know Gragas, it's like the champions do different things, right? But both hold up pretty well in the later stages. Obviously, Jinx does cause a massive issue in the late stages. That is definitely someone who, if she gets fed later, will be a problem. But it's kind of interesting to see how things pan out with Graves. One thing is that I remember, like, early last year, we had that Hecarim Udyr meta, right? And one of the things Udyr could do was just, like, power farm, invade constantly, end up massively ahead of the Hecarim. Now, we have had nerfs to the jungle, and things like catch-up XP mean you can't get as much of a lead. But I really think Kanavi on this Grave, like, if you get ahead, you can just farm to an extreme pace. You can really get in the Hecarim's face and just start to become this massive threat in the later stages. So, interesting to see, something we haven't seen very much this season at all in this Grave jungle.
Yeah, Graves jungle. I mean, it's something that Kanavi was really, really good at, right? When you think back to Kanavi's peak in 2020, it was all about this Graves jungle. It was the Graves, it was the Kindred, it was the Nidalee. These picks that want to farm like crazy and take over the game through just being insanely strong, having that massive ball of stats. And Kanavi certainly very proficient when it comes to that champion. And also, kind of a similar early game to Hecarim, right? Where not as good at ganking the lanes, but you can power clear your jungle just as well as a Hecarim can.
For sure. And again, if you get the momentum on Graves, like the thing is with the Hecarim is he's going to be building tank is what we've seen mostly, right? And obviously getting an early camp tank does speed up your clear, but compare that to a Graves. If he gets ahead, and this is what they're starting to look for already, stealing away this blue buff. If you find momentum on this pick, you will just murder camps. And honestly, he's so focused on denying Shun. And this is something that we saw when Hecarim was really in the meta before, is that you can invade him. No flash means he's very vulnerable to things like this.
And, you know, shotgun historically does counter the horse, but it's going to be a blast cone, and he's jumped into the rest of the team. Konami spiced the blue buff. Shun has been found out, missing soloing the blue buff, and Shun just flies into his own demise. Oh, that is absolutely tragic for Shun.
That's comical, honestly. Like, you can see the thought process. He got the smite. He's like, I'm level 2 against the Graves. I mean, they must have to a degree know what was going on, but I don't think he expected to fly over the wall. Blue buff was in smite range. Like, they'd set it up to be exactly in smite range. It's secured by Kanavi. He hits level 2, and then instantly they just delete the horse. And as you said, shotgun effective against the horse, but also the lack of flash for Shun just meant there was no way he was getting out once he committed.
Yeah, that is rough. And you gotta say, that is mega 5-head from the side of JDG. Setting it up so the blue buff was in smite range. That is just so insane.
It's such a weird strategy as well. I'm really wondering how much they've had an opportunity to practice something like this in scrims, or whether there's just spare of the moment, why not? But yeah, like you can see, obviously, Shun's like, I'm level 2, I'm beating him up over the wall, and it's perfectly in smite range. It's comical, right? And the emotes come out as well.
Oh my days. Oh, Shun is not going to have a fun game, is he? Over to his crooks he goes. But look, Konami still has pretty much his entire jungle to clear. He's going to go for the Scuttle Crab here.
He can probably potentially even look for a double Scuttle. I think actually Yukai's moving down. No, he's just putting a ward down, but maybe he won't cross over the mid lane and give over his position. But as you said, yeah, he's got so many camps to clear through his own jungle. Really easy way to build up a lead. And as I was saying before, if you get a lead in the Graves, it makes you clear faster. You're just going to speed through these camps at a rapid pace.
And I have to say, like, after last game, I was starting to think, Lucas takes some pretty heavy chunks here. Wink going to be forced to wait as well. Hope really doing some work on this Jinx. He stacked his tempo, and they know about it.
I don't know if you saw that, but missing Dredge lined as Lucas was in the air on his Zenith Blade and interrupted. It was actually really slick. Little interaction. You often see like Thresh interrupt his Zenith Blade, but you don't often see it on a Nautilus nearly as much. But
yeah,
either way, Shun will be able to get the bot side scuttle, so it's something. But now, like, you look through his jungle, his wolves has respawned, but there's still a red and those Krugs available for Kanavi. Definitely favorable. 10 CS up so far.
Mate, it's a 600 gold difference between the jungles. Like, that is not a lead that you often see, especially in the jungle world this early on in the game. So Shun going to be having a really hard time of it in this early game. And Kanavi, the beautiful thing about this Graves pick is he doesn't actually have any pressure on him to like translate this lead super hard into the lanes or anything like that. He's playing Graves. He could just power farm and go for invades.
Literally, yeah. And anytime he gets an opportunity to steal away camps, he can just take it. Obviously, he can lean into neutral objectives as well. It really is a matchup that will just become problematic if he's left alone. And kind of the burden will be on IG. And I think the big thing is they have this Twisted Fate, right? So when level 6 is hit by Yukai, that's where we might see some recourse. For now, Shun is kind of just farming up, trying to make sure he doesn't fall too far behind. But that is what I'm looking for, the Destiny and how much value they can get off the back of it. And obviously, drafting this Twisted Fate gives you that global tool that we saw pretty effectively used by the Rise for Yagao in that game 1.
So Kanavi just going to go for the Drake here. Knows that Shun is up on the top side right now. Knows that he has the advantage. Already has a Serene in his pocket. So happy to just start this one off. And on the Graves, you're very good at just dealing with Drake anyway, as that's going to be a Shadow Surge in the mid lane, and Yukai has to flash away. Yagao in trouble now, though, as Shun goes for the aggression. But Missing is here to protect his mid laner. And I love this from Yagao. We're getting to see the aggression. Yagao knows he's a good mid laner, and he's starting to prove it.
And the only unfortunate thing there was his W wasn't available, the personal space. That is the combo that's sort of unavoidable. You ult in, you press W, but because Yukai was able to dodge away from the skill shot, doesn't get feared, and it doesn't end up going down. Even so, though, positivity in the mid lane for JDG. 369 not having the most fun in the top lane, but it's a Gragas, right? You can clear waves effectively. You're hard to dive. He's kind of fine here, but Sean will take this opportunity to steal the camp, and I don't think you go for this, right? You know Kanavi's nearby, and also the Gragas is a hard dive.
Oh, no! 369! I thought he'd found the opportunity and he botches it. Oh, it's a disaster.
Man, that was painful.
Oh.
I don't even know how to... Yeah.
It looked so good. It looked so good for a second. I thought that was it. I thought that was like, oh my god, he's made the outplay. Nah, he's outplayed himself.
Yep. I mean, Graves is a slim... not Graves. Jace is a slim hitbox. What can I say?
He does. It's, yeah, no. He's a guy in good shape. Let's just say that. It's a what is it? BMI difference in the top lane right now.
Are they gonna really replay this? Oh my god.
Oh no.
It's just over. Maybe. No, I can't even justify that because I was thinking like maybe he's thinking if he flashes, like he's like if there's a delay and he flashes, but even then it would have just knocked him away. Just yeah. And now O comes in, gonna punish.
Yeah, 369 gonna try and do what he can, but nobody's even tanking the tower. Excellent done by IG. Beautiful stuff. Punishing the lack of flash. Now maybe
Like a Volt as well.
Yeah.
You know, honestly, 369, you kind of deserve that. That's you kind of
punishing the lack of will to live.
But it's a positive from IG, right? We're seeing them use the Destiny effectively, especially leading it into the Jace. Sorry, you've seen the Mega Death Rocket. Yeah. I'm not going to comment on it because the spoilers.
Oh, it's getting giggly now.
You know what I'm thinking of the spoilers. I can't comment on it, but seeing the Super Mega Death Rocket fly over towards Jace. Regardless, IG using the Destiny effectively to try and snowball things, punishing 369, getting gold on the Jace, all positive things. And now they are looking for this Herald. We'll see if JDG contests them. They should know this is going on because the Scuttle has given that vision.
All right. IG currently slightly up in gold. Yagao walks straight into the open arms of the entire squad. And well, that will be Herald won by IG, I would imagine. TP on cooldown for Yagao, so there's no way he can rejoin the fight. 369 walking dangerously close. But the rest of JDG are here. They want a 4v5. Start things off onto Lucas. They almost find kill, and the barrel goes through. You know, like massive damage, and actually JDG are winning this one out. So
yeah,
low
health bars. Shock Blast doesn't connect. Low health bars as well. Super threatening. If they were to continue, and a good cast from 369, making up for the subpar one we saw before. The Herald will reset, but Kanavi's going to head over, be able to pick that one up. I just love the snap engages to instantly punish a Leona. It's one of the things, right? You're used to this Leona being borderline immortal with Aftershock. It's such a massive difference when you don't have it available. She goes down far quicker, and JDG look to capitalize.
Kanavi happy to just finish this one off by himself. Let's take another look, because remember, this was 4v5 from JDG. Yagao gets caught before anything happens.
Yeah, so instantly take him off the map. But there's like a critical few things. One, they've committed a fair bit of resources, you know, like the Onslaught of Shadows and the Ultimate Felios. And then they just, like, look how quickly this Leona ends up going down. And this Cask as well.
Yeah.
Super impactful comboing Kanavi's damage. So just instantly dissuades them. And now they do have the Herald in pocket, so JDG potentially going to be able to use that to capitalize. And I actually feel like mid would be a decent shout, but it looks like they're leaning top. Goodbye, Zuka.
Yeah, Zuka in a 1v4 under the tower, missing. Happy to tank is 369. It's going to be the one taking a couple of those tower shots, but Hope is here. And the Herald is in the pocket of Kanavi if they want to just brute force and finish that tower off. Well, that happens is a different question. Red Buff being taken on the bottom side by Shun in the meantime. As Wink moving closer to that bottom lane tower, they want to try and get some plates up themselves. As IG can't afford to just lose out on gold. Yagao is in trouble though. 3 men in the mid lane. Stun after fear after stun. See you later, Yagao.
Yeah, definitely got to play the game there. I will say Yagao had flash, could have just flashed out of the solar flare, and it would have made that scenario a lot trickier. But either way, does go down, and now IG, they get that kill. They got some plates bot, they got some plates mid, but
oh, flash from 369, but it's answered by a flash from Wink. 369 can't quite line up the combo. These casts have been hit or miss so far. We've had 2 that have been not so great, 1 that's been really, really great. So 369, we'll keep an eye on that.
In fairness to that one, you know, you do get a Felios' flash, which is valuable, and I feel like you know, it's kind of hard to, if he has the flash available, it's kind of hard to not have that scenario happen, right? You can layer it a bit better. Even so, I feel like this one kind of gets a pass. Not nearly as bad as the earlier one where he just completely whipped it.
So let's take another look at the scoreboard, right? Because Kanavi right now, 3 kills in his pocket. He's almost 2,000 gold up in the jungle. Now that gold difference has been made up elsewhere on the map in favor of IG, and it means that the gold overall is actually relatively even. But that the jungle difference alone is going to be huge in some of these fights, because it is also translated into, I'd imagine, a bit of an XP advantage. You'd expect Kanavi to hit that level 9 before Shun. And when it comes to fighting over Drakes, when it comes to fighting over these neutrals later on in the game, it's going to be a big advantage for Kanavi. In the meantime, though, Hope getting tower plate after tower plate. Already got that top tower for himself, and now getting 2 plates to the bottom.
Yeah, a lot of plates being picked up here. Obviously, a lot of gold from the top lane, but that was shared with Kanavi, which is why Kanavi is so far ahead. But you see the fact that, you know, often we see teams trade on sides where one team will have their AD carry get ahead, for example. The other team will, like, it'll be a bit more mixed, or maybe they get the top laner ahead. Both Kanavi and Hope are extremely strong right now, so very scary. This is a bit of a precarious play that you can see IG are kind of grouping up to collapse on this.
Here we go. Kanavi gets the blue buff at what cost? Onslaught Shadows through the team, and Hope pulled into everyone. Solar Flare is beautiful too, and IG have found the fight they've been looking for all game. Good cast from 369 to escape.
Oh my god, he just cast him straight into Missing. That was hilarious. That
I mean,
so funny.
In 369's defense, I'm pretty sure Missing was doomed there. He was just trying to save himself.
He probably was, but it's still funny. That's all I'm saying. But that is like the perfect storm for IG, right? We said they have this great engage potential, the great dive. And it's just an overstep from JDG, especially considering it's the Infernal map. It's so easy to move through this terrain. The chompers from Jinx only stopping Zuka, not doing too much else. They just dive forward, keep the momentum. And I just want to be fair. Yeah, I'm not saying it was a bad play, but look, just get like
It's like as he locks the gold card as well. Takes the 369 Express all the way to Missing. It's beautiful to see. Well, IG are doing okay, Orcs. IG have got themselves a nice little lead in this one, 1,500 gold. It ain't over yet, but with fights like that, it might not last that much longer from JDG.
And I think it's IG's composition has shown the strength in its ability to pick fights very effectively. The Destiny coming in, the ult charging down from Shun. I just really like the way that they're able to play out these team fights. And, you know, JDG, they kind of need some space. They need those resets we're talking about. We need Hope to be able to free fire for at least a little bit. And the one constellation prize is he still does have that flash available. Didn't really have an opportunity to use it in the last one, I believe. I don't think he had it up. I think he did have it up there, but didn't get an opportunity. I can't quite remember though, but regardless, that still means they have a tool to play around with, right? When we get to this next team fight for the Dragon, I assume he has an ability to just get himself out of a precarious situation, and that could be the difference maker.
And I really feel like this game, it's Kanavi versus the world, right? Look at this scorpions right now. It's so much weight on Kanavi's shoulders. And he's just going full lethality too. He's not bothered. He's not worried about scaling. He's worried about getting back in the game right now. Jinx can deal with the scaling, you know? 369 can be that big front line. He'll scale pretty decently well as Yagao in the mid lane. And Yuakai using the Destiny to try and keep himself safe, but that's a depth charge over the wall. Can 369 follow it up? There's the slow. Everfrost no answers.
Nope.
369 decides not to pull the trigger, and honestly, I'm glad. I'd rather he just doesn't than gets another whiff.
Yep. Still has the tool in the pocket to use, but you can see so much pressure being put down. Zuka's been slowly building up a substantial lead on the back of this game, and he is hard to deal with in the side lane for anyone on the side of JDG, and they've also put some pressure down mid. IG will just back away in this situation, but stealing away the red buff, getting that bot lane tier 2, all big advantages, and it's because JDG leaned topside, didn't find a successful player, now 4,000 gold down.
Can we kind of mentally reset for a second here? What happened? Because it felt like JDG were in charge earlier on in the game, and slowly but surely IG have taken over, and now it feels like JDG really can't contest IG in this. How do we get here?
Well, I think IG's comp is really good at just picking fights, right? So any scenario, you have to be really cautious for JDG of overstepping. Hecarim, Leona, TF, all really good at just being like, we want to fight now. And that overcommit for the blue buff we had in that team fight, it gave such a massive gold influx from the side of IG. And now, as soon as they feel in control, it's so scary for JDG, right? Because anytime someone steps up, you never know when the Destiny's going to come down, when a Hecarim's going to charge you. And especially when you get to this mid-game point, TF has nearly got the rapid fire cannon, that 2-item spike. If you walk up, there's like such a large range where if you're within that of the TF, you will just die, right?
Oh, that's going to be Lucas getting caught here. Does have the Eclipse.
Oh my god,
369 is just not having a good time. He's just not having a good time this game. These ults.
I was ready to praise him because he held it for so long. I'm like, he's holding it for the flash. This is really, and then he just completely whips it. I'm like, what is the point?
Orcs is actually getting furious. Turns out Orcs secretly part of the JDG coaching staff. He's livid at 369 right now. Here we go. Destiny onto the team. Hope flashes straight into the fear, but he's okay. Had the cleanse. And Shun on the front line, actually taking a lot of damage himself. Rocket comes through, collateral damage. Hope now getting chased down by Zika, who just one-shots him. And the rest of the squad has been wiped by IG. 369 just has to flee at this point. And Na'Vi just can't do enough to win these fights. And the rest of IG all on the same page.
Yeah, I mean, it's just that instant. As soon as they see the window of the fight, they go for it. And honestly, I'm going to say it again. The Infernal Soul map really favoring IG because we'll get a replay of that. And you can sort of see how the traps from Jinx, if they had the, you know, the wall around the blue buff still there, could have done a much better job of zoning off. But all of IG are just so effective at just funneling through and charging them down. That's kind of the situation here. So you do see the traps from Jinx actually do a decent amount of zoning, but they can just fire through, right? And then they get thrown down. They can just walk around over the top of there, find their way in, and then we see Zuka just fly in and obliterate Hope. No way of outplaying that one.
Nothing Hope. This one, he had to use so much just to try and survive, and still he didn't. Lucas tanking up on the front line as he pushes forward to get vision. 3 minutes until the next Infernal Drake, which would be Soul Point if IG are able to get it for themselves. But also Baron up in a minute and 30, and the lead that IG have, if they can position correctly, if they've got an Aphelios, they've got a Jace, they can take a Baron pretty damn quick.
And honestly, they just need to control the area and fish for picks. It's so easy to do. Again, we talked about it before the Hecarim, but now we have a 2-item spike with Twisted Fate, stopwatch as well. So if he goes in deep, you can stun card, you can stopwatch, buy some time. Do you see the Herald getting thrown down by JDG? And that won't be enough to kill the tower outright, so IG should be able to move in and defend this.
Kanavi stepping forwards as well. A couple of autos from Hope as a rocket for Poke. I feel like Hope just using his ult basically on cooldown these games. 369 zips out on the top side as well. JDG, bit of damage onto the tower, but not going to be able to finish it off, at least for now. 369 staying for the honey fruit. Bit might have bitten off more than he can chew, though. We'll walk away.
And I'm worried a bit, right, for JDG, because Dragon in 2 minutes, and it is that Infernal Soul, and Infernal Soul with this team is kind of nuts, especially the Jace. And if you look at the Jace items, clips, you have the Murmana nearly stacked up, 12 stacks away, and he has that Dirk as well. This is prime time for IG on that Dragon. I feel like it's one of those situations where JDG will fight the Dragon. They kind of know that they have to. Just giving away Infernal Soul point makes it very difficult to contest that last one.
Shun is in a little bit of... Oh, no! Shun! I think he's okay. I think he'll get out with this one. He is Hecarim. He's real quick, but my goodness. Oh, no. It was all a bait. The cheeky blast cone bait. He's a genius. Hope now trying to get damage on the top side of the fight. Shadow Surge going to come in onto Shun as they need to protect Hope. Shun goes down. Now onto Zuka as well. That's a shutdown going the way of 369. Yuakai steps up forward. Lucas trying to lock them up. Keep your eyes on Hope, though. He's already gone. Wink now charging forward. Yak out falls as a triple for Wink. He re-enters the LPL, and he makes it happen for IG.
And honestly, the bot side for IG really clutching it in that fight. It felt a bit disconnected with this 3-man. The Aphelios is there with the damage. Lucas and Yukai there with the CC. They close that one out, and they won't really be able to do that Baron. I think they should just go for a reset now for the Dragon, but still another teamfight win. And now Wink, 6-0-4 on this Aphelios. A lot of gold in pocket to spend before this Dragon fight.
Yeah, finally we get to see Wink having a bit of space to make plays himself. He was dived at like the 4-minute mark in game number 1. Game number 2, though, it's been a totally different story. And now, with a 7,000 gold lead, IG completely in control of this game. But Drake up in 10 seconds, Kanavi moving straight on over.
Yeah, but they'll get vision down. They know that they have a bit of a timer because of the reset from IG were late. I just think this is so hard to contest, right? You really need like a miracle ult from Yagao to connect on a wing.
They're going to look for a pick. They're going to look for a flash hook from missing. It's not going to happen.
Like IG playing it slow, going a safe route. They are so far ahead right now, and they have all the tools to start a fight on their terms.
Do IG in position, posturing for the Drake, taking a little bit of damage from it. As Hope moves in, clears some of the vision. JDG actually really good vision control of the area, but it doesn't matter because IG are stood there so they can see. As 369, there goes half of his HP. Destiny now going to be used. It's a 50-50 on the Drake. Who gets the smite? It's Zuko of all people. And now the team fight to ensue. It's 2 for 1 is missing. Chunked out, forced to flash. And Wink still absolutely massive on this one.
Oh,
Kanavi left alone to flee with his tail between his legs. And Yukai will finish off missing as well. 4 for 1 as IG demolish JDG.
Absolutely crushed them, and Kanavi's gonna look for Zuki here, but I don't think you find him. I feel like they can just head towards the Baron, potentially set up for it. When Shun respawns, they can definitely look to just capitalize on that. It's like they're not gonna go for it right now. They will just clear up some jungle camps, but still more and more golden pocket. Look at Yukai, by the way, 20 stacked Medjais available. We're gonna replay up this fight. So I love the TF ult here to go for the flank behind. Watch Hope and what happens to him in this situation, right? Gets ulted by the Hecarim, cleanses, stun card, Leona, nothing you can do. This Jinx is not having a good time.
Yeah, that solar flare really nicely done there as well. I mean, that damage onto Yagao is something else, man. I feel like the damage in League of Legends right now is just off the charts. It's so insane. Everyone just gets one shot. 17-7. In favor of IG. 3 Drakes in their pocket. 3.5 minutes till the next one comes up. But it's almost a 10,000 lead at this point. Baron on the map with an Aphelios that's this strong as well. A 20-stack Medjais for Yukai in the mid lane as well. Like, look at the item difference in the mid lane. Look at what Yagao has. Just the Ludens and boots. And then you look across the board. 20-stack Medjais, boots, rapid fire cannon, and an Everfrost with a stopwatch on top of that. Why not? Feels like Yukai, I mean, he's immortal.
Yeah, it feels really painful in the Aphelios. 3 items with that Infinity Edge and double Infernal for the extra AD. You know.
Okay. Maybe an opportunity for JDG here. I don't know how this happened, but Wink got caught. Yukai's going to go down here. That's 2 massive shutdowns. Gifted over to JDG and missing once a little more, but we'll just go slightly wide. On the hook there, but now JDG, they can go towards the Baron.
This is kind of what we were talking about, was the pick potential, right, off this Vex. Being able to catch out Wing can be absolutely massive. And now they got him. They got Yukai as well. They have a small window before the TF respawns with Destiny to do this, but it's so scary. The poke from Jace, they need to just kill him as soon as possible.
They can't 50-50, but they can get a fear. Zerka forced to flash away as they go straight onto Lucas and should just be able to burn this tank down. Missing survives. It's another pick inside of JDG. They'll walk away. They can't get the Baron, but they at least get a little bit more gold.
Yeah, they get a fair bit of gold, shut down all the Medjay stacks. They also burn the stopwatch from Yukai, but they kind of knew they couldn't finish that Baron, right? Shun could easily just contest it, and also Zuka had so much poke. We will get the replay to see what happened, and this is kind of, you know, this is the potential you have with the Vex. There's no cleanse on this Aphelios. Once that ult hits, you're basically just dead. And then Yukai ends up in a similarly unfortunate situation there with no flash.
Yep, Yukai stuck there. And again, 2 massive bounties taken. We were on an 8,000 gold difference before. It's now down to just 5,000. That is a crazy swing. That's a 3,000 gold swing in favor of JDG. They are still behind in this game, but significantly less behind than they were before. These are nice little influx of gold for Hope as well, because look, 3 items now.
Yeah, I mean, before he was like a whole item down. He just had a pickaxe with the IE and clearly got so much from those shutdowns. He's able to finish it off. That's actually a big difference maker now. Again, I'm not going to sell you another way. IG still massively ahead. They still have great tools to engage. And 1 minute 15 until that Infernal Soul potentially on the cards for them. But JDG, we're finally seeing some life in this game.
So, We've got a Drake fight that's going to happen in a minute, almost certainly. What are we looking out for? How does JDG win that fight? How do they keep themselves in the game?
I think there's two potentials. One, you get Yagao landing his ult onto Wink and just deleting him, right? That's instantly a way that they can start to snowball the fight. The second one is Hope survives the engage. It's hard because like every fight we've had so far, he's just been eviscerated. But if he starts to ramp up, get some resets, he has a 3-item Jinx now, there is potential for him to carry.
JDG grouping up in the mid lane. Massive damage coming through though. They just don't have the sustain for this. 30 seconds on the Drake, and right now, IG are just saying, look, you know what, guys? Have the Drake. If you commit to that one, we're just going to take the Baron instead.
Yeah, and they clear out the vision, which makes it really precarious. We do have the blue trinket for Hope. Check. You can see already they're setting up the engage.
Now Lucas on the front line, missing. Still half his HP gone at this point as they're just trying to clear this wave. Going to be able to do so. 4-man fear comes out from Yagao. Is there any follow-up though? Lucas pulled back into the fray and Hope finishes him off. Solar Flare used just before he went down there. A lot of ultis burnt from the side of JDG, but hey, a pick is a pick.
Really nicely played by Yagao. Connects it and gets the 4-man fear. Yes, Wink survives with a Gale Force Flash, but it's enough to get a Dragon. The concern now though, this Baron's going down fairly fast. They need to get there ASAP.
This is so risky from IG, though. Destiny going to come on through. They're trying to get into the pit. Missing knows what's up. He's going to try and stop this from happening. Shun is actually 1 HP, has to smite early, and now he'll go down as well. The zap goes wide. That's 2 kills for Hope, and they're looking for a third. Yukai pulled on in. Hope, if he wasn't big enough yet, he certainly is now. That's the triple, as Hope is alive for JDG.
And that's the thing, is they get the Baron, but they lose so many of the buffs. I think it's only Zuka who still actually has it. Look how much gold Hope is able to get in his pocket. 9 and 4 now on this Jinx, and they deny the Infernal Soul. Baron is temporary, but the Dragons are permanent. And JDG was a bit precarious, but they handled that one perfectly.
And oh my days, I cannot believe JDG might actually come back in this one. What's Shun's health bar here? He's so close to just dying to the Baron. Yeah,
I mean, it's really a step. He actually smites early to heal, and then it's Zuka who actually secures it. So he just goes down, no way getting over the pit with the ultimate. They chase down, and yeah, there's a nice turnaround kill from Yukai. But that Medjai's gonna have pretty much no pages left after this one, and Hope is constantly the recipient of all these kills. Yeah, you can see it. Yukai, 4 stacks left on that Medjai's. Quite a downturn.
You know, we were talking about the item difference in the mid lane before. When the Medjai's has 20 stacks, that's a big scary difference. But with rapid fire cannon and a Medjai's with no stacks, the items are basically even in that mid lane now. So it's a totally different shape of the game. And Wink versus Hope as well. Hope's actually starting to build a lead for himself at this stage. He's almost finished the Bloodthirster as IG though. With this Baron buff, even if you only have 2 Baron buffs, you just need 1 wave. They're barreling down this mid lane. JDG are off on the wrong side of the map right now. There's only 4 of them here. Hope just recalling. Inhib will survive though.
There's the ult.
It's JDG. They're not going to find a way in.
Yeah, they try and connect the ult, but just a little bit too fast at disengaging. JDG kind of mishandled that one. They commit to the side lane, and the fast push from IG will secure the tier 3 in the mid lane. But still, they managed to hold on. They don't lose that inhibitor. Now they need to move up top to try and defend that. But the big thing is, with that Vex ultimate on cooldown, that's one of the biggest threats to the backline, right? That's how they find these angles in onto Wing. Still not even half of the cooldown left available, but I think IG playing it safe here won't overstay their welcome.
And Hope, the man of the hour for JDG, it has to be said. He has stepped up massively in this game without his team fighting. I know, right? He is the Hope for JDG in more ways than one, because when you look earlier on in this game, we were praising Wink for this Aphelios performance. He was looking immaculate. He was so far ahead. Now actually behind in items. It's hard to believe.
Yeah, and it's really been those shutdowns. And this is kind of the thing at the moment. You know, we talk about the sort of teleports changes, meaning these scaling 80 carries aren't punished as much in lane, but it's also the objective bounties. Even if a team's behind, if you pick up objective bounties and all those gold bounties from champions, it's so easy just to slingshot in the other direction. And Hope has managed to capitalize on a lot of those, and now is incredibly strong. The thing with cleanse in pocket, that's the thing, is like the CC is such a problem. But what was happening before is Hope would cleanse the CC, but just die to the damage. With the Bloodthirster in pocket, it actually becomes so much harder to kill this Jinx. because you have that shield up on you at the start of the fight. And if it gets like an auto off, it can give you so much health in return. There's no grievous wounds currently available to the side of IG other than the ignite from Lucas. So it's getting more and more difficult. And really for IG, praise their engaged potential and the composition before. They have to kill Hope. He must die if they want to win the fights.
And we are starting to get to the point in the game as well where this Twisted Fate, not really a team fighting champion, right? You need to be looking for these picks around the Drake. Speaking of the Drake, it's up in a minute's time. This would be Infernal Soul for IG if they can get it. It feels like a big if at this point, despite them having a 5,000 gold lead. It still feels like JDG are the ones currently in control. 45 seconds on that Drake. And now I want to flip things around. What do IG do? How do they regain control of this?
I think flanks are obviously going to be a pretty big threat if they can get the Hecarim on an angle and there's nowhere for Hope to flash away from, but also poke from Zuka. It's not that effective against Hope with the Bloodthirster now. Oh, they're looking for the gauge.
Oh no, Lucas is caught in the Flame Chompers. They're not going to follow up as Shunt is forced away. Gale forced forwards. The rocket is there and Hope finds it, but Wick turns it around. Now JDG 3 men strong. 3v3 in this fight actually as Yagao needs to be the carry. Destiny in is 369 to try and body block for his mid laner. Yagao survives. 369 gets the shield, dashes away, keeps himself safe. Yukai chases with the gold card. Wild card's in to finish the kill. IG find 3. It's a 2 for 3 and IG come up trumps.
It looked like a disaster at the start, but Wink, what a carry performance there. That is the boldest thing I have seen this split, I feel. Just dashes into nuke Hope, trades his life. That's enough, right? You'll see Yagao potentially looking to steal this one away.
There's no smite on either side. Yagao needs to make the miracle happen, but he's engaged upon, gets a fear, gets the shield, but the Drake is going to go down. In the meantime, Yagao, he gets a kill, but it's Infernal Soul for IG.
Infernal Soul huge, and again, they will have that for the rest of the game. That extra damage, that extra burst potential. We'll get the replay. I just want to focus in on Wink. This looks like it's going bad, right? Shun completely misses the ultimate. Lucas is already chunked, and then Wink just goes bold, dashes in and nukes them with the ultimate. Obliterates Hope here. What a bold play.
The damage was just mental as well coming out from Wink. Absolutely demolished them. And then the follow-up as well. Really nicely played by IG.
Yeah, really well played. But honestly, that was like such a small window to capitalize on, because the thing is, if the Jinx can heal up, if the Jinx can stay at range, ramp up with a lethal tempo, very hard to deal. You need that burst, and Wink, one of the few people who can just absolutely nuke it given the opportunity, but such a rare chance that was capitalized on. And now they're starting the Baron. This is feeling a bit desperate, right? It feels full in IG's hand.
It's a 50-50. It's a 50-50. Kanavi has not won a smite fight all series long. Oh wait, Shund actually just used to stopwatch by accident. Yagao misses ult though. JDG, oh, they get the Baron! Collateral damage gets it. Zuka's gone down as well. Now the fight, keep your eyes on Wink. He one-shots Yagao. He turns straight on towards Kanavi as well. Wink has to make it happen. His first series back, and he saves IG.
Triple kill. We see JDG get the Baron, but they won't win the fight. This Aphelios, we saw him fall off in the mid-game, but Wink is here to make a statement. Doubters are quiet now. Wink delivers when it counts.
He certainly does. The TP from Yukai on the bottom side as well. They've got a minion wave. They want to just end the game. It's 20 seconds on the death timers. Aphelios with a crescendum. That's plenty of damage to be working with. Wink drops the turret. They should be able to just end the game right here and now. With the cannon there, it's all said and done. 26-19 as IG find a way to game 3.
Man, what a chaotic game. And it really felt right. The start of the game was all in favor of IG, and then we saw that momentum. Felt like JDG had it in the bag, and it just got completely turned around. And really, it was down to Wink. That clutch play in the team fight just really solidified things. They got them the Infernal Soul, that big spike in terms of power, and then JDG felt desperate for that Baron. Yes, they secured at the end. They got the objective bounty, but it lost them the fight, it lost them the game. And oh, but I mean, we said this would be a bloodthirsty series. I feel like we're getting what we expected in this one.
We're definitely getting our money's worth from this one. And I just want to take a second and appreciate the roller coaster in the AD carry roles, right? We had Wink taking over in the early game, and then Hope has a resurgent, wins a couple of fights in a row, and then Wink one-shots Hope multiple fights in a row. That last fight as well, Wink with the Infernal Soul, just walking up to people like the Terminator, literally just one shot. just destroyed them. This was all about hope versus Wink.
Yeah, and you can see it kind of felt like it was going to hit critical mass, and there was a big comeback from JDG. Found them an opportunity back into this one, but IG held strong. Zuka as well on this J strike. We talked about him as an addition to this roster, constantly putting down so much damage. And that was a critical thing, right? In that team fight where Wink burst hope, Zuka was still alive to carry through. They still had that big damage threat to finish out the fight. But man, what a back and forth.
What a banger. What an absolute banger that game was. Zuka as well. Like, what a performance on this Jay. Struggled in the later team fights, but early on, he was an absolute monster. In 369, really, really struggling in the top side. Like, if you have to pick which top laner won it out in game number 2, it's definitely Zuka. But it does feel like this matchup, it is very much like that coin flip that we talked about earlier on today. So, man, I'm just excited for game 3. I'm so excited that we get a game 3, because if the series ended there, I would have been so disappointed after that game.
For sure. And now it's the bounce back from that. I feel like it's so difficult to look at that one and be like, okay, it was such a back and forth. There were so many things that worked. There's so many things that obviously didn't, and re-establishing it from there and being like, okay. And the thing is, both sides have to look at that one, because as much as IG won that game, that was not cool, calm, and collected. That was, okay, we managed it, but we really, things definitely weren't smooth sailing throughout it.
Yeah, anything but cool, calm, and collected from both teams there. That was chaos, and I love it. We're going to go into game number 3 right after the break. Do not go anywhere.
To the fallen, leave me to be with the broken one last time before I go. Hold the last burning ember, let us never surrender. May we rise up to the call for the glory and the broken, for the lost and forsaken. the glory and the fall.
It's that kind of night. I'm dancing with the devil. Dancing with the devil. I love starting a fight. You better hide, I am Jekyll. This place is never gonna last that long if I'm around. Light a fire, it's burning. I'm burning, burning, burning it to the ground. You're watching me, you know I love a crowd. You better run, run, run before I take you down. I won't hold back, I'm on the prowl. I'm gonna burn, 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 burn it to the ground. Just burn. I'm gonna burn, 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 burn it to the ground. There is no escape. I'm back with a vengeance. Hit like a plague. All sin, no repentance. This place is never gonna last that long if I'm around. Light a fire, it's burning. I'm burning, burning, burning it to the ground. Light a fire, it's burning. I'm burning, burning, burning it to the ground. Ooh. You're watching me, you know I love a crowd. You better run, run, run before I take you down. I won't hold back, I'm on the prowl. I'm gonna burn, 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 burn it to the ground. Just burn. I'm gonna burn, 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 burn it to the ground. Just burn. I'm gonna burn, 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 burn it to the ground. Light a fire, it's burning. I'm burning, burning, burning it to the ground. Light a fire. I tell my lover not to stop. Oh, I don't wanna recover. Believe me, I know what I want. I can show you the way. Be tender to me, babe. I feel that you are here to stay. Can you focus on me this time? Even though you're back in line, I just need more time. Cause I wanna fly high underneath the stars. Moonlight till the sun goes down. So high, but baby, I was waiting for this day to come. You and me together alone. I only have eyes for you. Yeah, tell me not to stop. Oh, show me how it's done. I'll show you how it's done, baby. Just listen to me.
Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL as we head towards our final game of the day. And what a day it has been so far. What a series we are in right now. JDG and IG going the distance, and my goodness, what a game two coming out from IG. Wink especially just leveling up, and His second game back in the LPL, and this is the performance he pulls out. That is just magnificent to see.
Yeah, honestly, like it's one of those things where we often have games where AD carries will get fed, and you know, they're playing Jinx, they auto attack a bunch, they do a good job, great. But this really felt like there was that clutch factor there, finding critical windows to carry and make the game decided by him. Just excellent to see. I mean, this is the big one.
Certainly was the big one. Take a look at him as he goes on to Hope here. Hope being a bit too aggressive, it has to be said. But the ult enter Q combo on the Infernum just doing insane damage.
Yeah, and the fact that there was also Kanavi there, like the ult obviously does more when like people are stacked together. So found that bounce, basically just deleted them both. And then in this fight as well, as you said, like the Terminator, just walking forwards, obliterating anyone.
Hasta la vista, baby. Just absolutely annihilates them. Gets the triple onto Wink as well. Sorry, onto Wink. He is Wink. Onto Missing. Absolutely beautiful. And, you know, there was that one moment where he got caught out in the mid lane. And it led to 2 more players of IG getting caught out in like a chain reaction of events. And I was really worried that that was going to be the downfall of IG and that was going to be the end of the series. And I'm glad for Wink that the game went on long enough for him to redeem himself to the point where he got MVP, because it could have been a very different ending to the game. I feel like we got to see both sides of Wink across the course of that one. But the MVP performance outdid the small mistake in the mid lane. So now bans coming on through. Ryze and Caitlyn by IG, Nidalee and Gwen by JDG.
So same side as we've had the whole series. This is pretty much the same as the draft they had in game 2. IG also banned Corki, so we'll see if they opt to go in that direction again. And they will. JDG first pick Nautilus here, which was a bit of a weird one that we didn't really expect. And it looks like they will go for something a bit more standard and go for a Hecarim first pick.
This is Hope in the comms, by the way, going, guys, don't let them have Hecarim again, please. I'm begging you. I want to be able to play League of Legends.
Pretty frustrating to go up against. And now the interesting one is we probably see an AD carry in this rotation for IG. They had the choice of Zeri or Jinx in the last draft, and they opted for Aphelios. So see if they go in a similar direction. But maybe going up against the Hecarim, you know, if he's going fast, just go faster.
That's true. We've got some speed demons locked in here. I'm hoping we get a Jhin as the follow-up pick here for just full the fast gameplay. But IG looks like they're going to go for their bot lane 2v2. Very likely to be a Nautilus, a Leona. One of these engaged supports that can set Zeri up.
Yeah, I like the Nautilus as a denial, because Nautilus does very well into Zeri, because obviously you can't outplay his ultimate. So makes sense. Obviously it's a good combination with the Zeri, but mostly for the denial aspect. Now JDG probably going to pick the AD carry up here, either Jinx or Aphelios, and then have that before we get to the second ban phase. And then we'll probably likely take a support as well. Obviously options are there. Leona still open and available, but could go in a different direction depending on what they want. Could also just end up picking up something wildly different, right? We have seen last time they picked up the Gragas 4369 at the stage. Gonna be honest, wasn't convinced by it. I don't think it's that high of a priority to take now. IG probably won't ban it as well, given how it went last game.
Yeah, we'll have to see. We'll have to see. It's going to be the Leona by the looks of things. I think a bit of a safer lock in there. And you can tailor your bans around going for that top side as well. But over to the side of IG, whether or not they go for a jungler here will be the question. You'd anticipate a jungler, but maybe go for a blind pick and a solo lane.
Yeah, if they have like a particular jungler they really want, sure. But there's still so many high-tier junglers open and available, especially since we've seen the introduction of like Hecarim into the meta. It means there's just more sort of available to pick. So clearly not concerned about being panned out. They're actually going to go for the Camille, and it's a pretty big threat for the Jinx. It also works well on the Hecarim, because obviously you can't engage nearly as easily. But on top of that, means that it won't be picked against Zeri, because I've seen drafts before where Nautilus and Camille very good answers into the pick. Now, IG, you can probably just ban things that are going to cause problems for the Camille in the top lane. You know, traditional lane counters are things like the Jax, like the Fiora, and they will ban away that Jax first and foremost. JDG, if there's any junglers that you're really concerned about going up against, maybe the Xin Zhao would make a lot of sense to ban here. But actually going to start off with the TF. Clearly not happy about the amount of impact that had in both the previous 2 games.
I mean, the aggressive destinies forward from Yukai have been kind of inspiring. So I respect the Twisted Fate ban at this point, because he has been having an amazing series for himself. See where the rest of the bands go as well. Rise already taken off the board. TF taken off the board. It could be a Galio angle at this point with Camille already locked in for IG. Could be a really good option for them. There's plenty of setup.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, Jarvan's open available as well. You could really just have an insane dive where Hope actually has no hope of surviving. For now, with the Diana band away, could have made a lot of sense to just facilitate the dive. It feels like IG's goal for this comp will be to get on Hope and just obliterate him. Probably going to see a jungle pick here and then leave their mid until last and give it the counter pick. Going with the idea off that Xin Zhao. Obviously does really well in the Jinx as well, right? Can't auto attack him and really do anything to him while that ult is up and available. And they will lock that one in. Now for JDG, obviously the solo laners, Fiora is still open as a silent option, but honestly, I feel like it's been so teamfight focused. I wouldn't be a huge fan of them going for a more side lane focused pick. And 369 has been leaning heavily on this Kennen as a go-to.
Yeah, this and the Gragas have been his two big champions across the course of this. Split has the range advantage over the Camille, so have a pretty good there as well. I'm speaking, you know, with confidence there. I don't know the matchup particularly well, but I would just assume that Kennen with the ranged auto attacks does pretty well in the early game.
Yeah, he holds up okay. He holds up fine.
Now blind pick mid lane. We'll see where Yagao's going to go with the Vigor being.
I actually love this. I love this so much. It's such a good pick for shutting down short range compositions, right? And you look at IG, everyone is short range, right? Your longest range champion is Zeri. Isn't saying much. The cage will have a massive impact. It looks like IG might be going for that Galio, as you were hinting to. Definitely solidifies the dive potential, but the way I think about it, right, is you're trying to get on top of this backline, get on top of this Jinx. There's a slicing Maelstrom. There's the Vigor's cage as well. The Horizon focus will cause so many, no, the Event Horizon, sorry, will cause so many problems when you're trying to dive in.
Well, that Galio does come on through. We talked about it earlier on in the draft, but is it going to be good enough to take on two purple Yordles at the same time? There's a lot of purple on that team. Lulu would be over the moon. We'll have to see. IG with the Camille Galio. I feel like this is a combo we haven't seen in a long time. It used to be incredibly high priority. The setup that Camille can give to Galio to just make sure those ganks work on the top side. 369 is not going to have a fun time.
Yeah, I feel like both champions individually were stronger before, right? Camille used to be, you know, basically the old Gwen. And Galio there was that period where he was just incredibly strong. The combo still works, still holds up. And if in terms of dealing with a mobile lady carry, there's not much you can do. I mean, even if you're a mobile lady carry, right? The only option is there's one time in the game where you have a stopwatch, which is your safety net. But other than that, you'll basically just get slammed on. But the thing is, I really like the draft that's come out here from JDG. I think the Vigor is perfectly placed. I feel like the short range composition of IG is going to get punished by these tools. The one thing I will say is I feel like in the early game, the Xin Zhao Galio combo will have more agency, right? So IG, you want to hit the ground running, get ahead in the early game. Mid game, they can use that momentum to carry it out. But I feel like if it starts to go late, it's going to be so hard dealing with the Vigor. Vigor really warps the game when he's in it because you have to play around these cage timers. It just shuts you down so heavily.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I mean, in the early game, JDG doesn't feel like they have that much to bring to the table, right? A lot of scaling across their composition, which does give me a little bit of nerves for what can happen to them this series. Because this series so far as I'm concerned, if JDG got ahead like in game number 1, they just took over the game completely. Really clean stuff. Then game number 2, IG had the lead, and it felt like JDG was struggling to find a way back into the game. They got a couple of good picks in a small window, but could not convert it in the end. So the early game is going to be crucial here. JDG somewhat opting out of it.
Yeah, and that's the thing is that we saw before Kanavi when he was on the Graves into the Hecarim, how you can very heavily aggress onto that pick, right? No flash available in the early game means you can invade it quite comfortably before the ult is there. It's a bit of a risky one. So I want to see IG using that aggression. I want to see them use the fact that they have this Galio in the mid lane. One of the problems with Vigor is that he doesn't shove so well in the early levels. And obviously, you don't want to be shoving. You want to be last hitting with your Q when you can. Obviously, you know, in a game of League of Legends at this level, you can't get every single CS because sometimes pushing the wave takes priority. But I expect Yukai to be pushing it and trying to make an impact with this pick. I want to see agency. I want to see Roman decide. You get Zuka ahead. If you get Wink ahead, that's a win con.
I'm going to be honest. I'm a little sad that Shun and Lucas aren't trying to do to Kanavi what Kanavi did to Shun earlier on in the series, the Graves versus Hecker, and going for that level 1 invade and just shenanigans that occurred thereafter. It's going to be a very safe start as both junglers, by the looks of things, going for a full clear, or at least Hecarim going to be going for the full clear. We'll see as Shun gets to top side whether he opts to do the same. Also, that top side can be pretty volatile as a hook comes out on the bottom lane from Lucas, just some early trading there. But Ken and Camille, very gankable for both junglers.
Yeah, I feel like, you know, Camille's got pretty good setup, but I think both have safety tools, right? As long as 369 has his E, he can sort of dash away, and as long as Luca has his hook shot, he can get out of the sticky situation. Again, Luca's really sharp on interrupting the Zenith Blade from the Leona. Sort of missing do the same thing to him in reverse in the previous series, just showing some of the proficiency these supports have in this matchup.
It's kind of hilarious that we've got to the point. Oh, interesting. We have Nautilus versus Leona stats. It's 22-14 in favor of Nautilus so far this split. And I will say Nautilus, generally speaking, has been the priority, I would say, in drafts. Most teams preferring that Nautilus over the Leona. So interesting to see that correlating. But yeah, we've got to a point in the LPL where we see these level 2 all-ins on the bottom side. I don't even feel like we need to play-by-play them anymore. They never end up in a kill. They usually end up in just a heavy trade, and it's all just about pressure in that lane.
I think the big thing with the Nautilus, the reason why it's been played a bit more, is the fact that it can't really be countered by cleanse and tenacity. I think that's one of the issues with Leona. It's like, obviously, you look at the situation, right? Wink has cleanse, Hope doesn't. We saw that in the previous games. Daily carry against the Leona takes cleanse, and as much as Glacial Augment helps with that because the slow field's still on the ground, it really hurts in a team fight when you have that extra defensive summoner.
Shun's in the top side, flashes forward, and will finish 369. We said it was gankable, and Shun knew it as well. First blood, and look at that wave. This is so freezable for Z.
Yeah, and honestly, I feel like Shun could just stay around and wait for the TP. ID look for something bot. TP does come in, and the wave state isn't a good spot for Zuka. And that's the thing, right? You have tools to keep yourself safe, but I feel like the setup is a bit better for Zuka. But on top of that, when you're sort of pushing so heavily in that scenario, as you want to do on Kennen, right? You want to be harassing, you want to be pushing the lane to make things difficult for Camille. You are vulnerable.
Certainly are. Push in this bottom side as we saw the reset coming out from Will. So you need to get a wave underneath the tower there in the bottom lane, but Lucas might be able to hold it himself. We'll have to wait and see as the reset will likely come out from Hope. First Drake onto the map in about 30 seconds. So let's talk IG game plan, right? Because level 6 obviously going to be a big moment for Yukai. But are we expecting to just see Shun just ganking like crazy like we just saw in that top side?
I think if the window arises, yes. But honestly, I think you wait until Yukai hits level 6, roll him into the side lane, and you just look to dive the enemy bot lane, right? It's so effective in that manner. Yugao won't be able to answer, and also bear in mind, JDG have burned both of their teleports, so they don't even have those tools to potentially assist in terms of defense. I do like that there is this window where JDG are actually looking at a bit of proactivity, trying to contest. They won't find anything, but they get some vision down, and this vision is really vital because you want to be tracking the Galio early. As soon as you see him walking down, as soon as you see Shun heading towards the bot lane, you have to be cautious about something happening. But it looks like Shun's focus may be towards 369 once again. No flash.
I mean, Zerka is really, really low right now. Actually flashed to try and get the stun there. He'll be stunned up himself. 369, one more auto, but he can't get it. So close to making it happen, but Shun saves the day.
Yeah, and the shield coming out from the Camille makes a big difference in that one. Obviously, Kennen has a fair bit of burst, but just wasn't able to kill him quick enough. And now, IG, a pretty significant advantage for their top jungle. Definitely sets them up well, and with having their ult available, it means things are even more vulnerable, right? We already saw them pull off 2 ganks. The Hectic ultimatum is such a problem to anyone who's, you know, getting ganked on repeat. And now as well, that big wave, no TP from 369 to catch it.
Huge lead now for Shun, and strength not actually been done just yet. I don't think they're even going to go for this one. So really nice advantage on the top side for Shun. Yukai happily just farming up, and you know, the ranged versus melee matchup in that mid lane, you'd expect maybe a bit of a CS lead for Yagao, but it's not really happening so far. Yukai doing a really good job of keeping farmed up in the mid lane.
I think it's just a thing in this matchup is that the Galio just won his waves. Like, you can't do anything to him as the Veigar because he always has his, like, his W magic shield up. So he just walks up, one hits the wave, and then walks out and can do what he wants. And you either, if you get, coming in.
Nagao flashes away, but he's going to be taunted, and Zucker is here as well. Hextech ultimatum. You expect the Galio to fly to the Camille, but how about a bit of role reverse?
Love to see it, right? Apply that pressure mid, put your guy on the back foot. Zucker can return top and catch that wave, and it means on the bot side of the map, JDG have to be really careful because they are down a member. This is what we want to see. We said we need proactivity from IG because the later the game gets, the harder things become. I want to see what that first ult comes down for the Galio. Ideally, getting a dive in the bot lane, putting Hope behind would be perfect.
Certainly with 369 getting a really good trade on that top side. The fact that he's died 2 times, still up in CS just because of the matchup alone here. He is now level 6. So next time a gank comes up towards that top lane, 369 will have the opportunity to try and turn it around. He almost killed Zucker in that last one. He can get an ult off as well. Be in a really good spot. 10 CS lead in that bottom lane as well. But really the biggest lead is in that jungle. 700 gold in favor of Shun after all of these early games.
Yeah, and now Kanavi does have the ultimate available. Big power spike who does want to join into fights. Can obviously make a massive impact. But for now, just kind of be farming. Not really had too much presence. And it's the expectation, right? You don't have prior mid, and that makes such a massive difference when you're trying to make plays. And now I feel like it's not really relieved because of the ultimate being available to the Galio. So I want to see IG look for an opportunity to pick up this Herald, because Herald is so big if you want to continue a momentum of the game and get things rolling already. Shun is heading over to start this one off. Yukai has priority in the mid lane. Zuka will TP in top, and the wave is pretty heavily stacked in his favor. So I don't think JDG can contest this.
No, even if they could, I'm not sure that this would be wise to contest at this point in the game. You're 1,000 gold down against a composition that does real well in these skirmishes, but missing in Hope. I was going to say they could look for Wink, but he just zips on over the wall. He'll be perfectly safe on this one. So Shun getting himself that Rift Herald. We'll see where he opts to drop that one down. I wouldn't be surprised to see it go bot, but, you know, with how Shun has been playing so far this game, I'd be too surprised to see it go top either.
Yeah, honestly, I'm liking this. I like that they're moving down in this vicinity, right? Really easy setup. But actually, he's going to start off looking for the dragon. And, oh, I think he's going to get caught out here.
Yeah, he's going to be pulled back as well. There's the stun coming on through from the slice of Maelstrom. Zucker just going to be finished off here. Kanavi has to take the kill. Unfortunately, I'm not sure he wanted to. It looked like he was trying to gift that kill over, but not going to happen. As I say that, he then takes an entire wave, so maybe he did want the kill.
Yeah, he wants the gold. And I think the thing is, right, we finally see the level 6 from the Hecarim able to make that gank happen. It's in a long lane in top, so easy to run down a target. Kind of a mistake from Zuka in that situation, right? You know your team's going for a bot lane play. Should have been playing it a bit safe because he was fairly overextended there. And now 369, although he misses out on the kill and the wave, will get a fight for himself.
Certainly will, and 369 can clear this wave away. And, you know, Cannon, not the quickest at clearing waves early on in the game. You get better as it goes on, but we'll be able to deny at least a couple of CS and get a reset off. Hope in the meantime did get one plate down in this bottom side as well, if I'm not mistaken. I am mistaken. He has not got any yet. Maybe he can get one now, but regardless, all things considered, we're somehow relatively even in gold. I would have expected IG to be further ahead at this point, but with the CS lead in top, small CS lead bot lane as well, and a CS lead in the jungle, the gold is actually relatively even.
Yeah, things are honestly going pretty good, right? Yukai's level 9. He's had his ultimate for 3 levels, hasn't used it. That's the thing, right? Anytime you've not used the ultimate, it's not returning off cooldown. The ideal scenario is you get a good playoff pretty early, and then it's coming back, and then you can make another and just chain it together. For now, though, it's kind of been a little bit passive after those early levels with the side of IG. And again, they need to set the pace in this game. Herald still in the pocket of Shun. If he wants to look to use that in the top side, or he's just content stealing away some camps.
369 almost has slicing Maelstrom up again, and it looks like Shun just going to go for the reset, not interested in trying to make a dive happen. I think that's the wise decision when Kennen is going to have ultimate.
And has Zhonya's, by the way, as well.
Oh, yeah. Oh, my God. He's finished his Zhonya's.
Yeah.
First item, no less.
I respect it, honestly. It really makes... It's like the biggest counter to the Camille Galio, right, is the stasis. So you know you're going to need it in the game. And it just means you're extremely difficult to dive.
Wink chased out of the lane. Luckily, he's playing a 2022 champion, so he can just completely exit the lane at any moment. Hope will just get control of that bottom lane. Should be able to just shove away for free there at that point. Does have that 10 CS lead to work with. It's going to be Herald coming up in another 3 minutes. Same story for the Drake. IG managing to get both. But that Herald, yeah, relatively close to timing out here for Shun. I wonder where he's going to drop it. Might just slam it mid here.
Yeah, I think he's going to go for 2-plate play mid. And it makes sense, like, if you take down mid lane tower, it's hard to do against a Veigar. Good way to stumble the game, but...
Oh, hang on. Flash forward coming through onto Zuka here, and the slicing Maelstrom from 369. CC after CC. You know, honestly, not the cleanest dive coming out from JDG, but it doesn't matter. When it's 3v1, you've got a minion wave, you've got full health bars. They make it happen. I don't know where that was going, Hope. What?
Yeah, I mean... No idea,
I think
honestly.
it was aimed at mid. It must have been aimed at mid.
Yeah, it must have been aimed at mid, right? We'll speculate on that. Now, you do see IG. They obviously got a good amount of tower damage on the mid lane tower. They're also threatening bot as well. So it's not like they weren't doing anything in that time, but very hard for Zuka to avoid that dive. You know, the Yona tanked it for a fair bit of time. Missing had a stopwatch. 369 had the Zonyas. There's no real way you get a turnaround. But now, IG, we're finally getting that bot lane pressure that we're hoping for. Just as it starts off, they're going to back off fairly quickly. Kanavi in the vicinity. And really, I feel like we should have seen Opa Bissing smashed into the ground at this point of the game.
Yeah, I mean, plenty of dive opportunities. It feels like IG are almost... I feel like nervous isn't quite the right word, but not being as proactive as we want them to be. Yeah, tentative maybe. They feel cautious. And I'm not sure with this composition that you have the space to be cautious, right? You keep on saying, we need to see IG putting their best foot forward. Well, not putting either foot forward at the time being.
Right, at this point, level 10 on the Galio, ult hasn't been touched. And it's a long cooldown, right? So, as I said before, you want to use it and then have it like working towards being up again as much as possible. What's the point of the Galio pick if you're just going to get out farmed by a Veigar, really? Because when it comes to 20-30 minutes in the game, I know who I would rather have on my team, and it definitely isn't the Galio.
Ah, mate. You gotta think about the voice lines. Like, Galio's voice lines are pretty up there. Like, character-wise, canonically.
Oh, yeah. And Veigar is pretty annoying.
Yeah, exactly. Tiny Master of Evil versus Giant Anti-Magic Colossus. I know which one I'd have.
Galio is just a Chad of League of Legends, let's be real.
That's true. He's a legend. He's awesome. If you ever are tilted, but you want to keep playing, play Galio. He's like the ultimate untilt champion. He just chats to you. It's great. He can play the chicken skin as well.
That one is a banger, honest.
It squawks when cute. Really good. Anyway, Dragon is up. It's making a squawking. I don't think Dragon's squawk, actually. There's a fear in the bottom side. Lucas the target. Flame Chomper's underneath him. Double TP, though. Hope's in trouble, but he's still firing away. Gelfos not quite enough to finish off Lucas. And now the rest of the squad is here. 369, great ulti. Answered by the hero's entrance, though, and Kanavi finishes off Lucas. Now a taunt onto Hope. He's happy to be auto-attacking the Galio all day long. One more kill for Hope. Gets the reset, but he goes down. Now missing, chased out. It's IG winning the fight as the resets for Wink. He charges forward. 2 kills for him, and he's skating on forward. Gets himself a triple. He already has an MVP, and he wants a couple more.
A messy fight from JDG and the prime opportunity for IG to get the composition to work. Everyone was mixed up in the middle. They got big value out of the Galio ultimate, but also Wink on this Zeri was completely untouched, right? They didn't get a chance to set up. They didn't get a chance to defend Hope, have Yuga with the cage to keep the Zeri at bay. And we see, you know, the start off engage is kind of poor. Solar Flare burn, onslaught of shadows, all into the stopwatch, and Wink ults instantly. And this whole fight is stacking up the overcharge, getting more and more movement speed. And you'll see pretty much throughout this entire fight, just constantly having a target to hit. And in the meantime, we see this TP come in from Yagao, right? Walks forward, instantly gets rooted into a taunt. Page does basically nothing. And then at this point, Wink has just built up so many stacks. This is prime opportunity for Azeri to carry.
And again, we're talking about how great JDG's comp is for scaling, but it's the opposite story for IG, right? They're great right now. All of their chaps are really good right now. And it feels like JDG perhaps a little overzealous to try and contest this one. Hope will chase Yukai out of that bottom side. The rest of the squad were on the way, but it's a 3,000 gold lead right now in favor of IG. This is what we said we needed to see. IG picking up the pace, forcing the issue. Managing to do it for the time being. Tier 1 goes down in the mid lane. And in the meantime, Herald also being taken by Shun. They have gone from a basically even game, and they have catapulted themselves into the lead.
Yeah, and especially with so much gold being on the Zeri, she is the biggest scaling element of IG's composition, right? She holds up really well in the later stages, and if they find momentum with it, that's where JDG can really struggle, right? I said, if you go to the team fights later on, composition of JDG has good answers. I don't think there's anything that answers a hyper-fed Zeri, and now Herald's gonna get thrown down top and try and build up momentum. 369, what are you doing?
He's dodging everything is the answer. 369.
All right, okay.
I don't know how he got away with that, but get away with it.
What is that ult
He
doing
did.
again from Hope? I swear these ultimates have just been...
Look, I love it. Think how proactive he is with his ult, right?
Sometimes we have these ultimates where people like try and use them for poke. I get that. This kind of just feels like Hope is using them to communicate with his teammates.
He's sending a message. Well, that's a message being sent to Wink as well. It's a message saying you're stuck in the baby cage and you're not going anywhere, buddy.
Yeah, I love the fact that, you know, you can have all this movement speed. You can be a champion that was made in 2022. You can have a lot of outplay potential, but there's nothing you can do with the Veigar when you're in that cage.
Yeah, Zika now looking for an all-in on the top side for the Solar Flare. He's outnumbered. He did not realize what he had got himself in for, and now it's still on to Shun as well. Oh no, Galio's coming in. Maybe it's the turnaround. That's going to be one missing, about to fall as well. The turnaround from Yuakai. Triple kill.
Reinforcements are there, and the Galio comes in clutch. And overcommit from the fight from JDG, right? They were already in a net positive play. They commit too hard. Yukai flies in, and the Galio super relevant right now. Now Yugao might just be caught out.
Oh, but that Veigar interaction, the stun only procs once. And it means that Yagao goes down. Great play from Yuakai. If you E backwards into the cage, you can go through the other side with the other part of the E. Really nicely done by IG.
Now they've just suddenly got a 5,000 gold lead out of nowhere. Right, yes, they had that play that was positive on the bot side, but it feels like JDG felt like suddenly they had control, they had something they could offer, and now things have swung vastly in the other direction thanks to his tower takes. And again, Zuko goes a little bit overconfident. I think the play here is he wants Galio to back him up, but so much is committed here again. It's like so many resources are expended by JDG, and then they're trying to kill the Xin Zhao, who's obviously not the easiest target to kill. Galio flies in this perfect setup just to clean up on all these kills.
And it's so funny to see as well, because you see Shun goes for the ulti, knocks everyone away from him, and then everyone on JDG is like, well, he's used his ulti, which means we can't hit him from range, so let's all jump into the ulti to kill. Ah, no, Galio. It's like you see it dawn on them. They're like, oh no, we've made a terrible mistake. IG punishing beautifully. Yuakai with a triple kill. And look at the scoreboard. It's getting massively out of control now in favor of IG. JDG being pushed to their very limits.
You see a tower picked up top, and the objective bounty will go over to JDG. There's so much pressure coming on the other side. Actually, Yugao. Oh, the ult!
He dodged it. He dodged it. Beautifully done by Zuck. I wasn't sure if it had actually gone through or not. The stun will not land either, and it means IG get away with this one as well. In the meantime, 369 split pushing on the top side of the map. The tier 2 did survive ultimately, so positive for JDG slightly.
Yeah, I mean, that's a second objective bounty as well. So we just had a 5,000 gold lead. It's now 3,000. Just a matter of minutes. JDG picking up massively, and you get that extra gold from killing a tier 2 in the side lane. Now IG looking towards this dragon. They are still ahead, and this would be their third if they can secure it.
Here we go, TP coming out from 369. He knows he has to be a part of this fight, but immediately locked up, has to use the Zhonya's straight off the bat. Solar Flare comes in, 369 now, onto Wink on the back line. Can anyone finish the kill though? Hope gets knocked up, and he'll be taken down by Shun, but he jumps forward. He cannot finish Wink. Double kill on the Zeri. It's 3 for nothing.
And it's just an awful fight by JDG, but it's not over yet.
Certainly isn't. Zika now moving forwards, missing, trying to survive, but Yagao cannot protect him. That will be Drake. That will be the end of the fight, unless Yagao, he still wants a little bit more, apparently. That's going to be the stun coming on through. Drake will finally go down. Yagao realizes he's got to back up.
Yeah, and they've started a Baron already. They just this fairly quickly, but I think Kanavi should be up in time to make it here. Has the Ghost as well to close the distance. Whether you can get a steal or not is another conversation, but they will respect that and back away. But man, you know, That was probably the worst fight I've seen this series to take. JDG, I have no idea why you opted into that. Higao wasn't even there. So like we start off, Higao is still recalling if you look at the mini-map, right? Kanavi dives into the Galio, ults out again, doesn't even get over the wall, and then it's such a mess. And look at the TP now coming in from Higao. He TPs right on top of the Galio, which is not where you want to be. And Hope, the whole point of this composition was the Veigar provided protection for the Jinx.
Oh my days, it's pure chaos. There we go. There's a kill for Yagao. Shot on the front line, trying to protect the rest of his team. JDG grouped up as a 5, and now with an advantage with Yukai out in the picture. Maybe this is an opportunity for them. Solar Flare gets a slow but not a stun. It'll just be the tier 1 and a pick.
I think you've seen the stark difference when JDG is set up properly and you have this vague arcade to pick people out, stop the engage potential. Yukai obviously going down there, but they need to set it up properly. JDG have the tools. They are still behind, however. Just need to make sure, right? Hope is the priority. Keep them alive, keep Yagao safe, keep the backline grouped up together.
All right, time for our national Zhonya's watch here, as we have 2 Zhonyas on the side of JDG, 1 for Yagao, 1 for 369. We've got a Zhonya's in the mid lane for Yukai, and then we also have a stopwatch on our Camille. So keep your eyes out for those stasises in that next fight, because there are going to be many of them. And it's going to be crucial to dodge things like the Galio ult, things like a lot of damage out from Wink, although we'll dodge a lot of that since it's so persistent. We'll have to see how this next fight goes. I mean, realistically, I'm just looking at Wink. I feel like Wink is the be-all and end-all for IG. He's the damage in this comp.
I feel like there's still Camille, right? And the Xin Zhao is still very relevant now. I feel like really, I'm just watching Yagao, honestly, these cages, where it's always nice whenever Yagao is being targeted by the observer, and we get to see like the cage cooldown. That is always the ideal situation, because then I'm just counting down to this backup, because it's such a massive tool just to slow down the fight, stop them from engaging. Now, IG are fishing for something here.
Yeah, JDG are not backing down either. I was expecting them to just back away, clear the wave under tower, but no, they are happy to go for a fight if IG wants it, which seems a little overzealous to me, but you know what? I'm not a pro player. They are, so maybe they're right. We'll have to wait and see over the course of the next couple of minutes. Yaga gets the cannon here, and now pushing forward. 369 is here, and I love that JDG are like, you know what? Sod it. Just group as 5. Just stand as a 5-man unit. Let's see if we can win the team fight.
Especially here, when you're in the jungle, right? The Kennen and the Veigar, both of their AoE tools get so much value, and also they're so close to their towers, it's impossible for IG to flank, right? It's not like anyone's going to be coming from your base, so it's an ideal position. What gets dangerous is when they have to push out, and there's threats of flanks coming in from Yukai and Zuka. But for now, they're looking for the engage.
Engage on this bottom side. Solar Flare there onto Lucas. He is one shot before the fight even begins. Zuka has to back away. Shun the target once again. Galio coming in, but he's late. 369 already fallen. Didn't even get to ult. And a fear across the whole team. Maybe an opportunity, but Yukai with a great taunt to turn it around. And it's Wink free firing once more. Diving under the tower with a double kill. Kanavi left her clop away into the base. But Shun actually wants to keep chasing this one. Won't be able to find the tug.
They're not able to shut down Wink, and honestly, I feel like Na'Vi, this Hecarim's not working for them. He keeps diving in, and it just leaves the backline vulnerable. The gold lead is enough for IG, 6,000 ahead at this point, and now Wink doing plenty of damage to these towers. He's going to try to clear the wave.
Kanavi trying to find time. He just goes down. He can't even kill the wave. Does actually finish off Shun. He got a shutdown as well. That's 900 gold that Kanavi just got, and he saves the game.
Yeah, and critically, he kills the jungler, right? So it means that the objectives aren't a clear thing. I feel like if Shun had survived there, maybe they could have just headed straight over to Baron, but we'll see the replay. And this initially goes pretty okay, right? They kill the Nolus, disperse him out. The ult from Galio isn't actually that good for IG, it's like a defensive one. But then Kanavi opts to fly in here, right? Because the cage comes down. Why not just hit the Galio? He ults forward, allows the Galio to get onto his backline, and then Wink obviously just cleanses the fear. So I think it was just overcommit. You have to play kiting backwards, and I think they got too overzealous. The flash from Yukai really instrumental. And bear in mind, they are so far behind at the moment. It really becomes, you have to be pixel perfect in these team fights.
Interesting TP from Zuka there, coming from base, but it's to try and get priority for this Drake. This would be sold for IG, and it feels like IG have controlled the Drakes pretty much all series long. JDG have to find the fight. We want them to kite back if they can. Hope has to survive Same story for Wink on the other side as well. Blue have taken, Wink want to grab that one. 369 is behind enemy lines, flashes forward. It's a huge ulti coming out from him, but Wink's still going strong. 369 is still golden. Shot on the front line. He's about to go down, but he survives for the time being, and Wink can just hammer away onto missing. He's focusing the support, but it doesn't even matter. There's a double kill for the brand new AD carry. Turn it into 3 as it's a full house for IG.
IG crush it, and Wink is untouched. MVP of the last game comes back on this roster, and I think there's a good chance he might be for this one as well. Really strong performance, a great re-debut into the league.
Beautifully done here by IG, and honestly, I would have said JDG were the favorites coming in today, but I knew this one was gonna be a bloodbath, and boy did it deliver. More than a kill a minute, absolutely mental, and IG making a statement showing they are not a bottom of the table team. This is a team that will contend for playoffs.
And honestly, considering their series against EDG, where yes, they lost, they challenged them, this series win against JDG, the scoreline for IG isn't stellar, but they have a lot of momentum. I think they are looking better and better as the weeks go by. They've made a couple of adjustments. Zook in the top lane has looked very solid. Wink in this first series has looked great. I'm feeling hyped. I'm feeling excited.
Yeah, I mean, IG, what's not to like right now? What's not to be excited about? This is a team that are making waves in the LPL, and JDG is a squad that have been on form recently. This is a squad that it seemed like they were just getting better and better every single series. So IG coming in, stopping that, drafting a composition that does such a good job of ruining what JDG were trying to do as well. I love the way that every single game, Yukai just goes for a roaming mid. Whether it's the Galio, whether it's the Rise, whether it's the TF, he is getting out onto the map and playing for the team.
And it feels like he has side laners that are worth playing for, right? Zuka is absolutely worth playing for. As well, Wink did so well with the resources I was given, finding clutch moments, clutch opportunities. That's the ideal scenario when you're playing a roaming mid style, right? Is that you have side laners who will make good of the resources you give them.
Great stuff from IG, and that's the second upset of the day as well. Both series today, the underdogs come out on top against LPL champions. JDG, they've been champions before, and RNG just this time last year made themselves champions pretty much. So really surprising day as RA managing to take that first series, and now IG. Obviously IG have been champions before as well, but kind of a crazy one, and not necessarily the way I expected these series to go. That last series though, I mean, it was everything I wanted out of that series. It was as crazy as I wanted, and it was as chaotic in those early games as I wanted as well.
100%. It was just, there was so much action, and I feel like both teams were willing to kind of throw everything into these team fights to try and make it work. I gotta give credit, JDG as well showed a lot of promise, and I feel like that's the thing is that, looking at this week 6, there were a lot of matchups that we're super hyped about, right? A lot of matchups where I was like, this one is obviously going to be a banger when we see the top 5 going head to head, like with LNG Weibo coming up. Some of the days like this where it's like RNG, RA, expectations are lower. JDG, IG, expectations may be lower, but they are really been delivering. And I think you can so easily just focus on the top 5, but I really think this is kind of showing that the middle of the pack teams have a lot in them as well.
Yeah, definitely. And like they have been a solid team today. I think that's the biggest takeaway, right? Is that when we've seen IG working well together, when we've seen IG playing together, they work well, exceptionally well together, right? There's clear synergy there, there's clear coordination there, which is exciting to see, because I'd say that's often one of the biggest weak points of the lower tier teams is not necessarily being on the same page, a bit of discoordination, etc., etc. That's the big difference in my mind between some of the best teams and some of the worst teams. And so to see IG performing in this way, beating JDG, who I would compliment that for that sort of thing usually, I feel like this is a really positive sign for IG moving forwards, and I'm excited to see what they can do for the rest of the split. They've still got a lot of games ahead of them. There's still plenty of time to find out how they're going to do, but ultimately, very, very positive signs, and every single week I feel like I get slightly more excited for IG.
Yeah, I really am. It feels like week by week more optimistic, and I think it's so cool that obviously, we had the IG of old where we had Rookie and the Shy, super established names. It feels like we've had such a big overhaul, and we have all these new names that are just super interesting. Like Zuka in particular, I've loved watching him in the top lane. And I feel like going up against 369, it was a pretty hype matchup. We talked about at the start of the day because like he really had the edge in this one.
And honestly, when you look at the IG schedule remaining as well, they've actually faced a lot of the top teams. Like they beat BLG 2-1. They lost to V5, but again, 2-1 in that scoreline. They've already faced against RNG. They faced LNG as well. They faced EDG. Now they've just beaten JDG. Like, they still have a lot of easy matchups ahead of them. Their next three are LGD, AL, and WE. Like, that should be 3 wins as far as I'm concerned. Maybe AL could be a big challenge for them. We'll have to wait and see, but it's an exciting split to be an IG fan as this reinvented roster. No rookie, no the shy, and yet still managing to form, still managing to find a unique identity and a way to influence the league. It's really exciting times.
Yeah, and honestly, as you said, those next 3 games in with a good chance of making the playoffs, I feel at this point now. 4 and 6 off the back of that, which means they are just lying slightly below the other teams who are obviously in position to be in that top 10. But if they can rack up some points over the next couple of weeks, I feel like top 10 is definitely within the realms of possibility and honestly probable with this play.
I would say so as well. But then again, there are teams like Rare Atom who I wouldn't have expected to be in the conversation for playoffs, but looking amazing earlier on today.
Yeah.
You know, FPX, anyone's legend have been picking up recently as well. So I don't know. There's a lot of teams in the conversation still. It's too early to call what our top 10 teams will be, but it's definitely very exciting here in the LPL right now. I mean, there's the battle for the top right now that RNG, regrettably for them, still going to be tied with everyone else. They were expecting to be on 8 wins by the end of today, but unfortunately for them, that's not going to happen. But then below that top 5 kind of battle as well, there's the bottom 5 of playoffs that is really starting to heat up.
Yeah, and I feel like that's where it can get really tense because if you look at summer last year, I know obviously seeding is vitally important, don't get me wrong, when it comes to playoffs, but we saw like WE and LNG scrape their way into playoffs and then make those massive runs. So I feel like the battle just to make it into playoffs can be such a big thing. Obviously, getting that better seeding at the top end really has a lot of value, but any team can sort of make the miracle run, but you have to make it into playoffs first.
You certainly do. And IG looking like they're well on the way. And once again, we have to credit Wink a little bit here. Coming in, having a stellar performance, obviously on not looking fantastic in the last couple of series, that last series especially, but I feel like there were probably rumblings of the roster swap at that point. So I don't want to hold that last series against him too hard, but feels like Wink has come in here and has brought a bit of that, you know, killer instinct. Feels like Wink wanted to make plays today. The play on the Aphelios really stellar to shut down Hope in that fight. And then this Zeri performance as well has been exceptional. So I never thought I would say this, but I'm really excited to see what else Wink is going to bring to the table across this split.
That's so big for him because, again, as you said before, a lot of criticism has been levied towards him. A lot of doubts when he was announced as coming back on the roster. And I think he's shown today that it was justified, right? It's only 1 series. At the end of the day, we still want to see more. But it's good that he started off on the right foot.
Yeah, definitely so. We'll see. There was a little bit, though, of the mispositioning. We saw him getting caught out in the mid lane. We saw the little glimpse of the issues that we've seen from Wink in the past. So whether or not that's a symptom of something greater, we'll have to find out over the course of the next few weeks. But, man, we are running out of weeks. We have 4 weeks left, including this week, until we hit the end of the split and the start of playoffs. So we'll have to see what is going to transpire between now and then.
It still feels like we have quite a lot of games left, but at the same time, it feels like we are really close to the end of the split. It's like this weird, I mean, it's the midpoint, right? It feels like just that angle where there's still so much that can happen in the standings, but not a lot of time to get it done.
Well, we're going to pass it over to an interview. We've got Lucas standing by alongside Christina.
Hello everyone, welcome to the post-game interview in Shanghai studio. This is Christina. Now we're joined by Lucas, the support from Inventus Gaming. Congratulations on your reverse sweep of best of 3. So firstly, I want to touch on your roster because Wink gets back to your team. So how do you feel play with him again? And how does he gelling his own playstyle into your whole team? 让我们欢迎 Lucas 选手来到赛后采访。第一个问题想要问到的是有一些关于你们今天队伍人员的变动，因为 Wink 选手也是重新回到了 IG 嘛， 那么再次跟他在赛场上搭档，感觉如何呢？以及在现在这个赛程已经过半的时候，Wing 他更多的是怎么样把他自己的打法风格和现在的整个 IG 融为一体的呢？
跟 Wink 打的话，我们下路会就是比较凶嘛，然后他这个版本英雄也玩的，就现在这些版本英雄玩的也很好。然后至于磨合，就最近打了几天训练赛，感觉还可以，我觉得到后面会越打越好。
Actually, we have a lot of skirmishes currently, and we hope we will have a better synergy in the late game. And Wink is so proficient with the current meta champions, and we feel so pretty good to play against him. So next question is about, even though you guys losing game 1, but you show big different momentum in game 2 and game 3. So what kind of feedback and adjustment did you make after losing game 1? 虽然今天的第一局你们是输掉了比赛，但是在2、3局的时候重整旗鼓，展现了一个非常不一样的势头。想问一下，在第一局之后，你们做了哪些反馈和调整呢？
第一局的话，我们发现他们是很针对我们上单的 BP 里面，所以在第2局、第3局的时候，我们就让上单前3楼出了，这样效果会好很多。
We noticed that our enemy opponent really target our top lane, so we just made a lot of change on our ban pick strategies. We just to pick the top lane before the 3 picks, so in that case we can win the game 2 and game 3. So I also want to touch on our game 3 general strategies because you guys can all snowball smoothly. 想问一下第3局你们整个的大体思路是什么样的？因为在第3局的时候，从前期可能 gank 上路之后，你们都是非常顺利的滚起了雪球。
当时就觉得打起来就随便赢了，就只要我们那个这种不被抓单，随便打起来就随便赢，大概就是这么个思路吧。
I think we can easily to win the game if we got a lot of fights. So we just don't be afraid of fight and fighting with our opponent. In that case, we can win the game 3. So my final question is about your teams because IG has experienced a little bit ups and downs currently. So which aspect needs to be improved most to stabilize your team's condition? 最后一个问题想要问一下，可能目前 IG 经历一些小小的起伏，那么对于你们为了接下来能够让稳定住队伍的状态，最需要提高的是哪个方面呢？
我感觉有2点，第一点就是我们队内的沟通，因为平时我们队内的沟通有时候会很乱嘛，这样会导致就听不清谁说话，就是这样不太好。然后第2点就是对线强度就要加强点，就对线能力，差不多是这2点。
Personally, I think we need to improve our communication because maybe our team communication in mic check is a little bit messy currently. So next one, we need to strengthen our laning phase ability. 谢谢我们的 Lucas 选手来到赛后采访。Thank you so much for joining me. Back to you guys.
Thanks very much, Christina. Great to hear from Lucas as well. And with that said, that just about wraps us up for today. So I feel like some big conclusions to be drawn from the results today. IG and RA both, I think, surprising. And I kind of want to revisit that first series as well a little bit, Ox, because, I mean, RA, in fact, I'm getting ahead of myself. We haven't even done MVP yet. Let's stick on the second series for now, because Wink, unsurprisingly, I know, I'm terrible. Unsurprisingly, Wink going to be our MVP on that Zeri once again. Turns out Zeri, pretty good champion. Wink, pretty good player.
Yeah, and again, delivering 2 MVPs in both of their wins of this series on his return to IG, and Zeri performance really stellar. It felt like he just basically went untouched. This was a particular highlight in this fight where it just felt like this is prime Zeri team fighting, where you're just stacking your role from basically the start of the whole thing. And at the end of the fight, they're Larry saying fast enough to chase down a charging Hecarim, which is kind of mad.
Yeah, kind of insane. Kind of insane that Zeri could just sprint around the map. And this fight especially, obviously Wink was able to take over. And this is the point at which Wink really started to become that absolute terror that we saw later on into the game, grabbing that triple kill. And, you know, a few of these fights felt like started well for JDG, but they just couldn't actually follow up on it.
Yeah, and I think you see an example here where the engage comes in and Wink just isn't touched, right? So it felt like his position was really stellar, and they just had a problem getting onto him. And we talked a little bit about the defensive backline tools, but again, they just never really came to fruition. The gold lead was obviously a factor in that, but IG just felt really sharp on how they wanted to play those team fights.
Yeah, beautiful stuff from IG. And that is going to be that series in the bag. So with all of that said, let's talk conclusions from today. How excited can everyone at home get about IG and about RA Orgs?
You know, IG, I'd say very. RA, you know, somewhat. I think RNG, it was a good defeat against them, but I still want to see a bit more because they struggled against LGD and TT. I feel like IG's been in an upswing for a while. I want to see a bit more from RA. The next series is against FPX. I hope they bring that same energy then. But obviously, one series doesn't completely make a team. But still, you're going to beat a team. Beating RNG is pretty high up there.
Certainly is. Let's take a look at those results that we've just been talking about as we round things out for today. 2-0 to RA to start us off. Not a result I think anyone was expecting to see today. And then we went into the second series. IG managed to take down JDG 2-1 as well. Two pretty shocking results, pretty surprising results, but very needed results for both RA and IG. You can see them both on 4 wins now, so slowly but surely climbing those standings. And crucially, IG actually now tied with JDG when it comes to those wins. Obviously losing in game difference, so they will be lower down in the standings, but the 4 wins are on the board.
It's kind of funny that we have the teams at 7 wins at the top, and then in the middle of the pack, we have JDG, FPX, RA, and IG all at 4 wins as well. Yeah. It's like we have this big groupings where there's all these teams
at
like
the
neck
bottom,
and neck.
We've got LG, TW, TT on 1 win. Woohoo!
Well, at least no one's on 0,
someone's got to
right?
be last. Someone's got to be last. OMG versus Up will kick our day off tomorrow in the morning, and then we'll head into an absolute banger. V5 versus EDG.
Oh my
if
God.
you do not see that series tomorrow, honestly, what are you doing with your life? That
That's a
is
banger.
probably one of the best matchups in the entire world available to you right now. So make sure you're not missing that one. It's going to be insane. I
We have
cannot wait
some
to see how that one goes
insane
down.
matchups this week, honestly, when you actually look through the schedule. Like, we have that tomorrow. The day after, we have LNG against Weibo. Late in the week, we have LNG against V5. I mean, definitely we're tuning in for a lot of these, but certainly tomorrow.
Yep, tomorrow it's Rookie versus Scout, the 2 Korean mid laners going up against each other. We'll see how that one goes later on, though. Until then, we will see you guys in Champ Select. Thank you so much for joining us. I've been Munchables. I've been joined by Orcs, and we'll see you tomorrow.